Happy Friday from a beautiful and warm Belmont Park as we have some terrific racing coming up for you today. Chateau won the Grade 3 Tom Fool last year, looking for his first win at Belmont, coming out of a second place finish in the Run Happy last time out, but he'll have to face a horse in very good form. 3-2 Zone got a 101 by your speed figure last time out when making his first start for trainer Ray Handel, who has been on some roll throughout this spring meet at Belmont Park. And talking about a trainer on a roll, four-time Eclipse Award champion trainer Chad Brown, no surprise, as a major player in tomorrow's Grade 3 Poker. Mason looks for his first graded stakes win stateside. His first U.S. race was a nose defeat in Grade 1 company. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us today as we have, hopefully you are finding a shady spot, perhaps like that prime real estate in the beautiful Belmont paddock. Belmont Park showing off today as it is much warmer. A little light breeze, not much of us reaching it up here on the third floor as far as that breeze is concerned, but hopefully we'll be able to give you some good information, keep you posted. Thanks for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association Andy Capper, Anthony Stabile, and we look forward to what's coming up today. Good card. We'll be bringing you some Churchill action as well.
Yeah, the only wind up here is going to be coming out of my mouth today, I think. It's really still.
Hot air?
Yeah, a lot of hot air. And then Andy will be on later, so it'll just continue. It's really still up here. If you look at the flag, which I'm sure we'll see at some point today, the flag is unfurled, but it's still up here. So hopefully we get a little relief. Should have some fun, though, today. Some good action. Interesting card, pick six carryover, $23 shy of $60,000 after
big prices yesterday.
Tough. We were out of here. We were getting our Metsies home yesterday, but there was some. That late pick 3 was one of the wildest sequences I can remember in a long time, and we'll see if it triggers a 2-day carryover into a sensational Saturday card.
Absolutely looking forward to that Saturday, which does, of course, include the poker. But the feature today is an allowance race sprinting on the main track, and you've got some tough players as we take a look at the field. 6-5 on the morning line is Chateau, a horse that we saw winning the Grade 3 Tom Fool last spring at the Big A. And Anthony, this is a horse that's kept some great company. I thought it was so interesting looking to see that he's never actually won at Belmont Park, but he comes out of a second place finish where he set the pace and finished second behind the ageless wonder Drafted, who came back to win again at Monmouth after that.
Yeah, after taking the Gravesend at the end of last year, he tried to defend his Tom Fool title and got beat a long way, and then last time in the Run Happy, he proved that no lead is safe for Chateau at this point, as you're going to see the gray Drafted come and get him. Drafted came back to win a stakes race over at Monmouth Park in his subsequent start, so we'll see if Chateau can hold a lead today. There's some other speed in there. There's some other class, old class. Happy Farm. He's a former fall highweight winner. He just got beat by Firenze Fire in the Gravesend a few years back. New bomb up and coming for Kelly Breen, speaking of Firenze Fire. Fire Sword from Wesley Ward. And 3-2 Zone for Ray Handel. Made his first start for Ray, a winning one in a big way last time. He may work out another trip again. Just a field of 5 in the feature today. It's a fun feature here at beautiful Belmont Park.
It is indeed. We'll see if Chateau can get the first win at Belmont Park in his career. But we are excited to welcome back racing at Churchill Downs today as we have Paul LaDuca with us on track at Churchill. Paul, Churchill canceling the last couple of days on Wednesday and Thursday. What's the weather status today, and what are some of the things done to keep horses and humans safe for today's card?
Well, first of all, Keisha, we got some rain, which is absolutely beautiful for a lot of the people around here in Louisville and around the surrounding areas. It's been record highs when it comes to the heat index the last couple days, up in the upwards of 100 to 105 when it comes to heat index, and that's just not safe for horses. And for a lot of people that really don't realize it, a horse would rather run in 27 degrees weather than a heat index of 105. It's just safer for the animals. And today we were able to get some rain. It's absolutely gorgeous out. I would say it's about 75 degrees. It is still a little bit drizzling right now on the racetrack, which the racetrack and the turf course both need. It's absolutely gorgeous. So there's going to be no abbreviated post times. Tomorrow, the Downs After Dark card is supposed to be 65 degrees, somewhere in that area, 70 degrees and sunny. So that's going to be an absolutely beautiful night. 11 race card. And I know we're going to be on upwards to 11:30 Eastern at American Days of the races. So very happy to have the weather back here and give the people here in Louisville a little bit of a relief with some nice weather.
Good news, Paulie. Thanks, and stay cool as always. And Anthony, you and special guest Michelle, you be covering us for the Downs After Dark with Paul tomorrow.
I am always excited for the Downs After Dark cards because that means I get to put my harness handicapping hat on. We'll have a little Big M tomorrow night, too. And our fearless leader, Eric Donovan's Turn Me Loose. There'll be a ticket tomorrow night for the Meadowlands. I got to figure out the sequence what races we're on. But, yeah, looking forward to working with Michelle. I'm a big fan. And we should have a fun night here, Downs After Dark.
Here's today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Just shy of 60,000 in the Pick 6 carryover. As Anthony mentioned, we're fast and firm here in Elmont, New York. Fast and no turf in play at Churchill Downs today, but we will have all of that action coming up on the program. You could join Naira Bets today, and don't forget to play all of those races we're bringing you, plus a whole lot more with a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And don't forget to go join now at naira.com to get your $200 deposit match. We'll get into the live racing action in a little bit, but we'll also look ahead to the graded stakes that we have coming up tomorrow. A heavy favorite in the feature in the Grade 3 Poker is Mason. The Juddmonte runner for trainer Chad Brown looks for his first graded stakes victory stateside, and it very well could happen on Saturday.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring, and his first runners are hitting the track. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We'll get ready to kick off our live racing action with the opener at Churchill Downs. And as we heard moments ago from Paul LaDuca, some rain that helps to cool things down a little bit at Churchill after the canceled racing on Wednesday and Thursday of this week for record high heat temperatures. So hopefully all those in Louisville, Kentucky staying cool. Anthony will meet the field for the opener, starting with the 1 Invaluable.
Yeah, source was claimed from Robertino Diodoro, then wound up back in the barn. No good in the slop last time against 3 of the 4 fillies she's going to face today.
Here's Copper Charm coming out of that common race.
Yeah, she was third last time, had a 2-race win streak snapped that day coming in from Turf Paradise. Giovanni Franco stays aboard this Daughter of Curl into Mischief.
The winner of that May 26th affair was Delta Gamma Cats.
Yeah, Delta Gamma Cats is going to try and take on Frills again. We'll talk to her in a minute. She got the job done in the slop last time. And in fact, she's been ultra consistent on the main track.
Here is Frills, who has won 4 in a row.
5 of 6, 4 in a row. Absolute win machine. Only 1 loss in 3 starts at Churchill Downs. She sits just off the pace and pounces. She's as hickory as there is at 6-5.
You gotta love a mare like that. And here's the 5, Dulcimer Dame.
Yeah, second out of the sloppy track. Start at 10 last time out. Got the job done in Indiana. Horseshoe Indy, 2 starts back. 0 for 8, looking for her first win beneath the Twin Spires.
Frills, meanwhile, 6-5. Polly, she's raced 24 times with 10 wins. What a cool mare.
Yeah, she really is. And if you look at her numbers, Acacia, they might fool you a tiny bit. I think she's the kind of mare now at age 6 where she just does what she has to do to win. She ran her lifetime best in her last race here at Churchill Downs, going this distance at 6.5 furlongs. She ran a great race at Saratoga when she was in the Merc 10 Kurtamachi barn and won that race at a $20,000 level. You know, she was at the New York circuit for a little while under Rob Altrish's care, Linda Rice, and they've got her in these starter allowances, and she just keeps getting better and better. Daniel Lech has done a great job with her, and if you look, she's beaten every single horse in this field. She's beaten Delta Gamma Cats a couple times, Dulcimer Dame. The one horse is the key horse in here, Invaluable. Off the claim, I get it. John Horan was a 2% trainer, and Robertina Diodoro is a great claiming trainer, but she does not fire last time. But did she just hate the sloppy racetrack? Now, before that, she was 2 for 7 over it, but not every horse likes every sloppy racetrack, so the one would be the other key horse in here. But I just don't see how Frills isn't the horse to beat in here. She can put herself wherever she wants. She's the kind of horse that can go gate to wire. I've been saying this the whole meet. Gerardo Corrales is the most underrated jockey here at the Colony that nobody talks about. So I'd have this race as Frills the horse to beat. And if she's going to get upset, I think it's the one.
All right, Paul, thanks. Invaluable, 5-1, getting a nice price on a Robertino Diodoro runner with Ricardo Santana in the saddle. 6-5, though, on Frills. As Paul mentioned, her numbers had been kind of consistent, Anthony, and then she jumped up with a big 78 Beyer speed figure last time out, but you can't knock her. She just always shows up.
Yeah, you know, and I wonder if the return to she's run well enough on on wet tracks and such, but I wonder if the return to fast ground, I don't know if she ran better, if it just inflated the fig a little bit. I'll tell you what, isn't Invaluable loose from the rail in here? Mm-hmm. I know Paul said that Frills does, you know, she kind of does it all. I think she's a little vulnerable on the front end, and when she has made the lead, outright made the lead, I feel like it's in some slower paces.
Well, let's get another opinion on this first race. Jonathan Kinchin here with us. JK, does Frills make it 5 in a row?
You know, I think she probably does, and we've talked about this on this show before, but these starter allowance races, to me, are sometimes, in most situations, and Grade 1 races as well, are the most formful races. These horses have qualified for a condition for a race that they have previously run in. This one being a situation where you had to run for a claiming tag of $10,000 at some point. Frills did that, but then Frills kind of turned into a different animal. So that Frills that ran for a tag is not the same Frills, but now she's facing horses that I just think she's better than. She's drawn outside of her main competition, which I think is a very big advantage, especially at this level. I think Frills is going to be hard to beat, and the only other horse I could come up with would be the 3 Delta Gamma Cats, who ran well last time, but that was on a sloppy racetrack. So I think that's kind of why there was that figure jump. And Frills is drawn outside of Delta Gamma Cats, and the price is entirely too close for the chances. I like the 4 Frills, and I think even money's kind of a bargain.
All right, JK, thank you. Frills, we'll see if she can make it 5 in a row. JK with the haircut.
Yeah, might be time too for me. It's a little hot.
You've got the hand comb over there.
Yeah, I got the burr here today, as Richie would say. Yeah, I mean, Delta Gamma Cats this, all signs kind of point to it being the wet track last time, because it's not the first time it's happened. She ran a 77 Buyer speed figure back in November when she caught a ton of moisture in the track right there at Churchill Downs. So I was kind of fading her in here. I played the 1 a little bit, and I boxed 1-4.
Into the gate for the opener at Churchill Downs. Fast main track, no turf course in play beneath the twin spires. Here is track announcer Travis Stone standing by with the call. We'll see if Frills can make it 5 in a row.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Frills caught a flyer out to the lead. Copper Charm comes on, and Invaluable is there down toward the rail, and here she comes now to join the early leader. So 3 across the track in the opening furlong. Invaluable, Copper Charm, and Frills. Delta Gamma Cats in behind, racing 4th, and Dulcimer Dame settles in at the back 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Down the backstretch run, Copper Charm in between, short lead. Invaluable keeping pace at the rail, and Frills is right there too. The opening quarter in 22 and 4. Delta Gamma Cats eases off the pace back in 4th. Dulcimer Dame is at the back in 5th. Round the far turn, Copper Charm short lead, Frills outside, Invaluable at the rail. 3-ply battle heading for the quarter pole. Delta Gamma Cats is switched out for running room now. 4th and sweeping up 4 wide. At the top of the stretch, Frills in between with Copper Charm, Invaluable. Delta Gamma Cats hard charging on the outside. 1 furlong to go. Delta Gamma Cats takes the lead right at the 8th pole. Invaluable's back to 2nd. Frills, the rest are struggling. Not struggling at all is Delta Gamma Cats, who comes down to the wire, the 3-length winner. Invaluable 2nd, Frills was 3rd, and Dulcimer Dame was 4th.
Delta Gamma Cats backs up that big win on a wet track last time out, and she certainly got the right kind of trip today. Anthony just sitting back there in that catbird seat.
The Rafael Bejarano and her trainer Ethan West couldn't have drew up a better trip. All 3 of the 1 Invaluable, the 2 Copper Charm, and the 4 Frills. The worst thing that could have happened to Frills today, Acacia, was breaking as sharply as she did, because she broke on the lead, and I think Gerardo Corrales didn't really have any option but to go on with it a little bit. 2 inside fillies and mares start to chase her a little bit. It heats up on the front end, and Delta Gamma Cats, it fell right into her lap this afternoon.
Swung around the outside as far as that pace duel was concerned. Invaluable actually pulled out of that, of the 3 horses that were up on the pace, and she ran very well. We'll have to settle for 2nd, though, as the one getting the right kind of trip and in good form is the 3. Delta Gamma Cats beat several of these last time out, and she beats them once again today, as we'll bring you prices for the number 3 Delta Gamma Cats. That wraps up the opener at Churchill Downs. Still several races to come, and we have a nice maiden special weight in the opener at Belmont Park on the inner turf. As we take a look, somewhere back there in that saddling stall is the Bobby Flay Homebred Contemporary Art, who looks to get the first win of her career today in the Friday opener from Belmont Park.
Perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Delmar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Mayo Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Mayo Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
It's Dutch champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you, as always, by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com and be sure to check out all of the bonuses. And there's a lot available to our members. You can also get all of the information and make sure you're up to date following along. Equibase has you covered. You can get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. A mile and an eighth on the inner turf in this main and special weight to kick off the day at beautiful Belmont Park. We have some beautifully bred fillies in this opener. Just one scratch at the main track, only runner to the outside. And Contemporary Art, Anthony, who was beaten just a neck in her debut for Chad Brown, is currently the favorite.
Yeah, her and the number 4, Salabaya, both from the Chad Brown barn, debuted in the same race, coming back in the same race. You don't see that too often, especially from the barn, but just to field the 6 in here. Contemporary Art, the public has decided which one they want out of that May 1st maiden affair. I can tell you that. 3-5 as opposed to 5-1. You see Contemporary Art and Bobby Flay's orange and yellow, and then the Shadwell blue on the outside. Salabaya, Acacia, is actually going to make the lead at one point, right around here. Contemporary Art comes to her inside. Looks like one of the Browns is going to get the job done, but Kanisi, who didn't have the best of luck yesterday afternoon in our feature, is going to come up and nail both Contemporary Art and Salabaya. 3-5 against 5-1. I know common sense would dictate playing that filly today, the one on your screen right now with the red-hot Manny Franco in the boot. But I like Contemporary Art's race better last time.
Contemporary Art, filly by Dubowie, as she went out last in the post-parade in her debut. We'll hear from Richard Migliori shortly to see how she's behaving today, as she was pretty headstrong early on. Looks like she's in line with the rest of the fillies today. Filly by Dubowie making her second start out of Cover Song, who Bobby Flay purchased for $1.6 million. Former Christophe Clement trainee, as we'll see what Contemporary Art does for her second start back at Churchill Downs. We owe you some prices, I believe. No, we're taking a look at Personal Best, excuse me. Personal Best and her last start. Personal Best will break down to the inside for Shug McGahee as she finished third last time out at Keeneland. This was a filly that I know they had thought highly of before her debut at Gulfstream, Anthony, and it seemed like she kind of just lingered a little bit in the stretch.
The amount of tips I received on Personal Best last time. Her 8-1 morning line, it was a better shot she was going to be 8-5. She was 7-5.
Yeah.
And she got run down late.
There she is on the track as she will break from the inside. I think she'll show some more speed today.
I think if anybody beats Contemporary Art today, it'll be this filly by getting loose on the front end against her, as the other 5 horses in here, Acacia, don't really seem to have much early speed.
And there's Contemporary Art, pretty sharp, but seems to be minding her manners.
Ryder Ortiz Jr. on the other side of the pond at Royal Ascot, so Flavian Pratt takes this daughter of Dubowie. I wonder if she's a little bit closer to the pace today as well.
Here's the number 3, Ornamental for Belmont.
She had an interesting debut. She made up some ground. I thought she needed to start. She's going to need to get a little bit faster to compete with some of the fillies in here, though.
Here's the 4, Salabaya, the other Chad Brown.
She was wider than her barn mate last time. She made the lead, beaten just a half length. She is a much, much bigger price, and maybe you play her based on that alone.
Here's a big price. Had a lot of chances. It did the 5, Rombeek.
Yeah, in a race full of first and second time starters, she's making her 9th start, just 2 board placings in that career that spans back to July of last year.
And Cherie DeVoe sending in Rosia Bay, as there's no Churchill turf racing. Makes sense to see her try the grass here in New York.
Yeah, just a few more days of grass down beneath the Twin Spires. So Cherie gets ahead of the curve a little bit, sends this daughter of Lord Nelson up here. It's worth noting all 3 horses that ran in front of her in her debut all came back to win. Walkathon won a stakes race, Frippet won on the dirt, and Pharaoh's Song for Chad Brown won on the turf. So this comes out of a little bit of a key race.
You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York Racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. We kick off the early pick 5 here, 1 to 2 on Contemporary Art right now as we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us. Richie, we have a nice group of well-bred fillies here in this opener. What are you noticing from them back in the paddock and now on track?
Yeah, Casey, it is a really interesting group, and like you said, particularly from a bloodline standpoint, the one-horse personal best out of the mare, War Flag, Warfront mare, Grade 1 winner of the Flower Bowl right here at Belmont Park. She's drawn inside. Not a lot of run to the first turn, going a mile and 1/8 here. She has some speed, very good chance she could shake loose here. Especially if Dylan's been riding so well, allowing horses to get in a good rhythm. I think all he has to do is put his hands down. And sometimes these races come up a bit paceless, and it could give her a chance to upset. Speed is always dangerous. She looks great, looks sharp, like everything I'm seeing from her, the 2 Contemporary Art. Your big favorite. I'm a little bit surprised at the disparity in price between her and her stablemate, Salhabia, if I'm saying that correctly. I'll leave that to you guys. But she looks great. I don't see anything that would make me think she's not going to run well. Maybe a little bit drier than I'd like to see. On a warm day like this, you want to see a little bit of sweat on. Let you know a horse's coolant system is working properly. Horse I think is a little bit interesting at a big price is a 3 Ornamental. She's fitted with a breastplate. It's a piece of equipment for horses with higher or narrow withers. Their saddle has a tendency to slide back, kind of keeps the saddle in position where it needs to be. I thought this filly got what I'll label nicely as a tentative trip on debut at Gulfstream Park. I think she can improve vastly. She gets Luis Saez. I wouldn't be surprised to see this filly more involved today, going the mile and 1/8 in the way she warmed up. And then the 4-horse will be my ultimate selection. I just can't understand why she's 5 to 1 as opposed to the 2 Contemporary Art being 1 to 2. Not a lot separated them on debut. You can make a case that this filly might even had a little bit more of a tough trip just because she lost a little bit of ground. I just don't think a lot separates them. And the mile and 1/8, I think, from a physical perspective, suits the 4-horse more. So at 5 to 1, I'm sure she'll come down some now at 9 to 2. She'll be my top selection. And just real quick, guys, warm day like this, you do want to see horses sweat a little bit. Standing out here on the pavers hold heat. That heat rises off it, as well as on the turf course. When you're in the starting gate on a 1,000-pound animal that's warmed up, it's about 10 degrees hotter on the grass. The grass emits heat. It comes up. It's really, really warm in the starting gate. And as a rider, you can really feel the difference once you get on the turf course.
All right, Richie, thank you. Great insight, as always, as we do see that disparity in price, too. I guess a reason for that could be, Anthony, that Flavien Prat rode Salabaya in her first start. He lands on Contemporary Art today with their Rad Ortiz over at Royal Ascot. And Manny Franco picking up Salabaya, but Manny Franco is winning Grade 1s for Chad Brown. It's certainly not like he's settling with that rider switch.
Manny's on fire, but I believe that's the biggest reason. I'm also going to say this. Salabaya kind of had a clean trip last time. I'm not saying Contemporary Art didn't, but she was covered up. And, first-time starters, young fillies.
Or Contemporary Art was covered up.
Contemporary Art was covered up, and Salabaya was a little wider.
Yeah.
Salabaya had a little bit of a wide trip, but she had a cleaner trip. I don't want to make it sound like Contemporary Art had a bad trip. I'd rather be out in the clear. And Contemporary Art was not. And I think there's probably more potential for Contemporary Art. I'll be honest, I think Personal Best has a real chance to upset this crew. I picked Contemporary Art, but it would not surprise me if Personal Best went wire to wire.
Salabaya, so much more focused today on track 2 than she was in her debut. 9 to 2, Jonathan. What do you make of the quote-unquote other Chad Brown runner?
Yeah, I got to be honest, the 4 and the 2, if you look at pace figures, Salabaya and the 2 Contemporary Art, if you look at pace figures, they're basically identical. Which I think is really interesting. And I do believe, and I think that it's probably safe to say, that the 2 Contemporary Art is probably better The Two Contemporary Art is probably the better horse. It's probably why Flavien chose this one over the other one. But if you look at the past performances, they ran basically the same race. And yes, there's the argument that Anthony was making of did you want to be inside, did you want to be outside? I think you could look at either one of those trips as positive. Maybe the Two Contemporary Art saved a little bit of ground, but maybe she got stuck in behind and didn't get to run as freely. But then the Forest Alabaya, that horse did lose some ground, but to Anthony's point, was in the clear. I'm just not going to make any assumptions about those two trips, and I'm going to call it basically the same race. And if they ran the same race and I'm getting 1-2 on one of them and 5-1 on the other one, give me the 4 Salabaya. You're getting much better price on. But I will be honest, I am rooting for the Two Contemporary Art. Something to cheer up our friend Bobby Flay. Pizza Bianca finished, I think, 5th or 6th over at Royal Ascot a few hours ago.
Bobby Flay with his other homebred, Pizza Bianca, running at Royal Ascot. She did finish with a little bit of run and a lot of different traffic course changes throughout the stretch in that race there earlier on today, but hopefully we'll see a strong second half of the year for Pizza. Meanwhile, the 3 Ornamental, Anthony, she has a big pedigree as well out of Spinaway winner Pretty City Dancer, who sold in full the Medaglia d'Oro to Godolphin for $3.5 million. Shows up on the turf. You do have the Medaglia d'Oro on the top side and had a bit of a trip. You certainly could imagine there's room for improvement here.
It's a big rider change, but she's going to have to get faster. Louis Saez climbs aboard, this daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. She's going to have to get a little bit faster. I'll tell you the other thing that I think is worth noting here, Acacia. The 6 Roja Bay comes up for Cherie DeVoe from Keeneland off that little bit of a key race. She's been the same price as Salabaya almost the entire way. Is that an indictment on Salabaya, or is that telling you now there's a little more discrepancy that Roja Bay comes out of that key race? I don't know. This is for a 6-horse field with now a 2-to-5 shot in it. There's a lot more going on here than a 2-to-5 shot.
This is an interesting race, that's for sure, as we see Godolphin Homebred Ornamental going in. Roja Bay, the intriguing new face coming in from that 4th place finish at Keeneland. Looks like she was a little bit green. Rambique will load without the rider. Jose Gomez will get a leg up in the gate. Race 1 at Belmont Park coming up. Maiden special weight on the turf for the fillies. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Jose Gomez now back on the 5, Rambique. And Rosie Bay moves into line, and we are set for the Friday opener. And the rough. And there is Salabaya, who's going out for the early lead. Down towards the inside is Contemporary Art. Rambique is up close, far outside Rosie Bay. Then the grays, Ornamental, and Personal Best. They round the clubhouse turn. Salabaya leads here by a length. Rambique runs in second with Contemporary Art, the odds-on favorite, down at the rail. Rosie Bay is next in a 4th, about 3 lengths from the lead. And now they're on the back stretch after a quarter in 24 and 3/5 seconds. Salabaya leads here by a length. Rambique running in second with Contemporary Art down at the rail. Rosie Bay is next in 4th. Personal Best runs in 5th, and Ornamental is the trailer. As the 6 of them go midway up the backstretch, and it is Salabaya, the leader here, by a length and a quarter. Rambique continues to race in second with Contemporary Art not far behind and down at the rail, running in 3rd, the half in 50 and 1/5 seconds. Salabaya, she's been in front right from the start, continues to lead here. It is Salabaya by a length and a half, now by 2, now by 2.5. Contemporary Art moves through on the inside to take second. Rambique is now back in 3rd. Personal Best is on the move and up into 4th. Ornamental moves into 5th. Rosie Bay is now the trailer. It is Salabaya, who ran 3/4 in 1:15 and who has a narrow lead over Contemporary Art, but Contemporary Art now draws right alongside. Here is Contemporary Art on the outside to take the lead from Salabaya. Contemporary Art in front and getting away. Salabaya is next in second, followed by Personal Best. It is Contemporary Art, and she wins here at 2-5. Salabaya held second to complete the exacta.
Contemporary Art victorious in her second start. The pace actually set by her stablemate Salabaya, who was sharp right at the gate.
Start of this race was strange. I think everybody, including myself, thought personal best would just go to the lead. Dylan Davis made a decided move to take her back to last. She had one horse beaten down the backside. So Manny Franco put Salabaya on the front end. Had a huge tactical advantage, 50-1 to the half. I'm sure a lot of people thought this race was over. Contemporary Art just moved up nicely and beat her stablemate by 5 lengths.
Contemporary Art with the win in her second start, 2-4-1 as personal best. Able to get up for third, but a photo for fourth in here. But Chad Brown running 1-2. The pace-setting Salabaya able to hold on. Contemporary Art with the win, though, of another filly by Dubois with the victory. Second day on Misty for me, the champion 2-year-old filly in Europe, had a big pedigree to be successful, and she breaks her maiden here today.
A drawing off 5-length victory. Acacia coming home the last eighth of a mile in under 12 seconds. Last quarter in 24-1. Nice finish for this daughter of Dubois.
We'll bring you prices when we come back. Flavian Pratt with the win aboard Contemporary Art. Reactions after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2. We just saw the first race at Belmont Park. Contemporary Art victorious in her second start. Filly with a big pedigree, top and bottom. Homebred for Bobby Flay gets the job done. In her second start, she was a short price, $2.90.
Yeah, pretty easy win today. I think the future is bright for her. Nice. I think it's a good final time. Yeah, we'll see what's next for her. Imagine a Saratoga allowance contest. I wonder how far she ultimately stretches. It looks like distance is going to be her friend rather than her foe.
Ridden to victory by Flavian Pratt, who's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Flavian, you got such a nice trip with Contemporary Art. Last time you rode the 4-horse Salabaya. This time you wind up on Contemporary Art. How does that happen?
I don't know. Just to be honest, I don't know. I'm just riding what I've been told to ride.
Leave it to your agent and Chad Brown.
Exactly.
How good a feeling is it when you've got so much horse underneath you and you're sitting covered up in the pocket and just waiting for your chance to move?
Yeah, no, as you say, I had a good trip. I drove well and got myself right behind the speed. got outside when I want to, and she really kicked on well. It's really nice when it happened like this.
Flavien, you've dominated in California for so many years. You've made this move to the East Coast. You're doing quite well here. Are there any major differences between riding out there and riding here at Belmont Park?
Well, obviously Belmont, the track is a bit bigger. It reminds me a lot more like in Europe. The pace is usually a bit slower than California. But because what I said, the track is bigger, longer stretch, longer turn, so obviously it's a bit harder to win on the lead if you do some solid fraction.
And what about now we're heading to Saratoga? You excited about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I've had the chance to go a few times last year. I really like the atmosphere and the track, so spending the whole meet over there will be a great experience, and hopefully we get a good walk and some winners.
Well, it's really great to have you here. Congratulations. Keep up the great work. Flavien Prat made a very deep colony, that much deeper, guys.
Competitive in that jocks room, that's for sure. Flavien Prat, terrific rider and doing a terrific job here in New York. Back in Kentucky, we get ready for race 2 at Churchill Downs, 6 furlong maiden claiming race for $20,000 for fillies and mares. Field going by, we saw the 1 Sis Boom Bob. Here's the 2 Margarita Time.
It's always Margarita time.
Always.
I'm going to cut back in distance off a couple of 2-turn races to try sprinting for the first time.
Here's the 3 Arnace.
First time Lasix for this daughter of Protonico. Did not take much money in her debut and now drops down in half.
Making her first start since November. Next will be a first-time starter, Missionary Work.
A $2,400 purchase as a yearling, just 4 workouts on the tab. This one's taking some money though, Acacia, at 4-1.
Yeah, she is. 8-1 on the morning line, filly by Outwork. Here's the name I love, Shrimpy.
Shrimpy didn't do much running on debut for Nicole Lucci. 15-1 that day, 9-1 this day, and going to need a big form reversal.
Here's the 6 Rufa Red Knot.
Yeah, the seasoned vet of the group with 5 starts under her belt already. She showed some speed last time off a February layoff in May. Mark Cassidy looking for just his 2nd win of the meet.
Number 7, Mambo Kitten, cuts back in distance.
First off the claim for Hugo Andrade. He's 0 for 6 the last couple of years. Blinkers go on. Bug Rider goes on. We'll see if this horse can get away clean. This horse took some money on debut at 6.5-1.
And first off the claim, here's the 8 Monocacy.
Yeah, Monocacy, another one who dropped down to the bottom last time, was claimed from Bill Morey. He's a tough guy to improve or keep steady off of. If this horse is going to need to improve, one of 3 in here at 4-1, I prefer the other 2.
That's the field for the 2nd race at Churchill Downs. And yeah, I thought so. The number 5 Shrimpy, the Dam Coconut Shrimp, is the sister to New Money Honey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is she dirt sprinting?
Yep. You would wonder.
Claim box is closed. We can't even call down.
Yeah. Wasn't claimed first time out. 15-1. It didn't do too much running. We'll see. That filly by Jimmy Creed in for $20,000 in her 2nd start.
I wonder if she lives up to her name.
Is she
and
small?
Yeah, and that's why she didn't.
Maybe.
Well, she's got some pedigree there.
I'll say she does.
Right?
I'll say.
There she is.
She looked well.
Yeah. She's not terribly small.
No. She doesn't look it.
She's bigger than me. She's not that small.
She looks pretty sharp out there on the track. Shrimpy filly out of Coconut Shrimp.
I thought this was an interesting race. You know, Missionary Work, the number 4, doesn't have a lot of pedigree. But she's taking an awful lot of money. Now, I wonder if that's an indictment on the rest or if there's a story on this horse. The barn can get a first already and can get a first already at a price 2 for 13. ROI's $5.86 the last 2 calendar years. So that leads me to believe that there's a little story here.
Dan was 0 for 3. One sibling was 0 for 8. The other one won 1 sprinting on the dirt. So there's not much to really sink your teeth into. Outworks can certainly be precocious. Son of Uncle Mo.
How about the jockey trainer combo? You ready for this?
Yeah.
6 for 13.
Wow.
The last 2 seasons.
Pretty impressive.
6 for, I mean, I don't think there's a secret here as to who I'm picking in race 2 at Churchill Downs. There's not a lot of positive form to go off of. Otter Maida. I don't know if I've butchered this name. I apologize if I did, but 5-1, sign me up. on the number 4, Missionary Work.
Taking money, that first-time starter could just be perhaps a fresh face in a field with horses that we've seen quite a bit. That does include your favorite, Rufa Red Knot, who's kind of gone down the claiming ranks. Clearly a filly that they thought could be precocious. They started her in her first start in the Florida Sire Stakes last summer down at Gulfstream, given that she's a Florida bred. She ran 3rd that day, a distant 3rd, and yet when she came back at the start of 2022, just very disappointing and is looking to turn things around.
Yeah. Danced a few dances at this point. Steady drop through the claiming ranks. If she wins, but she'll beat me at that price.
Into the gate for the second at Churchill Downs. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. Here's Travis Tome.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Rufa Red Knot racing for the lead. Sis Boom Bob from the inside post comes on as well. And these two hook up early. Sis Boom Bob and Rufa Red Knot head-to-head, clear by 5. Monacacy back racing in 3rd. Missionary Work is now 4th. Mambo Kitten on the outside 5th. Margarita Time toward the rail 6th. The back 2, Arnace and Shrimpy. A duel up top, cutthroat early. Sis Boom Bob and Rufa Red Knot, and they whipped that opening quarter in 21 1/5 seconds. Letting out all stops on the far turn, Sis Boom Bob and Rufa Red Knot. They are still 6 lengths ahead of Monacacy in 3rd. Missionary Work on the outside 4th. They're starting to make some progress. Honing in are those two as they come for the top of the stretch. The protracted battle between Rufa Red Knot and Sis Boom Bob by the quarter pole together, but here comes Monacacy, switched outside 3rd, down to the final furlong. Rufa Red Knot trying to hang in there. Monacacy continues to close. Here's Monacacy half length behind. Rufa Red Knot's determined, desperate for the wire. Monacacy with a relentless rally to put a nose in front. And Monacacy runs down Rufa Red Knot, who ran well but settles for 2nd. Margarita Time was 3rd and Mambo Kitten was 4th.
A relentless run in the stretch from Monacacy, first off the claim, able to run down a super game Rufa Red Knot.
Get rich, bet Mitch. Good job by Mitchell Morrow. Just kept on coming at the big favorite Rufa Red Knot, who had to deal with a pesky Sis Boom Bob most of the way. Put that one away around the 3/16 pole, but Monacacy came a-callin' and was able to grind her way by the final 75 yards.
Rufa Red Knot hanging on that left lead too. She was trying desperately throughout the stretch, but the competition, Monacacy, just too much on the outside. She was very, very game. These two fillies really were in the stretch.
At one point, it looked like Rufa Red Knot was going to stave Monacacy off, but you know, sometimes you just get so accustomed to getting past that you keep getting past, and she again now, you know, the 3rd time she's the beaten favorite in a 6-race career.
Monacacy with the win, though. There she is. Mitchell Murrell in the saddle, first off the claim for Barry King. We'll bring your prices in a bit. Well, to talk about Manny Franco, a man who seems to be riding better than ever. Had a Grade 1 win in the Manhattan this weekend for Chad Brown and looks to keep adding to that tally of victories here at Belmont.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
reached the starting gate. It's post time. Home front, the favorite, comes forward. And they're into the stretch. Cold front put to the test. Old Cash on the outside trying to go with it, but Cold front kicks away. Cold front 2.5. Cold front does it again, wiring the field in the Amsterdam.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Old Ruler along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Secretariat now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come. Unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Old Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off. Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths. Fente just hand-riding under the wire. He takes the news cover by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, as we saw that terrific Claiborne Farm feature of the legendary horses that have stood in stall number 1 at that historic establishment and the mark that they've left on horse racing.
Can you imagine if Run Happy knew the shoes he was attempting to fill, the hooves? That's
no pressure, right?
That I don't know if there could be more pressure.
Well, race number 2 coming up next, 7 furlongs on the turf in this starter allowance is our next order of business, as we have pick 4 kicking off here in a 7-5 favorite. Richie, paddock report coming up for this second race. What do you see?
I think this is a very wide open affair, and just looking at horses from a physical perspective, the horse that spoke to me the most was the 6 King Moon Racer, who I learned earlier today was the lion on the island of Misfit Toys. Anthony even did the voice, which I thought was very impressive. This horse could not look any better. He gets the paddock check mark, dappled out, looks fit off the layoff. George Weaver could not have this horse better turned out. King Moon Racer really checking all the boxes for me. The 9, Fast and Furious, Rob Atras. His horses always look good. This horse has speed. He's going to be loose, I think, and he's going to be take a lot of running down, just really looking very, very sharp. Another horse that really caught my eye, coming back on a very short rest, is the 11 Montatham. Joe Lee, former assistant to Kieran McLaughlin. Horse carries a lot of weight, you know, and I mentioned that to Joe Lee. He goes, yeah, he goes, that's why we're taking a shot running him back quick, because he is a horse that kind of, you know, is a little bit bigger, a little bit stuffier. He was washed down with a bucket and water, so sometimes you'll see a horse completely soaked. It's not that they're washed out. They just kind of trying to keep them cool in the paddock. Think about like boxers going back to their corner and the handlers with buckets and sponges, kind of a very similar scene. But Montatham, I think, 7/8 from the outside on a quick turnaround, way he looks in the paddock. Maybe that's the key. Maybe he needs to run back quick.
All right, Richie, thank you. I'm sure he will be fit off of that 4th place finish last time out, as he was a horse that did seem to improve coming back here in 2022. Your favorite, though, Anthony, the number 9, Fast and Furious, as he switched to the turf last time out and got another big win for Rob Atras. Now will stay on the grass with that early speed.
Took plenty of money this day, 9-2. He was one of the ones that kind of blew a lot of people out of the pick 5. You can't see the tote board. If you knew this was going to be 9-2 that day, he'd have been on a lot more tickets, went gate to wire. I don't think the 7 furlongs is going to be a problem with his pedigree. Palace Malice out of a Go Zapper mare. And it looks like he's going to be able to control once again.
I was a little disappointed about how many people didn't know who King Moonracer was.
Come closer.
Well done. Here's the rest of the field as we scratch the inside few. Here's the 4, Athenry.
Yeah, returned from a November layoff to get beat as the 5-2 favorite last time out. Should improve off that effort, staying in the same company, and is a logical contender.
Here's the number 5, Propensity, stepping up in class.
Yeah, got the job done in the 3 life last time. Last time at this level, 2 back, got beat 2 1/4 lengths, finished right behind Athenry. Quick turnaround, less than 2 weeks.
King Moonracer, our friend from the Island of Misfit Toys.
Yeah, he's looking for Charlie in the box in his first start since November 20th. We'll see if a return to Belmont Park and the layoff help his cause.
Winter Sun, 3rd last time out on the turf.
Yeah, he tried the turf for the first time. It was a yielding ground. Box of Joe's back in here. He ran pretty well. He's going to need to improve off of that effort. He's a big price.
Here's your favorite, Fast and Furious.
I thought it was going to be tough today. I know Richie thought this was wide open. I thought this was Fast and Furious on the front end, and that was just about it. He took to the turf last time. I look for a little improvement and a big tactical advantage in here.
Boxin' Joe is first off the claim for Rob Falcone.
He was able to sit just off of a moderate pace last time. Again, this is that Winter Sun race. I think he's going to need to really step up. Rob had a big win with a first-time Euro yesterday. This was a big price at 901.
Number 11, Montatham, cutting back on the quick turnaround.
Cuts back off the quick turnaround. Another horse coming back in 12 days. He ran against much better last time. Really a stakes type in Hilliard. And now he finds his friends again, you would imagine. I just don't know about him sprinting, Acacia. I think he might want a little bit more ground like that mile and a 16th he's been contesting.
Well, there is still some Royal Ascot action. There's racing tomorrow that you can take part in. You can play all of the races from Royal Ascot with Naira Bets and get a 20% bonus on your wins all week long. The race meet runs until Saturday, June 18th. That's tomorrow. Opt in to the 20% bonus at nairabets.com, and you can start winning extra today. The number 9, Fast and Furious, meanwhile, has that early speed. Rob Atras, second off the claim to Dylan Davis, the regular rider who's actually been aboard this gelding in all of his starts, including with the first 2 races with Ray Handel. We'll see if he can get the job done at 7-5. Jonathan Kinchin's still with us. JK, is it Fast and Furious blasting off, and that's all she wrote?
It is. I think so. And I'm actually glad that Greg Wolf's not working, because last time this horse ran, he made me do a impression of Vin Diesel. He put me on the spot. So I appreciate you, Acacia, for not doing that. This is a horse that will handle the 7 furlongs. Went 7 on the dirt, 2 races back. I think going 7 on the dirt is more difficult than going 7 on the grass. And I actually like the stretch out. I think horses that can wire a 6 furlong field on the turf are the more likely horses to handle the stretch out. You know, I feel like they can get out there, they can open up, they can relax a little bit. I think that works a little bit better than you would think with like a closing type that's trying to stretch out. They only have that short amount of run, and going a little bit longer kind of shortens their potent kick. I think this horse is going to be loose on the front end, and like we talked about in the first race at Churchill, it didn't quite work out. These starter allowance races, I think, are the most formful and dependable races because, like we mentioned, Fast and Furious qualified for this race prior. He's a new animal now, and he's found his surface that he really likes to be on, and I think he's going to be long gone in here. If it was going to be anyone else for me, it would be the 11, but I'm in agreement with Anthony. I think the 9 will go wire to wire here.
JK, thank you. We will revisit the Vin Diesel impression. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to ask him.
I wasn't either.
I think he didn't tell us on purpose.
I think the King Moonracer was probably enough.
King Moonracer, who we see coming back for the first start of 2022, had a long season in 21.
He did.
He raced quite a bit. He was actually a late scratch back in June one time, too, as he kind of got his bridle stuck in the gate prior to the race too. So he had a long season. And you'd have to think, as George Weaver has strong numbers off the layoff, that this is a horse that probably will really freshen up having some time off and waiting to come back for turf season in the spring, summer.
You know, Acacia, he not only had a long season, but he had a curious season, right? You see 5-week break, a 5-week break, runs him back in 2 weeks. 6-week break, 7-week break, runs him back in 2 weeks. 6-week break, runs him back in 3 weeks. And like you said, there was a late scratch in the middle of that. A little bit of chaos, if you will. I didn't know what to do with him off the layoff. I really didn't. He's taking a lot of money. He's the second choice into Fast and Furious. I have learned this. I feel like if there's a chink in my handicapping armor, it's in the turf sprints. And the thing that I have been more cognizant of is wanting the recency. I want the horses that have races under their belt, regardless of surface at this point. We've seen quite a few horses, especially from Gulfstream now with the Tapeta surface down there, coming up here with a race under their belt and getting a job done on the turf, beating horses that haven't run in 5 months.
Right.
So that's why I tossed him, but he's kind of logical.
He's 5-2 now. Richie, I know you liked what you saw back in the paddock from King Moonracer. How does he look on the track?
Continue to impress me, Acacia. He's going to be ultimately my top selection, the 6 King Moonracer. I don't think the layoff's going to be an issue. He looks very fit. He's completely dappled out. Love the way he moved going over to the backstretch to get ready to the starting gate. And I think he's going to get a really good trip. You know, one thing that riders have to do, you look at the form, you break down a race, how you think a race is going to run, but then you go back and watch replays. Fast and Furious, who is absolutely the horse to beat, looks tremendous, can't fault him at all. Last time he showed a little bit of a tendency to want to drift out, which could be even compounded more by an extra furlong. Maybe he'll drift out more. If I'm Javier Castellano, and he's a Hall of Famer for a reason, guys get in the Hall of Fame by doing their homework, I am going to try to get myself in a position where I can follow Fast and Furious and take advantage of him drifting out at some stage in the stretch. I'm not going to move. You know he's live. He's your fullback. Follow him. He's live cover. A harness term, right, Anthony? Live cover. I'd get right in behind Fast and Furious and wait and wait and wait. And if he starts drifting the last 1/8 of a mile, that's when I make my move. And with a horse coming off a layoff, not a bad thing to wait before you make your move. Don't want to come up wanting that last 1/16 of a mile. I like King Moonracer.
All right, Richie, thank you off the layoff for George Weaver. We'll see if he could get the job done. Your favorite continues to be Fast and Furious, though 8-5 as they load into the gate for race 2, kicking off the early pick 4 at beautiful Belmont Park. Here's the voice of New York Racing, John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Box of Joe and Montatham. They're all in line. And they're off. Montatham broke well. Fast and Furious now moves up to challenge. Fast and Furious now takes the lead as Athenry moves up down at the rail. And then it is Propensity, and alongside is Winter's Son. Far outside, Box of Joe. Montatham is now at the back of the pack, along with King Moonracer. Fast and Furious has the lead here by a half length. Propensity runs in second, and on the outside is Winter's Son in third. The first quarter, 22-1. Athenry down towards the rail, running in fourth, 3 lengths from the lead. Then it's the trio of King Moonracer, along with Box of Joe and Montatham. It is Fast and Furious by a half length. On the outside is Propensity, who is racing in second. A length and a half back to Athenry. Towards the inside in third, Winter Sun is alongside in fourth, then Montatham and King Moonracer. Box of Joe the trailer, half mile 45-1 as they come for the quarter pole. It is Fast and Furious, Propensity on the outside, And in behind is Athenry, who now switches to the outside for the final eighth of a mile. And King Moonracer is coming on, along with Montatham. Here comes Athenry to take the lead. King Moonracer continues to move up. It is Athenry and King Moonracer, and the two of them will fight it out to the finish. Athenry, King Moonracer. It is Athenry by a head. King Moonracer was second. Then Montatham and Propensity.
We saw Michelle Nevin in the winner's circle yesterday on her birthday. The gift just keeps on giving. Gets another win here today. Athenry second off the layoff.
Yeah, and you just see how strong Manny Franco and how locked in Manny Franco is now. He's behind the speed of Fast and Furious, who had nothing left come the quarter pole. He's able to get Athenry outside before anything bad happens, before the speed backs up to him. Gets him outside, and then just look how strong he is finishing up here. See him right hand, left hand urging. Just so strong right now. He's locked and loaded right now, Acacia. Locked and loaded. This is a gigantic price on this horse today. I thought he'd be the price King Moonracer. He ran well off the layoff, King Moonracer did. But I thought these prices would be flipped. If you like this horse today, you got one nice payday at 4 to 1.
4, 6, 11, 5. Montatham checking in third with the top two dueling. Holding on was Manny Franco and Athenry, making that another win for the barn. Michelle Nevin, seventh win.
Seventh win.
Strong
win meet.
Of the meet as that barn. You talk about the recency too, and we often see it with Michelle's horses coming back, giving them a break over the winter, have a race under their belt, and then running really, really well after that. And they are in a good groove right now.
And to the point before, when the horses were loading into the gate, and I'm looking to pat myself on the back here, Athenry had a race off the layoff. King Moonracer did not. That was a half length. Nobody's telling me that's not a half length. So we've seen that more and more. I think you want the recency, and Athenry, I can't believe the price difference in these two today.
Gelding by Normandy Invasion, who was favored last time in the first start of 2022. Second off the bench, you get a juicy 4 to 1 price. We'll bring you those prices in a bit and take a look at a barn talking about being in a good groove. Strong at the Churchill meet is Brad Cox. We saw his Cyberknife back victorious in the Matt win, and he looks to keep that momentum going.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the third race at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spire. 6 furlongs on the main track, non-winners of 2 in life for $50,000. Fillies and mares in the spotlight here. Even money favorite on the 5 Crimson Rose for Brad Cox, who's been batting at 31% this meet. Here's a look at the other contenders, though, starting with Epicurean.
Looking for his second win of the day is trainer Ethan West. Fresh off the claim, bumps up in class, looking for her first win at Churchill Downs.
Here's the 2, Lagarity, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, just her third start of the year. Returns to the main track. She debuted sprinting at Churchill. Got beat just 2 3/4 lengths.
A lot of changes for her today. Here's Believing.
Yeah, she got beat for the 32 life last time by a head. Bumps up in the class, first off the claim, coming back in just 15 days and gets Leparoux back in the boot.
Sharp on the track is the 5 Crimson Rose off the layoff.
Dropping in for a tag for the first time. She was even money in 7 of 5 in her first 2 starts. Gets Lasix and a return of Florent Giroux in the saddle.
And the 6 Shania, first start since January.
Yeah, ships up from Gulfstream Park for trainer Michael Tomlinson. Her last 3 races off the claim leave a lot to be desired. She's the second longest price on the board and probably should be.
9-2 on that one right now. A short price, though, on the 5 Crimson Rose, as she does drop in class. She showed speed to win in her debut back in August at Ellis. The Lasix, the drop in class, coming back as a 3-year-old. She does look like she found the right spot in here today, as she was favored in both of her starts back as a 2-year-old.
This Ellis Park maiden win would horrify this bunch of horses. But she ran so poorly back and then did a disappearing act since the middle of September. Man, even money, she showed some speed in her debut, and I would project her to be, I guess she's the speed in here. There's really not a clear-cut speed in here. The one Epicurean used to be fast as a bullet, but her speed has seemed to elude her, namely since being claimed away from Robertino Diodoro back in March at Oaklawn Park. Like, her speed is just completely gone. And I would imagine that puts Crimson Rose on the lead. I don't know if that makes her a winner, but I would imagine it puts her on the lead.
Crimson Rose, 4-5 right now for Brad Cox. As mentioned before the break, Brad Cox won the Matt win this weekend with Arkansas Derby winner Cyberknife, who we saw run in the Kentucky Derby. A disappointing effort, back to the drawing board. And he's one who was victorious in this race. Had to work for it, though, Anthony.
He really had to work for it. In fact, the only time his nose is on the money around the wire is at the wire, right on the mirror. He puts his nose down and beats a game as can be Howling Time. Florent Giroux gave a great interview to Paul LaDuca after the race, talking about how, you know, when he just kind of sauntered up alongside Howling Time, he thought he was just going to blow on by. And it's not the first time that Cyberknife has felt this way. He feels like there's a lot more horse underneath him, but him and Brad Cox are trying to figure out how to get that out of Cyberknife. It was real, you know, we talked about this yesterday. You listen to these post-race interviews, they really can give you great little tidbits moving forward. That interview with Florent that Paul did on Sunday was a telling one, because you could tell the connections think highly. I mean, he's a grade 1 winner already.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting second half. You and I talked about Jack Christopher and early voting with Richie yesterday and all the second half 3-year-olds. That interview with Florent on Sunday perks my ears up a little bit as to when he runs back, if there's an equipment change, or if Brad Cox's trainer talks about maybe making some training adjustments with him. It's always interesting to listen to these post-race interviews.
It is. Yeah, you heard John Velasquez talking about wanting to put blinkers on a champion, and Mala thought yesterday we're lucky to have an opportunity to get some insight from these connections before and after the races, and very helpful moving forward too, as we see horses approaching the starting gate having to back up the number 4 Believing. Sometimes horses that are pretty obstinate, the best way to do it is to back them up towards the starting gate so she's close as can be, and then you kind of guide her and push her in. Starting gate crew with all the tricks and able to get her into the gate. Crimson Rose, your favorite for her 3-year-old debut. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call for race 3 at Churchill.
Whatever I say, I'm guilty.
Waiting for Shania. They're in the gate. And they're off. Shania, good beginning. Crimson Rose away well, too. Believing eased off the pace. Epicurean broke near the back, but is racing up into third. Crimson Rose emerges with the lead. Leads by half a length. Shania stalking intently. Epicurean toward the inside. Third, Believing is an up close. Fourth, 5 back, Legerity, the early trailer. Chasing Crimson Rose down the backstretch run. Crimson Rose with 4 furlongs to go, the leader. Opening quarter knocked out in 22-1. And now Crimson Rose builds the lead to a length and a half. Shania continues to chase from second. Epicurean and Believing together, third and fourth. And Legerity is launching a bid from the back and is angled to the outside. Tight pack heading for the quarter pole. Crimson Rose. Shania has been second throughout. Legerity sweeps up 4 wide. Believing is there with Epicurean. Top of the stretch. Shania to the attack. Here's Shania coming after Crimson Rose. They're head and head. Legerity third outside. 1 furlong to go. Shania digs in. Crimson Rose is resurgent. Crimson Rose is back in front. Legerity late on the scene. Here's the wire photo. Oh, it's tight. Legerity and Crimson Rose, either one. Shania third.
Tight photo finish in the third race here. Flying late was the 2 Legerity as win or lose. What an effort from the number 5, Crimson Rose, who looked like she was beaten by Shania. She came back inside and was really game.
Looks like lose. I think Legerity got there on the money.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what an effort. Crimson Rose, you know, this inside at Churchill historically has been such an edge, especially for the speed, right? You don't see horses making up that much ground up there, but the speed re-rallies along the inside. I know it's the shortest way around there. It's math. I'm not a big fan of saying it's math.
JK always calls it geometry.
It's math. I mean, it's the shortest way around is the inside. So I think Legerity got there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she did.
I like that angle.
Yep, you can see that a little bit clearer. Big effort from the top 2 finishers, though, at Churchill Downs. Legerity flying late under Brian Hernandez Jr., Florent Giroux, and Crimson Rose re-rallying up the inside in a game effort. Back at Belmont Park, we owe you some prices as Athen Rye. I knew I was saying it wrong. It's from an Irish folk song, according to our Bobby Clapp.
That's okay. This morning on Talking Horses, I was calling her Atherny. I put the R before the N, so don't feel bad.
County Galway. Well, Michelle Nevin would certainly know. She's Irish. As Athen Rye, a big effort from this gelding by Normandy Invasion, second off the layoff. Actually favored last time out, and as a lot of the horses from this barn do, improved second off the bench.
Man, Athen Rye got a great ride from Manny Franco. You keep watching that. I love the way the gang in the truck slowed it up a little bit. That's what we talk about, and maybe Richard could weigh in on this when we talk to him again later on. That split-second decision. If Manny waits another second, maybe he gets put in a box and he gets put in a spot and he's not able to get out of there. But when you're locked in like Manny Franco is right now, everything you do is the right thing. And that was a great example where he was just waiting. You could see he had a ton of horse. Manny was standing up. Athen Rye's head was kind of up. And as soon as he saw Dylan Davis start to ride Fast and Furious, he got out of Dodge. Fantastic ride. And then he's able to outfinish the fresh King Moon Racer to the wire.
Making all the right decisions right now is Manny Franco. Picked up a win in the Grade 1 Manhattan this past weekend and just continues to ride in top form. As we saw earlier this morning, it was a busy day for the Clermont barn. Christophe over there at Royal Ascot with 2 runners, but there is plenty of action still to come at home today at Belmont.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays feature a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:15, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this gorgeous Friday afternoon. Hope you're looking forward to a big weekend and maybe spending part of it with us here at the racetrack. As early this morning for us here in the United States, if you were watching Royal Ascot across the pond, it's been a terrific week. Of course, the excitement, the pageantry of it all, the top hats and hats all around. I know you want to wear a top hat. Deep down inside you, you really want to.
Keisha, why would I want to cover up this beautifully coiffed head of hair?
We're taking a look at the Coronation Stakes. In the yellow cap is Breeders' Cup winner Pizza Bianca. Finishing second in this race is Spenderella, the undefeated filly, tasting defeat for the first time, but she did have to face an incredibly talented and impressive filly for John Gosden and Frankie Dettori in Spiral, as she just pulled away from this field with a huge turn of foot.
Yeah, big effort. I mean, you don't see a lot of 5-length wins over in Europe. That was a gigantic victory for a really nice filly.
Perfect Power, the winner, meanwhile, of the Commonwealth Cup, our American entrant there as Slipstream. And you will see, too, with the fact that it's 6 furlongs, it's a straightaway. They do kind of separate into 2 packs towards the rails, and it just seemed like he wasn't able to keep his position against this group. Impressive win for Perfect Power. Christophe Soumillon in the saddle.
Yeah, nice effort there. See them do a little bit of the drift. Had a little Ortiz going there, did a little drift in the lane, but was able to hold sway and get the job done.
Campanelle, the last U.S.-based runner, will run tomorrow in the Platinum Jubilee on the final day of Royal Ascot, as Wesley Ward looks for a win this year in the Royal Ascot meeting.
The last button on Murphy's coat, as they would say. One last chance tomorrow morning over at Royal Ascot for Campanelle. Wesley Ward, I don't have the exact number, but I know he's in double digits. And Andy Serling and I were talking about this today. I feel like Wesley's really left his mark on the game by going over to Royal Ascot, not only being the most successful American to ever go over there, but I think a lot of trainers, namely with sprinters and young sprinters, have kind of patterned themselves. I don't want to say copy, but kind of patterned themselves after Wesley's style. And I think you see more of an international flair in the sprint division. And I think that is due in large part to Wesley Ward, a real, pioneer in going over there. And like I said, double-digit wins at Royal Ascot's a, pretty big deal.
He's had a lot of success there, as we did see some American-based jockeys riding at Royal Ascot this week as well. Irad Ortiz Jr., Jose Ortiz, Joel Rosario there too. Richie, for a rider based here in the U.S. to go to Europe or to go to any different jurisdiction, it really is a learning curve sometimes too, adapting to those styles.
Well, it is a learning curve, Acacia, but it's also incumbent upon you as a professional athlete to know and understand the rules, whatever jurisdiction you're going into, whether it's within the continental United States. You know, you go from California to New York, there's different ways of doing things, different approaches. You have to know what's expected of you from the stewards, the protocols in different jurisdictions, and certainly going to a place like Royal Ascot, the history and the traditions that are involved there, and knowing what the stewards expect from you. You don't want to be the guy that goes there and runs roughshod and winds up getting days, which we saw, you know, happen to Irad Ortiz Jr. He gets away with a lot here, you know, in the United States. He takes liberties at times, and not knowing certain rules cost him there. And, you know, there in a straightaway course, you don't change paths for, I believe it's the first 70 yards. He changed paths quickly. I didn't think it was a lot, but it's their rules. And when you're in Rome, do as the Romans, as they say. So you've got to know, as a professional, you have to know and be on top of your game.
We're taking a look at the jockey cam footage aboard Love Reigns. Irad Ortiz, as Richie mentioned, the rule there for that race was that you can't change lanes until after the orange cones. And he did so ahead of time, thus resulting in getting 5 days. The stewards calling in Irad Ortiz as a result of that. So as Richie was mentioning, that's the rule. That's what it is there. It's different than things that we may see here in the United States, but it is tough to adapt sometimes.
Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, it's funny that they were as hard on him as they were. We don't have straightaway racing here. I mean, quarter horse racing, you'll see some 2-year-old races on straightaways, but we don't really have them in thoroughbred racing. But a rule's a rule. And like Richie said, you know, as a professional athlete, you need to be aware of what the rules are in the different jurisdictions, especially world-class riders like Irad Ortiz Jr., who is going to be making these international trips more than most of his colleagues.
Back here today at Belmont, we move on to the third race of the day. Non-winners of 2 and light for $16,000, going a mile on the main track, fillies and mares. As we have just one scratch of the 4, Elegant Laoban. That means to the outside, currently 8-5 on the 6. Frosted Bourbon, a lot of changes for that filly. We'll get to her in a moment. Meeting the rest of the field, though, here's the 2, Stormy Cat Lady.
Yeah, she gets Lasix back for the first time this year in her 6th start. Got beat just a neck, 2 starts back at this level. Stretches out to a mile today.
She's 2-1 down on the inside. Here's the 2, Simple Sugar. Big race last time.
Yeah, blinkers went back on for the first time since her debut on the turf back in October of 2020. Kind of woke her up a little bit at a decent enough price. She'll be forward again, you would imagine, and she's a lot shorter than 8-1 today.
She is indeed 5-2 on the board. Off the layoff, here's the 3, Della Lute.
You haven't seen her since trying the turf over at Aqueduct last November, where she was beaten a long way. She has a race 3 back at Finger Lakes that makes her competitive, but it's not really great to rely on that Finger Lakes form.
10-1 right now. Scratch the 4. Here's the 5, Game Theory.
See if Heman Harkey puts this daughter of Upstart on the front end. She's hit the board in her last 2 starts. One at a big price, one at 6-1 last time out. I think being forward would be beneficial for her today.
And your favorite to the outside. A lot of changes for Frosted Bourbon, but it is a drop in class.
I don't get this horse one bit. She beat a turf horse for the most part in her maiden win. Her other dirt races are abysmal. I know she's dropping down to the lowest price of her career. I do not get her as the favorite, Acacia.
The number 2, Simple Sugar, ran a big race last time out. Blinkers going back on, as you mentioned. She finished 2nd at 8-1 behind Rhubarb Martini. And Game Theory comes out of that same race. She finished 3rd in there, 2 lengths behind Simple Sugar.
Yeah, you know, Simple Sugar really woke up with the blinkers last time. And I wonder now if Jalon Samuel just puts her on the front end today. Game Theory, like you mentioned, was in there. These fillies and mares don't really have any consistency. At the very least, Game Theory has run well in both of her last 2 starts. I think the same can be said for the 1, Stormy Cat Lady. This is the kind of race where you wouldn't really be too surprised if any of the 5 got the job. I guess Delalute would be a little surprising, but the other 4 would not be surprising at all.
You mentioned you were surprised that the 6 was the favorite. Who did you expect to be the favorite?
I just don't. You know what? I don't know if I have a good answer to that question. I did not expect it to be Frosted Bourbon, and I did not expect it to be Delalute. I guess I know the connections are not high profile, but Game Theory should probably be the favorite in here. And I picked the race 1-5 on Talking Horses earlier today. And those are the picks that are on the website. At these prices, I don't know how you pass up 4-1 on Game Theory. I really don't.
Game Theory looking for her first win in quite a while, but she's run second and third in her last couple. We'll take a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports, Southern California, or San Diego, we're glad to have you with us. If you've been with us all along, thanks for sticking around. We're getting ready for the 3rd race at Belmont Park up next. Acacia come on alongside Anthony Stabile. Anthony, it is a warm day here at beautiful Belmont Park. Of course, we have some graded stakes action to look forward to tomorrow. But coming up right now, we have the 3rd race at Belmont Park, and taking a look at the field as we'll go a mile on the main track. Non-winners of 2 in life, and 8-5 still at the outside on Frosted Bourbon.
Yeah, I don't get this horse at this price. Her 3 dirt races, really her 4 dirt races, just leave a ton to be desired. And I know she's dropping in for the lowest price of her career, but boy, her turf form hasn't been good. Her dirt form was never good. And now they're asking you to take a price less than 2-1 on her. Not for me.
The number 5, Game Theory, meanwhile, it's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but she's run consistent numbers. Jonathan Kinchin still with us. JK, do you think today could be the day for Game Theory?
Yeah, it feels like it. At least at the price, you'd like to take a chance. This is a horse that's drawn well. Past speed figures, there are no standouts here from a speed figure standpoint. When it comes to speed figures, if I can find a standout, I can lean in that direction. There's just not really a standout. Game Theory feels a little bit faster than some of these other horses. She's drawn well. I do think that she's the horse to beat in here. But like Anthony, I don't have the strongest opinion in this race. The strong opinion that I do have is an anti-opinion, which is I don't understand why they're betting the 6 Frosted Bourbon. I guess maybe it's the speed figures. Her figures are a little bit faster on the turf, but that was on the turf. And she didn't do much running. She is dropping from 30. Maybe that has something to do with it. But for me, I prefer the 5 Game Theory. But in a situation like this, I'm hopeful that my friend, champion jockey Richie Migliori, who's on the track, can tell me a little bit more about how these horses look.
Yeah, Jonathan, looking forward to seeing you in Saratoga. I like Game Theory. I liked her in the paddock. I liked her even better on the racetrack from a physical perspective. I thought she made sense on paper. I talked to Eduardo Jones, her conditioner, and her form had been really bad up until the last 2 races. And he said, they just took everything off of her, tongue tie, any other kind of equipment. She just runs in her bridle, and it feels like she just was resenting all of that. And she's responded well. And I tell you, Eduardo Jones, lower percentage winning trainer, but his horses always look good. And Game Theory is my top selection because she just really checked the boxes for me physically. The 6 Frosted Bourbon, talk about equipment changes. She is fitted with an extension blinker on the outside. Talked to Mark Hennig, said he trained her in it. She trained well. She always ran with some corrective equipment as far as bits to keep her from drifting out, but they took that off and they went to the extension blinker. Now it's up to Eric Cancel to make sure that the inside eye, the one that is not compromised with the blinker, can see the start and get away cleanly.
Richie, thank you, meaning Frosted Bourbon will have her right eye pretty much fully covered to the outside. We'll see if that helps her today. Here's John and Brielle with race 3 at Belmont.
And they're off. Game Theory, Frosted Bourbon, and Simple Sugar. Those 3 out for the early lead, with Stormy Cat Lady sitting just behind in 4th, a break of 4 to Delalute, who will be the early trailer in 5th as they move up the backstretch, and it is the gray Frosted Bourbon on the outside who leads by a half length. Game Theory's in between horses. Simple Sugar is down at the rail. Now it's Game Theory and Frosted Bourbon with Simple Sugar not far behind. 5 lengths to Stormy Cat Lady and another 7 to Della Lute. The first quarter, 24 3/5 seconds. Game Theory now has the lead narrowly. Simple Sugar is down at the rail. Frosted Bourbon is on the outside. Another 5 lengths to Stormy Cat Lady as the field continues along here with Game Theory and Simple Sugar. They are heads apart for the lead midway on the turn, and now they've opened up almost 3 lengths on Frosted Bourbon. Stormy Cat Lady is advancing down at the rail. Stormy Cat Lady now up to third, just behind Game Theory and Simple Sugar. Stormy Cat Lady now moves to the outside as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It's Game Theory, Stormy Cat Lady on the outside, Simple Sugar now back in third. Here is Stormy Cat Lady, who has stormed to the front. Stormy Cat Lady is the leader with a furlong to the finish, and she's drawing away now. Stormy Cat Lady opening up here. Stormy Cat Lady by 4. Game Theory trying to hold on for second. Down on the inside is Simple Sugar. Stormy Cat Lady comes from off the pace to win here under Jose Lezcano. Game Theory did get second. Then it was Simple Sugar and a huge break back to Frosted Bourbon.
Stormy Cat Lady stretching out in distance gets the win under Jose Lezcano.
She got a great setup, much like the filly that won the opener over at Churchill Downs, Delta Gamma Cats, where they had the 3 of them across the track. The 3, the 1, 2, the 2, 5, and 6. Simple Sugar, Game Theory, and Frosted Bourbon kind of alternated on the front end. Frosted Bourbon was the first to say bye-bye, then Simple Sugar, and then Stormy Cat Lady and Jose Lezcano just went loop-de-loo and said sayonara.
Stormy Cat Lady for Gustavo Rodriguez with the win, her first victory since September when she broke her maiden, gets the win in race 3 at Belmont Park. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also look ahead to what is coming up at Churchill Downs. Todd Fletcher just won the Belmont Stakes this past weekend. Well, he's got to look for his next classic winner. Maybe we'll find that with his 2-year-old runner in the next race at Churchill Downs.
And they're off. Following C. Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5. Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for this next race at Churchill Downs, and it's a fun one. The 2-year-old fillies coming up next, 5.5 furlongs on the main track, potentially looking for that Kentucky Oaks winner in this group. 1 to 2 on the Todd Pletcher filly by Bolt d'Oro for the number 5, Spirit and Fire, the Spendthrift Farm runner who has been working bullets up on the Oklahoma training track at Saratoga. Meet the rest of the field, though. Scratch the 1. Here's the 2, Justin Angel.
Half to multiple stakes winner Manny Wah by Justify. Just 3 works for Hall of Famer Steve Asmus, and Florent Giroux going to climb aboard for the first time.
Filly by Army Mule. Here's Dot Marie.
Yeah, Army Mule, fast horse for St. Elias Stable. Bullet gate, a strong gate work, I should say, at the training center last out for Eduardo Caramori.
Lady Squared. We'll talk more about her pedigree in a moment. Filly by Golden Sense.
Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. looking to go back-to-back. Dam Sarah, Her Highness, was 2 for 16 in her career. This one has a couple of gate drills as well.
Here's your favorite, Spirit and Fire. Bullet after bullet coming in.
Ships down from Saratoga, where she has done the bulk of her training. She also had a work at Palm Beach Downs, the winter base of Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Unraced Dam by Bolt d'Oro.
He is 4 for 10 with his progeny on the racetrack so far. Here's Kiss Me on Oconee.
Our colleague Tom Amos unveils this daughter of Lord Nelson. Dam was 2 for 14. Edgar Morales going to climb aboard.
She's Jersey Tough, most experienced.
Most experienced with 3 races already under her belt. She hasn't done much running in any of them.
Here's East Shore, filly by West Coast.
Yeah, Dam was 0 for 5 here for Dale Romans, who reaches out for Joe Talamo. They just got beat with Howling Time in the Matt win on Sunday.
She's 16-1 right now. The Dam, actually the sister to I Spent It, who is a precocious runner we saw in Saratoga. Here's the 9 Towhead.
This horse had some trouble at the gate first time out, recovered nicely. She almost got the job done with a big late run as part of a 4-5 favorite entry. That was in the slop. Rider changed to Ricardo Santana Jr. today, and she'll get fast ground for the first time.
Well, you never know what's going to happen with 2-year-olds, but Paula Duca is still with us at Churchill. Polly, it seems the public knows what's going to happen as Spirit and Fire is 1-2.
Well, Acacia, since I've walked into the racetrack, this has been the talk of the racetrack. Simply, that's it. That the horse for Todd Pletcher can flat out run. And the thing that's the only concern that you have, I mean, she makes a tremendous appearance on the racetrack. She's working bullets at the Saratoga racetrack, like you said, the Oklahoma racetrack at Saratoga. So you can put 2 things into this. And now she's shipping right on top of the race because her last work is June 10th. So maybe the ship might take a little bit out of her. But you can also say Todd's getting this race in for a nice little stakes race, the way she's getting played at Saratoga. When you look at some of the other runners in here you thought that would take money, I thought the 2, Justin Angel for Steve Aptison, affiliate by Justify, she looks like a tiny little bullet for Florent Giroux. This is a horse that actually started her training out in at Lone Star out in Texas, and Lone Star's got a meet going right now because Steve could have started her there and brought her here to Churchill Downs to get a work over the racetrack. So I have a feeling she's going to show a lot of speed. And I think the other reason why the 5 is taking a ton of money, Acacia and Anthony, is that, you look at Tyler Gaffleone. He was aboard Towhead, the 9 horse in here. That horse was giant, was a handful to load. She didn't want to get in the gate. She finally got in the gate. She got dead left, and then she made a giant move and almost won that race. And Tyler Gaffleone gets off a Michael Maker horse, who he rides for an awful ton, to ride this filly fight, Bolt d'Oro. And you mentioned Acacia, 4 for 6 with his first-time starters. He's come out firing. The Shelby Ruiz and Mick Ruiz trained Bolt d'Oro as a sire.
They have been lighting up the racetrack, Paul. Thank you. Bolt d'Oro, the progeny, have been selling really well. And this one, who sold as a weanling for $280,000, Spirit and Fire, did. She got started with her training early, as you mentioned. There are some other big pedigrees here in this race, though, Anthony. Quickly wanted to mention the 4 Lady Squared. She was intriguing because if you go back into the second generation, the second dam is the sister to Beholder, Into Mischief, and Mendelssohn. Third dam is Leslie's Lady. They look like it's kind of a bargain to get into that family.
Paul was mentioning something. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. There are no more 2-year-old races on dirt for fillies. So maybe that whole...
In New York.
Mm-hmm. Maybe wanting to get her ready for Saratoga
is
exactly what they had with Spirit and Fire. Great call, Paul, and getting her down there. I'll tell you what, that $120,000 pot, not the worst thing. A couple of these fillies acting up behind the gate, namely the number 9, Acacia, which is weird because she's actually had some experience already, but she reared.
This is what she did. That's what Paul was just saying, is that she didn't want to load into the gate in her first race, and she's doing the same thing again. Hope she breaks better today. We'll find out. Here's Travis Stone with the 2-year-old fillies.
And they're off. Kiss Me on Okanee bounces out on top. Just an Angel toward the rail. Spirit and Fire is there, and Towhead on the outside. Down the backstretch, here comes Just an Angel up to engage Kiss Me on Okanee. These two go head to head. Towhead not far behind in third. Spirit and Fire back into fourth, hustled along from there. Dot Marie's racing in fifth. East Shore 6, Lady Squared 7th. She's Jersey Tough is at the back. Round the far turn, 3 furlongs to go. Opening quarter, 22 and 3. Just an Angel down inside with an arrow lead. Kiss Me on Okanee 2 wide. Towhead 3 wide. Dot Marie's now 4th. Spirit and Fire's under pressure. Down inside 5th. Top of the stretch. Just an Angel fights with Kiss Me on Okanee. Towhead is there. Spirit and Fire bottled up in behind. Dot Marie 1 furlong to go. Just an Angel, Kiss Me on Okanee, and Towhead, the 3 of them, down to the final 50 yards, and now Kiss Me on Okanee grabs the upper hand and wins. Wins indeed, 30-1. Just an Angel second, Towhead was third, then it was either Spirit and Fire or Dot Marie.
An upset at Churchill Downs with the 2-year-olds. Our colleague Tom Amos, he could certainly have one ready to roll first time out, and Kiss Me on Okanee certainly was. Edgar Morales in the saddle.
Should be an easy interview for Paul to get after Tom's filly.
I don't know. I don't know about that Tom Amos on TV.
The speed runs 1-2 in here. Kiss Me on Okanee broke well. So did Just an Angel, who kind of rushed along the inside. And the speed kind of had it. The story, obviously, prohibitive favorite Spirit and Fire. At no point in the 5.5 furlongs, did she look like she was going to get anything, let alone win. She winds up, I believe she trekked in 4th.
She did not have the easiest trip either, though, as she was down on the inside and she kind of lost her footing at one point. It was a little bit of an odd thing. I don't know if she was uncomfortable on the rail. She just wasn't responding to Tyler Gaffalione. He tried to take her outside and she just pretty much flattened out. I think watching that replay back too, that Ricardo Santana might have dropped his crop on the 9 Towhead, and I don't think they were getting to the winner though.
That seems like a filly Towhead that you don't need anything else to go wrong.
Right.
You need to sit there like if you could be like a hologram aboard her until you leave the starting gate. She would be one that I would be afraid of.
She did not want to load yet again. She checks in 3rd in her second start. Kiss Me on Okanee, though, professional on debut. Congratulations to our colleague and friend Tom Amos and Joel Politi. Those Silks of Serengeti Empress back at Belmont Park. Stormy Cat Lady and Jose Loscano take the 3rd.
The patio at Belmont was probably roaring when Stormy Cat Lady had a beautiful setup this afternoon. Gustavo and Andrew Girton getting together. They are mainstays over at the Big A in the Horseman's Lounge. Hang out with Andrew and Gus a lot. And yeah, she finally got the job done today. Listen, she got a great setup. This was a race that was crying out for some sort of a trip. And she got 3 of her 4 rivals to go and mess with each other on the front end. And she just was able to roll by for a very, very easy victory.
Stormy Cat Lady with the win, 152 in the 3rd at Belmont Park, going that mile. Stormy Cat Lady, 4-year-old filly by Tail of the Cat to get her first win since her maiden score in September. Congratulations to the Connections as she pulls away from the rest of this field. That's race 3. Checking out the prices, $8.10 winner. Pretty good price on her.
I'll tell you what, the exacta was really good too. That's an America's Day at the Races exacta right there. And I say that because Jonathan and I agreed on one thing. We wanted nothing to do with Frosted Bourbon as your 9 to 5 favorite. And she got me 20 lengths today.
That's the 3rd race at Belmont Park. Still plenty of live action to come. Also, take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. The Grade 3 poker, as a very talented miler, looks to be the standout Mason, who dominated a short field in the Seek again last time out, looks for his first U.S. graded stakes win tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 war wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The 2-year-old fillies just took the Twin Spires, and there is our friend and colleague Tom Amos walking in the winner, Kiss Me on Oconee, as he teams up with Joel Politi once again. And Tom standing by with Paul.
Thanks, Acacia. I am standing by with Tom Amos, who I swear to God, he just keeps getting svelter and svelter. But a loaded race, Tom. Listen, the Pletcher horse was touted all over the place. Did you have confidence in your filly?
Well, I knew she had talent. Kiss Me on Oconee's trained very well up to the race. Look, a lot of the credit is not only about her, but her rider. Edgar Morales is maybe the most underrated rider here at Churchill Downs. He's very good out of the gate, as you saw today. And this filly took a lot of finish on the end to beat this group, and you just saw how strong he is making a horse finish up. So I'm really proud of Edgar.
I was looking at, she's a filly by Lord Nelson, and Lord Nelson was a horse for Bob Baffert that sort of overachieved, was never really the favorite, but always got to the wire first. What'd you see in this filly when you bought her, you and Joel?
Well, we liked her a lot as an athlete, and she didn't really grow that much between when we bought her and now, and I think that's probably why she was overlooked today. She's well-balanced. She's never got very, very big. And you'd asked about the name, Kiss Me on Oconee. So Oconee, I was a little nervous looking it up, but it's actually a big lake in Reynolds Plantation outside of Georgia, and I think Joel's wife, Julie, I think her parents live on it. So Kiss Me on Oconee is kind of named after them.
Well, Acacia, he did not text me, which means he's got a load of cash, and he is using Nugenics.
Yeah, she'll like it too.
Paul, thank you. So great to hear from Tom Amos. $62 winner from Tom Amos.
I am expecting the first 5 iced coffees up in Saratoga. I got to spend a lot of time with Tom and Ron Moquett. Tom and Ron Moquett, if you want to know this, folks, are the 2 earliest risers at Saratoga. Because when I host the Breakfast at Saratoga program, which I'll be doing for most of the meet once again, I got to hang out with both Tom and Ron a lot. And, yeah, Joel was there quite often with the family, and it was good to see people you get to know win. But they're really, really sharp, and they're good with the form. But just Tom, the first 5 iced coffees, 6 sucralose on the side, iced, thank you. And we'll send Moquette for the next 5. I'm going to try not to pay for any coffee in Saratoga this summer.
Well, Tom Amos had a nice priced 2-year-old filly debuting, and she was ready to roll at first asking. Big congratulations to Tom and the Politi family. As we promised you before the break coming up on Saturday, we do have our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. It is this week the Grade 3 Poker, which goes as race number 6 tomorrow at Belmont, a mile on the turf. Taking a look at the field of 5, and Mason and Wolfie's Dynagos both come out of the Seek again. They're 2 of the 3 runners in that field. Duke of Hazard, the other one, not participating this weekend. But Mason, Anthony, I know it was a short field, but he absolutely dominated and looks to be a very talented miler.
Yeah, he does. And I'll be curious. You know, he has a similar setup with Wolfie's Dynagos entered back in the poker. I'm assuming he's just going to go to the lead, and Flavian Pratt is just going to sit right off of him like he did last time in the Seek again.
Mason, a Juddmonte homebred who came over from Europe after a little bit of a break, and he made his U.S. debut in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Not exactly a soft, cushy spot to get him rolling.
It was an interesting spot, and I'm going to tell you, he's a gelding.
Mm-hmm. So he can't run in a lot of the big Group 1s. Over in England, Europe.
So he is obviously talented, but is kind of handcuffed on the other side of the pond. Not here. Still, a huge vote of confidence running him in a Grade 1 first time and running a winning race. I mean, he got beat a Zop that day, and then he came back, and it was nothing more than a paid workout. Does the water get a little deeper here? I guess. But, with the small field for Sanctuary City, with public sector probably better with a touch more ground, I think Mason has them over that proverbial barrel. I'll tell you what, I found it interesting. It kicks off the late pick 5 tomorrow. So I hate to say this, but perhaps a free bingo square. We'll have a ticket up over at NairaBets.com, a cross-country pick 5 and a late pick 5. But wink, wink, nod, nod. I think I know who I'm singling in the late pick 5 sequence tomorrow afternoon here at beautiful Belmont Park.
I can't imagine.
Can't imagine who it'll be, right?
I can't imagine who it would be. Back here today, though, we turn our attention to race 4 at Belmont Park. As you do see, Elara, Community Adjusted, Lenny Kate. These are horses who were entered last week, and we'll talk more a little bit on how they end up here after the post-parade, meeting the rest of the field, starting with the 1, Entwine.
First start off of about a 2.5-month break. Tried Allowance Company last time. Last win came 2 back at Gulfstream against 2 lifetime claiming foes.
Next will be the number 2, Lenny Kate.
A little bit of a murky pace scenario here, Acacia. Maybe Trevor McCarthy gets aggressive with his daughter of Tonalist. She was 4th last time out in the starter allowance race, now in a straight allowance.
Accept Temptation for Tom Albertrani.
Yeah. First, we got to talk about Community Adjusted.
Sorry, we skipped
over
her.
She's 3-1. She's taking some money from Manny Franco, who replaces Gerard Ortiz Jr. She made up some ground late in the game last time out from an August layoff to May. We'll see how she is second off the bench.
And there's Accept Temptation. I knew you liked her, so I just,
Yeah, it's funny you brought her up. I can't believe the price she is right now. I think she's the one that can work out the right trip in here. She gets a big rider upgrade to Johnny V. I know she just won for 15, but that's too big of a price right now.
Here's your favorite, Elara.
And she's too short of a price. She can absolutely win and is probably the horse to beat in here, but that's a way too short of a price. She gets Flavian Pratt for the first time.
As Joel Rosario over in England today. And the number 6, Miss Taparato.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at her price as well. I would imagine Jose Lascano, not that it's that bad of a draw from in a 6-horse field, I would imagine she's going to try to clear and cross over from that draw. She exited that same Giggle Factory Ready to Venture race. We'll see how she does in her second start in 15 months.
And as mentioned before, the 2, 3, 5, and 6 were all entered back on June 9th. As you may remember, we did end up in that race with a match race as Lasix was not delivered to those 4 horses in the proper time frame. Thus, they had to be scratched, a late scratch before that race. So they do have the opportunity to come back and run here. So that's why you may recognize some of these names. Elara, meanwhile, Flavien Prat, I think certainly a fine alternative to Joel Rosario, who's over in England today. But Elara made her U.S. debut at Aqueduct back on April 9th and finished third that day behind 2 next set winners.
Yeah, Giggle Factory came back to win the second level allowance, Ready to Venture, won on the all-weather up at Woodbine. Yeah, I mean, it was a good debut. She hadn't run in a while. It was her first start in the U.S. You would imagine there's going to be some routine improvements. Second time in this country, second time off the longer break. She's got 2.5 months now, almost 10 weeks. You know, that's way too short of a price in my opinion, Acacia. I figured she'd be 8-5, maybe 3-2. Odds-on favoritism? I don't know about that.
Pick 6 starting here. We do have that carryover coming in and the pool continuing to grow. Jonathan Kinchin still with us. JK, 4th race here. What do you make of it?
Yeah, look, I mean, the 5 makes sense as the most likely winner, but I think the price is too short, like we've talked about. Yes, this horse did work with Pizza Bianca. You could see that on XBTV. Worked with Pizza Bianca back in May, so obviously has some talent to be able to compete and work in the morning with a stakes champion like that. But for me, I think the 4, Accept Temptation, is interesting. So horse is third off a layoff. Tom Albatrani's horses typically get better through racing. And I feel like this horse that has a little bit of a tactical edge. A horse that can be a little bit more forward. You get a Hall of Famer in Johnny Velasquez, and you get a nice price. I'm going to try with the 4 here. If you're playing the pick 6, I would use the 5 as well. But I'm also going to use the 4. I won't be singling, although I think a few people might be singling the 5.
All right, JK, thank you. Elara currently 3-5 to kick off this pick 6. The other one from the barn is the 3 Community Adjusted, who finished 4th behind Lady Rockstar, who came back pretty impressively in her subsequent start here in New York. For more, though, on this rest of the field warming up, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Kind of an interesting field. The 2 Linny Kate made a really nice physical impression, both in the paddock and on the racetrack. And the way she warmed up, I'd be very surprised if she's not very forward, if not on the lead. She's got good inside position, short run to that first turn. And as sharp as she warmed up under Trevor McCarthy, I think she very well could be your pacemaker here. The 3 Community Adjusted look fantastic on the racetrack. I think the path to the winner's circle is definitely through the Christophe Clement barn. Community Adjusted. Certainly see the influence of her grandsire on the female side, Dynaform, a big, rangy filly, a lot of size, a lot of scope to her. Big animated stride to her. Almost went that direction, but I just had a really hard time seeing past the 5, Elara. I just think, you know, I'd be one of those people that'd be singling her. I think she comes out of a really good race. I thought she ran well that day. I don't think that Aqueduct was probably as kind to her as Belmont Park should be. And she gets Flavien Prat, who has just shown he's just so comfortable here at Belmont, and he rides his turf so well. So I couldn't get past a 3-5 shot. I know I'm not giving anybody any earth-shattering information.
Oh, that's all right, Richie. Thank you, Elara, as she looks to build off of that last start. Thought that she would strengthen up after that race in April. She does get to make her 2nd race here stateside. Anthony, though, you and Jonathan leaning on the 4, Accept Temptation. What did you like best about her?
I think she's going to get the right trip. I think Linny Kate's going to go. I think Miss Taparato's going to go. I think there's a chance, and it sounds so foolish because it just never happens around here anymore. I think there's a chance to be more pace than appears on paper. And I think Johnny V can work out the right trip, would Accept Temptation. So I bet the trip in here. If you were to tell me definitively a horse is going to win this race by 3 lengths, I would tell you it's going to be Elara. That she needed the race off the bench. She had the race. She got acclimated to U.S. racing. She gets the bigger turns, the bigger course here at Belmont Park. She, lays 5-6 lengths off the lead and just gobbles them up. That's fine. That's in all likelihood what's going to happen in here. I can't take that scenario with 3-5. That's an insane price to me, because the fact of the matter is you're betting her a little bit on the come. Mm-hmm. And that effort last time was not a 3-5 worthy effort next time out. It just wasn't.
taking a look at Miss Taparato, who comes out of that same race. She was far back from the rest of the others. This is a filly who won back in December of 2020. We didn't see her again until April of 2022. I think there's a chance she could turn things around. It's interesting, isn't it, that she's still in training?
Yeah. I said that she's out of a Grade 1 winning mare.
Yeah, by Tappet.
By Tappet. Right? They have a win under her belt already, which is important when it comes to breeding. There was some give in that ground at Aqueduct. And I know it rained a lot during the week here, but it's warm today. We had a dry day yesterday. We've had a dry day today. We're not getting any breeze here in our studio, but the flags have been unfurled all afternoon and morning long. This course is dried out. I really wonder if Jose Lezcano can put the pedal to the metal, cross and clear. And if she does, you know, her maiden race as a 3-year-old puts her right on the money in here. Puts her right on the money, but
does she still have it?
Does she still have it? Right. But like you said, with her pedigree and her Hall of Fame conditioner, if she didn't, would she be on the racetrack?
Yeah. That's what makes you wonder. Well,
Again,
we'll see.
3 to 5, but it's a much more interesting race than a 3 to 5 shot.
It's a very interesting race for sure, as we do see, again, some of these fillies and mares having another opportunity to get to the races today. There goes Linny Kate into the gate. 3 to 5, though, on Elara for trainer Christophe Clement, as Flavian Pratt will climb aboard. We'll find out if she can get her first win stateside in just a few moments. Johnny I standing by with the call of race 4
And
at
Miss
Belmont.
Taparato. They're in the gate. And the rough. Miss Taparato from the extreme outside. Now community adjusted comes on through, and Linny Kate is up close into the clubhouse turn. It's Linny Kate with the lead now. Miss Taparato on the outside in second with community adjusted next in third. It's 3 lengths to Accept Temptation, who's running in fourth. And Twine down at the rail, and Ilara, the favorite, will be the early trailer in sixth. It's Linny Kate who leads here by a length and a half. Miss Taparato in second, the quarter 24-1. Community adjusted races in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. And then it's Accept Temptation, followed by Entwine and Ilara. The field moves up the backstretch with Linny Kate leading now by 2. Miss Taparato remains in second. It is Linny Kate the leader here. Linny Kate by 2 lengths, ran the half in 49 2/5 seconds. Miss Taparato continues to race along in second with community adjusted in third. And Twine has saved ground down at the rail. On the outside is Accept Temptation and an unhurried Ilara at the back of the pack, 7 lengths from the lead. They start the run into the far turn. Linny Kate by 3/4 of a length. Miss Taparato on the outside in second by 2. Community adjusted and Entwine, they're right together third and fourth. Accept Temptation. Ilara now being asked to pick it up from the back of the pack. As they come for the top of the stretch, Miss Taparato has taken the lead now from Linny Kate. Ilara is looking to advance down at the rail. On the outside is community adjusted. It is Miss Taparato and community adjusted. And now these two are right together with community adjusted on the outside taking over the lead. It is community adjusted. Drawing away in deep stretch. Community adjusted. Won by 3 lengths. And it looked like Ilara did come on to get second with Entwine in third.
Manny Franco and community adjusted. She didn't want to pull up past the wire either. He had to kind of lean back and get her to settle a bit as they reunite. He was aboard when she broke her maiden, and he's aboard for her second win as well.
Made up some ground late in the game last time out and was able to sit a lot closer through some dawdling fractions today. And Pounce's first boy, Manny, is, again, I mean, you just can't say enough right now. He is in the right place at the right time. Ilara just left with way too much to do. Slowly run race early on. And she was last. I didn't understand the price. But the barn run, Christophe Clement runs 1-2. The other Christophe at 5-2, community adjusted.
Community Adjusted with the win. Manny Franco in the saddle. And Schilling's back up with the Outrider pony. Still feeling fresh is Community Adjusted. Second off the bench with the win. We'll bring you prices and reactions and some more live racing after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance to ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Call to post, the perfect welcome back here on America's Day at the Races. It's the 5th at Churchill Downs. Coming up, as we have just one part of the entry left in this allowance optional claiming race, going a mile and an eighth, and it is the 1A, Anthony Coolhouse.
Yeah, public doesn't care. Make this horse the 8-5 favorite off a mile and 3/16 win on the front end under Ricardo Santana Jr. for the first time. He's back again, cutting back to the 9 furlongs.
Here's the 2 Blanket of Roses, Turf to Dirt.
Very cocky name. You don't do things like this, Blanket of Roses, because you don't think you're going to get him. 0-2, 0-3 on the main track in his career.
Similar kind of move, a horse that may be more turf meant Keystone Field.
Yeah, got beat 4 lengths last time in a loaded allowance race on the Kentucky Derby undercard. Well, after card, I should say. It was his first start on the dirt in a long time.
Here's the 4, Hosier.
Yeah, he cuts back from a try in the Isaac Murphy Marathon, where he was second to marathoner Lone Rock. He won going around the 1.5 turns at Ellis back on Independence Day.
Here's the 5, Celerity with Raylu Gutierrez.
Yeah, with that turf course closed at Churchill Downs, you'll see some of these horses on the turf, on the dirt. He's going to need a big form reversal.
And the number 6 has been a sprinter. He goes to the 9 furlongs today, Roderick.
From 6 to 9 off of a claim from Wesley Ward. I will look elsewhere, Acacia.
The 1A Coolhouse, though, Paul, he won going a mile and 3/16 the last time. He'll look to make it 2 wins in a row today.
Yeah, Casey, I think he's really going to be tough to handle in here. When you look at his numbers, they tower over this field, and they tower over this field at the distance. His last race was a very, very good race over this racetrack at 1 mile and 3/16. You heard Anthony say he's going to cut back, which makes that number even stronger. Roderick on the outside, I guess, is the interesting horse. Probably the horse that's going to get to the front end, going to try 2 turns for the first time. Okay, buddy, why don't you go 1 mile and an eighth the first time you go around 2 turns? So 6 furlongs, like you guys said, to 9 furlongs. But his best races have been here at Churchill Downs on the front end. So look for him to cut out the fractions. I would think Coolhouse would lay right to the outside. The horse I'm kind of against is Hozier for Rudy Broussette. This is a horse that, you know, it was in the Bob Baffert barn after the Arkansas Derby, lost to Sir Barton. You don't see a lot of Bob Baffert horses lose at 3-5. Got transferred over to Rudy, and the horse really has done nothing much than win an allowance race, non-winners at 2 at Ellis Park. And right now, 5-2 is just way too short of the price. Wild card horse for me is the 3. I mean, it's the maker horse. Second time on dirt for Michael. This horse has run 4 times on the dirt, but the last time didn't get out of the gate that well, needs to break a little better. If you look at his turf races, he has shown some early speed, so maybe he can get out of the gate a little bit well. But this is the 1A Coolhouse's race to lose period.
The betting public agrees. Polly, thank you. Coolhouse currently even money on the board right now. Ricardo Santana going to be aboard once again as he got the win last time out, Anthony, on May 12th here at Churchill Downs and did so pretty convincingly.
Yeah, he was just able to get to the top and set some pretty moderate fractions. And like Paul said, Roderick coming out of the sprints in all likelihood is going to be in front of him in here. He's just frankly faster, and it was the first time Coolhouse was ever on the lead last time, so you would imagine that he's going to get a target in Roderick today. I wonder if that makes him more effective or less effective. People, you know, Andy Shirley and I argue about this all the time. Would you rather be loose on an easy lead? Some horses don't like to be on the lead. Coolhouse proved that that was not a problem last time, so it's less of a concern. But you would imagine that, as provided everybody breaks cleanly, Roderick is going to be in front of him today.
Ricardo Santana Jr. going to be aboard. I noticed he's wearing a Houghton bit in that it has that extra bar underneath the chin. Horses that typically tend to drift, and covered that last race, but looking on the screens, I don't know if that's something that he's worn in the past, but maybe he's a little bit of a quirky type of horse too. When he's good, that's for sure. And betting public thinks, like Paul, that this is his race to lose at 4-5.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's hard to really look past them.
Race 5 at Churchill Downs coming up next. Can Coolhouse do it again? We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone standing by with the call.
For Coolhouse, Celerity, and Roderick. They're in the gate, and they're off. Roderick and Coolhouse, both of them break well, and they're racing for the lead together. It will be Roderick for the outside post up to take over. Coolhouse is pulled back off the pace, keen to go on from there. Is going to angle outside and float Hozier farther out into the track. Roderick, though, made the lead rather easily and steps out to lead by a length and a half. And now Coolhouse comes on to track the pace from second. Keystone Field finds a cozy spot third and toward the rail. Hozier's racing fourth, and it's 5 back to Blanket of Roses. And the trailer is Celerity, who did not have the best of beginnings. Backstretch run, a tepid opening quarter in 23-4. Roderick rolling along up the backstretch run, clear by a length and a half. Coolhouse is a tracking second. Keystone Field continues on, covered up inside third, only 2 lengths behind pacemaking Roderick. Hozier's in the clear, and now it's a bigger margin back to the 2 trailers, Celerity and Blanket of Roses. The opening half mile in a moderate 47-4. Roderick, the leader, onto the far turn, still in front by a length. Coolhouse is still second. And Keystone Field is sent on for his speed. An opportunity at the rail for Joe Talamo and Keystone Field, and they take advantage, and they come up on through to put a nose in front. So Keystone Field puts a nose in front at the quarter pole. Roderick is right back at it at the outside, and now Coolhouse is back into third. They're off the turn. Keystone Field's in front. Keystone Field comes away with the lead. Roderick fights on back into second. Not today for Coolhouse. Final 16th. Keystone Field the leader. Roderick is fighting on, but is second best to the rail skimming winner. Keystone Field, 2 in the end. Roderick was second, Coolhouse was third, and Celerity was fourth.
Keystone Field, maybe they ran last time out on the main track for the lack of turf opportunities. It didn't matter, Anthony. He was best in this main track race here today.
Joe Talon gave him a good heady ride, too. He had an opportunity to go inside instead of going around the speed of Roderick, and he went inside, and it proved to be a winning move here. Roderick really threw a monkey wrench into things here for Coolhouse. He got in front of him, and it took Coolhouse out of the game that he used so successfully last time, put him on the chase, nowhere near as effective as he was in his last win.
3-6, 1A, your favorite. Coolhouse will have to settle for third at Churchill Downs back here at Belmont Park. It was a pretty big and excited winner's circle. The team from Adelphi Racing on track. Great to see his community adjusted. Second off the layoff, gets the win under white-hot Manny Franco.
Yeah, just had a 3-wide trip, pounced on both Linny Kate and Miss Taparato off of the far turn, and gets the jump on stablemate Alara, and is able to improve from the 3/16 pole to the wire to get the Duke.
Christophe Clement runs 1-2 as Alara, who was last early on, ended up closing under Flavian Pratt, but Manny Franco, that confidence, that focus that he talked about for a rider that's in a good groove. And Richie speaks to this as well as he brings home a $7.80 winner, just not making the wrong moves on the racetrack. And that's what we're really seeing from Manny Franco.
Yeah, in my riding days, Acacia, no, he's doing everything right now. He's in the right place. He's moving at the right time, right? The ride in Athenry is a great example of getting out when the getting's good. And he gave this horse a perfect ride today this afternoon as well. Man, he's in fine form right now.
Well, it's time for us to say farewell here on the desk. I'll be back reporting later, but enjoyed it as always.
See you tomorrow at some point. Gonna go celebrate Mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, Phyllis.
Yes. So,
enjoy the day.
We will.
As we have Andy Serling and special guest this weekend, Michelle Yu, joining us here in New York. Stick around. You're going to love having Michelle on the team with us today, and a lot more live racing from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs coming up after this on America's Day at the races. Stay tuned as we get ready to kick off today's Late Pick 5.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And we've got horses here in the paddock for race 5, 7-furlong turf event for fillies and mares, claiming tag of $30,000. I think a pretty wide open affair, and I like the 3-horse Highway Queen. Her current form leaves a bit to be wanting, but from a physical perspective, I feel like she's really tightened up for trainer Steve Kosaris, and maybe she just needed to shake the ring rust off. This 4-year-old filly by Super Saver really making a nice impression. Not a very big filly, very well balanced, and really looks good in the coat and carrying the right kind of weight. I do think that she can improve today off of her 2 return races, maybe third time off the bench. We'll certainly see an improvement. The 5, Barbara, getting back to the turf. She ran longer on the grass. I like this 1-turn, 7-furlong turf race for her. I think maybe all the pieces fit here, maybe more the right distance, getting back to her surface that she has shown some ability. And then a horse that really caught my eye from a physical perspective is the 6, Write This Down. Last time she was completely taken up and basically not persevered with afterwards. Has come back with some really good works. And I like what I'm seeing from here in the paddock, and I'm going to rely more heavily on what I see appearance-wise in a race that I think is so wide open that you can go in a lot of different directions. And one direction we're going to go back is back to the main set, where it's my pleasure to welcome in the lovely Michelle Yu and the less lovely Andy Serling. Guys?
Well, that wasn't very nice,
That's
was
okay.
it, Andy?
I'm going to more than get even.
I
feel
don't
worry.
Like Andy does eat things. I'm the not nice. He's sitting so far away from me. We're very socially distanced here. Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in forever because you were in Saratoga and I was locked in my apartment, and I can't remember the last time we've been working together. So it's
long,
especially
long
nice
time
to see
ago.
you.
I think
we've worked
early
together.
2020.
We worked together, right? But you're in a different. It's like you're in a different time zone than
yes,
me.
we're,
It's nice to
we're
have you here.
different jurisdictions.
We are.
Thank you. Very nice to be out here at beautiful Belmont Park. But before we spend too much time here, let's head right back out to Churchill Downs for the winner's circle for the last race that was run. Going to be taking a look at Keystone Field. Stepping into here, Joe Talamo aboard for this victory. That's Mike Maker right there in the white polo. Let's take a look from the top of the stretch, Andy.
Oh, my friend Kirk Wyckoff's 3 Diamonds Farm getting it done. And it feels like, I don't know how much Churchill you've been paying attention to, but it feels like speed horses on the rail have been a common theme at Churchill throughout the meet. And really not just the meet, the last year or so at least of racing, inside speed has been pretty good.
And this horse never had won a race on the dirt previously, so very nice for Keystone Field. He had some back class there as well. Here's a look at prices, $9.80 for that victory. Roderick, former stakes performer, getting into second, $5.80 for that. And Cool House, the 1A, the 4-5 favorite, going to finish out third. We do have a couple more races to go left here on America's Day at the Races, and today's remaining races are presented by Claiborne Farm. We're going to finish up right here at Belmont Park, races 5 through 9. Race number 5 coming up soon does start the late pick 5 out here, and then race number 8, our feature on the day, a nice allowance affair. Over at Churchill Downs, the late pick 4 will start at race number 6, and then their feature, also race number 8, another allowance race there as well. Let's talk a little bit about our feature today, Andy. It's going to be race number 8 here, a nice little allowance. And I want to take a look at Chateau. 0 for 2 in 2022, but has had some good races.
He is probably the fastest horse on the grounds, and he's a rocket ship. It's amazing looking through his PPs. He's not ruffian, but like ruffian, he's never headed his races, at least for him, until the stretch. The other thing about Chateau is no lead is ever safe. I've seen him blow 5-length leads coming to the 16th pole. In this case, he got run down by Drafted, who did come back for trainer David Duggan and win a stake at Monmouth as the next start. He's a very nice horse, but he is a little bit faint-hearted. He gets easier company today, drops down a little bit. He's actually running for the $80,000 tag. But if 3-2 zone runs the figure he ran last time, he's going to be tough to handle, and I don't think you're going to see that kind of discrepancy in price.
I mean, Chateau had no excuses all by himself, and today there's going to be tons of pressure, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone can press him. He's too fast for everybody. He's the kind of horse you're supposed to buy if you want a rabbit, frankly. Somebody, if they're looking for a rabbit in these stake races to run against Jackie's Warrior, should think of dipping in for $80,000 because he is a rocket ship.
You're going to get on the naughty list saying things like that, Andy.
I've been on the naughty list for so long, Michelle, that really...
All right, let's get out to the post parade here for Belmont Park. Runners going to be coming onto the track here for this 7-furlong turf event, race number 5. And you see a couple of scratches towards the outside, the also eligibles, and then the 4 will not go. We are going to begin the post parade a little bit out of order, though, Andy, with the 8. He's good. Oh, nope, they switched around. Okay, so back to the 1 here to kick off the post parade. Rigby for Mike Maker, Dylan Davis aboard.
Running for a tag for the first time, she's the horse to beat, and Irad did ease up on her in the stretch when she was beaten, so that exaggerated margin is not necessarily indicative of her performance. She's the one to beat, but there's still some questions given that return race.
Here's more Mango for James Ferraro, second start off the long break.
Yeah, she's a long shot in here. Even her best races probably make her a fringe player. Her form is dubious, and her rider doesn't ride that many races.
7-2 right now on the 3, Highway Queen from a 12-1 morning line on the drop.
Richie had some good things to say about her, but I'm not going to bet on a horse like this at a short price. Her current form is absolutely abysmal, but she found the right field to wake up in.
Scratch of the 4 in here, our Tiny Dancer. Number 5 is Barbara. I like a nice, simplistic name.
I always like those names.
Me too.
Maggie and I have a favorite horse, Archie, we both used to love, used to run here. Her turf races just aren't really good enough, but she is kind of a new face of the crew. I don't want to eliminate anybody, but I'm not in love with short prices in this race, though I did pick the 1.
Number 6 is Write This Down. Trevor McCarthy aboard here for Jeffrey Englehart.
Another horse that Richie mentioned. I didn't like the way she was bearing out last time, but maybe something went wrong. Maybe it was an equipment issue because she's another one with back form that gives her a chance.
Number 7 is Lemon Taffy in here for Neville Henry.
I don't like taking horses from Mike Maker to begin with, and this horse just doesn't have any races that make her competitive.
Now, the 8 did break out of post position order and was out on the track solo, and here's a look at her, Daughter of Constitution.
She's actually my other horse in here, and I feel like at 8-1 I should have picked her on top. She broke slowly last time, a little bit wide in a race that was wired up front, and I think she's an interesting alternative.
And we'll round out with a couple of long shots here. Here's the 9, Alicia's Way.
Yeah, she ran behind Constitutional Rage, but she had a much softer trip.
And number 10, we'll finish out our field, Gagliano here. And it's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, and she's also never tried the turf. Now, she's a 1 turf horse out of 4 to try it, but that horse was not very good. She's a long shot for a reason. Of course, Naira Bets. We always want to have you over at Naira Bets, and a great time to sign up. Use the promo code. Is it match 200? There you go. I like to keep it a secret for a while. I only read this, by the way, Michelle, about 20 times a day.
Just
match
guess.
200, and we'll match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play through Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, at any time.
I'll tell you a fun story. I work at Santa Anita, obviously, and we have Dollar Day. I started promoting dollar beers. That was actually not a promotion, but so many people came demanding dollar beers. It is now a regular thing.
Really? And
Yes.
you say that I'm going to get on the naughty list.
Here's a look at runners on the track right now. We had a quick stop there from Rigby. She was kind of running and tilted into the rail and gave an abrupt halt there. Dylan Davis aboard.
And I wanted to show this race, and it's not, and this is actually complimentary to Irad Ortiz. He's trying hard, and he just can't motivate her. She's not running forward. But about this point, he realizes, for whatever reason, I've got nothing, and there's no reason to keep, pushing this horse forward. And he basically eased the horse, and she probably lost this race by 4 or 5 lengths more than she might have if he had sort of continued to ride her out to the wire. And I think in this case, he's more protecting the horse. But I don't think it was as bad a performance as it looks. But even if she ran 4 lengths better, how good a performance was it? But when I look at this field, I'd be willing to take a chance with her more than some other short-priced horses. But she's a hard horse to be overly enthusiastic about.
I'm actually really glad you explained why we watched that particular race, because I didn't know.
Well, I want to, I think sometimes horses will lose, and but bigger margins than they had to because the rider just sort of lets them finish the race without, being all out. And he makes sense what Irad did in that situation. But she is a horse that could have been a little closer, and I think Irad just sort of wrapped up on her.
All right, well, we've been watching Rigby there on the track, but Richard Migliore has had his eyes on some other horses, including the 3 Highway Queen, who's getting some major play right now, Richie.
Yeah, Michelle, and ultimately she's going to be my top selection. I just think the class relief and what I saw from her in the paddock and how she continued to impress me on the racetrack. Got that real nice warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche. Liked what I saw, and I just think the meaningful drop in class is going to make her a lot more competitive here. The other horse that caught my eye that didn't stand out to me in the paddock was the 8 Constitutional Rage. Bruce Brown does a terrific job. His horses always look good. This filly really warmed up nicely aboard on the racetrack, and you know, I think that 7 furlongs could be the perfect distance for her. 6 might be a little sharp. These, you know, longer races like a 1-turn or 2-turn 1 mile race at Aqueduct, might be stretching her a bit. So maybe it's the Goldilocks effect. She gets that perfect distance for her, 7 furlongs. But I am definitely going to go with the 3 Highway Queen. And just quick Naira Betts story. I went hiking on a day that we had racing here. I had the day off. I was up on top of Pico Moose Mountain in the Catskills. Remembered that there was a horse that I had been wanting to bet on. Had some cell service up there on top of the mountain. Got my bid in and cashed. And I bet I'm the only person that cashed on Naira Betts from a high peak in the Catskills, guys.
I thought maybe that was going to be that he played Andy Serling's pick.
Well, it undoubtedly was some horse I gave him. I mean, that's sort of a given. Well, I was going to make some joke off of that, but I decided to play it well. Be nice.
Horses walking over onto the turf course right now to go the 7 furlong distance. I liked Barbara in here, and I feel like no one else mentioned her. She's getting some play right now at 3-1. A little class drop down here into the barn of Peter Walder.
I get it. Her turf races, for the most part, were, you know, when she was a much younger horse. I don't think she's run particularly well, but I'm not gonna listen. This is not a race where I think it's even fair to have a definitive opinion. You know, Richie likes the 3. I don't, but I'm not gonna be surprised if he wins. I picked Rigby. I don't exactly stand on strong ground. I took a horse that, even if you think she could have been a little closer last time, she was awful, and she's 8 to 5.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 8 is the interesting price. And I'm glad Richie had some good things to say. I think she's a little bit interesting as a player, but this is a race. Listen, a friend of mine just texted me, and he said the 2's a major player in here. I told him he needs to have a few more drinks, but maybe he's right.
What do we do from a pace standpoint in here? Because I don't feel like, with the exception of my wonderful Barbara, we see a ton of it.
I guess it depends a little bit on horses like Highway Queen, because Highway Queen can be forward if she's in better form. And also my horse, the 8. I mean, Louis Rodriguez Castro can be aggressive, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her forward. But I agree with you. There's absolutely no speed in here, and maybe that's a reason a horse like Barbara, with an aggressive ride from Johnny, could establish the lead.
Now, the 9 horse, Alicia's Way, has been acting like a horse that really wants to show early foot in the warm-up. She's been extremely on her toes and really wanting to move forward, but then you look at her form and there's nothing to say that's what she's going to want to do. Maybe we see a switch up just based on attitude.
She has no speed as a horse, but she has a rider, Jose Gomez. I don't know how much you're familiar with him, but he's an exceptional apprentice rider, and he is a very aggressive rider.
Horses loading into the gate right now for this 5th race from Belmont. They're going to go 7 furlongs on the turf course. John Embry will have the rest of your load, as well as the call. Right now, your current favorite is the 1, Rigby, under Dylan Davis.
Waiting for Alicia's Way and Galliano. Set for race 5. And they're off. Constitutional Rage. There goes Highway Queen, and there goes Rigby from the rail. Rigby up to challenge Highway Queen for the lead, with Barbara now sitting behind and racing in 3rd. More Mangoes down on the inside and in 4th. In between horses is Write This Down. And on the outside is Constitutional Rage. Then we come back to Lemon Taffy, who's followed by Alicia's Way. Farther back is Galliano, who trails the field in 9th. Rigby is the leader here by a length, the quarter 22 and 3. Highway Queen runs in 2nd, and it is Barbara on the outside and More Mango down at the rail. Those 2 right together, 3rd and 4th. Constitutional Rage and the White Blinkers runs in 5th. Then it's Write This Down. Next in 6th, followed by Lemon Taffy and Alicia's Way, and way back is Galliano. The half in 46 and 1/5 seconds. Rigby and Highway Queen, they are heads apart as they head for home now. It is Rigby with the lead. Highway Queen's on the outside. More Mango is down towards the rail. Barbara is next, followed by Write This Down and Constitutional Rage. Rigby by 2.5 lengths. Then Highway Queen, More Mango down at the rail, followed by Barbara, Constitutional Rage, and Write This Down. Rigby trying to go wire to wire. Late charge for More Mango. More Mango is going to get it. More Mango got up right at the end. More Mango, 25 to 1.
More mango there. Definitely a fan favorite right here, Andy, as we hear people going absolutely nuts. Is that your friend that you were talking about beforehand?
No, that guy actually needs less mango. Hey, let me tell you something. So this is quite a scene. As we said yesterday, when you have 25 and 30 to 1 shots, you're allowed to root like that.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that at 8 to 5. No, my friend Jerry Brown actually texted me before the race. I told him he was nuts, but he told me the 2 was going to run well. And Jerry is actually a smart guy, despite the fact that he's a friend of mine. And this is a great call by him. And you know what? It's a great ride by Gary Richards. He stayed in position, he stayed in the rail and angled out. And frankly, if it had been a rider who rides very often, Gary Richards rides a handful of times a year, you'd be saying that was a great ride by X rider. He gave this horse a perfect trip and got it done. And I think that's going to blow up the pick 6 a little bit.
Really good job by Rigby as well, putting up some solid fractions and able to hang on for a second. Let's go down to Richie Migliori.
Yeah, Michelle, just all that noise you're hearing down here, all that rooting, well, all that passion comes from the groom of More Mango, your winner, and the rider, Gary Richards' brother, who is rooting his brother home. So you got to love it when family pulls for family.
That's amazing. I love that. I mean, that was a serious celebration we had going on here. So not only, I'm sure, are they excited for their connections, but they might have had a couple bucks in their pocket on this horse.
I'm guessing there was some wagering involved in that. You said to me, it must be Gary Richards' brother. It's a tremendous call here by you, Michelle. But no, listen, he gave this horse a great ride, and the horse got it done. Congratulations, second off a long, long layoff. And she really hadn't run that badly last time, but she took a step forward, and we said it going in. It was hard to love anybody in this race.
They went pretty fast last time, too, and maybe she just needed the race. Maybe she didn't get through. Everything worked together for her today, and she's going to come back here a winner, getting her second lifetime victory. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout as horses make their way back over here to the winner's circle. When we come back, we're going to check in on Luis Saez. He's coming in red hot for this Belmont meeting, taking a couple of stakes races last weekend, and we will talk more about that.
De Marchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. De Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, brilliant Eclipse Award champion and record setter who raced medication free. Taking a look now at the winner circle here for Belmont race number 5, where more mango was just enough. Very impressive win here by this 5-year-old daughter of More Than Ready.
Gets it done for trainer Jimmy Ferraro. Nice to see Jimmy get the win with this horse. And this was a race that was wide open to anybody, and the reality is that she really got the best trip in here. The rail might be a good place to be on the Widener. It's interesting. I'm not sure you want to be inside in the inner. But on the Widener course, it seems like being on the inside has been pretty good the last couple of days. The courses dry very differently. We had that rain overnight 2 nights ago. But this horse got a great trip. You know, once she got free, she really finished. No excuse for Rigby. She ran fine. She ran a lot better than last time. She just couldn't quite get the seal the deal.
It took her a second to really get going there in late stretch. It looked like she was going to hang by the horse to her outside, but she powered on there. $52 if you backed more mango. And we know a couple people down here, including Gary Richards' brother, certainly did by their celebrations.
Yeah, that was quite a celebration going on down there. But like you say, when you're cheering for long shots, that's acceptable. It's cheering for short-priced horses that's a little bit much, at least to me.
You would hate to be around me. If I pick an even money, sometimes I'm rooting at home.
Yeah. You got to be embarrassed to do that.
Here's a look at our current pick 6 situation. The first race went to a $7.80 horse, and then obviously more mango here, $52. So a big shakeup, possibly.
I think it was Andy Beyer that said something to the effect of, unless the horse is worth like a serious percentage of your net worth, you're not allowed to root like that.
Flipping the page, we're going to head over to Churchill Downs, race number 6. Horses are making their way onto the racetrack right now for this claiming event. $20,000 is the claiming price. These are non-winners of 3 life or 3-year-olds, and we'll kick off the post parade with the 1 full impact.
How much life does this horse have left in him? His first 2 starts, he looked like a stakes horse. Long layoffs, issues, but he is the controlling speed, dropping down. He is the horse to beat.
The best hop is the drop, is what I like to say. Scratch the 2. Here's the 3, Ridge Point.
Tough to take a horse like this, claim for $10,000, moving up out of a conditional race win against drop downs like Full Impact and perhaps some others.
The 4 here is Zaffa for William Short.
Same ditto for this one. Another one claimed out of a $10,000 race where he lost by 15 lengths.
Number 5 will be Attaboy Anthony. A hunch play here.
Yeah, well, Anthony's gone, so we can't, if he was here, he'd be all out of this. I thought that horse wasn't impossible, coming from Mountaineer and Belterra.
Number 6 will be Space Odyssey, as he will come into your screen in just a second. We're still taking a peek at Attaboy Anthony with those front bandages on, like he normally wears. Space Odyssey through here next for Robertino Diodoro.
I found a stat that I'm not sure how relevant it is, but this horse is going turf to dirt. Turf to dirt for Robertino Diodoro at Churchill. He's 0 for 17 over the last 5 years.
Also going to be adding front bandages today for this son of Malibu Moon. Number 7 is Catapari.
Just hard to make a case for this horse coming off an 8-month layoff.
And then number 8, Runway Magic, will wind up your field here. Big class dropper and your 2-to-1 favorite.
Right. For me, you've got 2 horses dropping, right? And at least the one is the controlling speed. This horse, Runway Magic, Thomas Drury has okay numbers first time for a tag, but they're not sensational numbers. And he and Bruce Lunsford, the owner, dropping this one. I don't know. How can you trust him? His lace in April was awful, but against much better horses. I mean, there was a time where he'd bury the field, but there was a time when the one was a stakes horse.
Let's take a look back at Runway Magic back in 2021, and you talk about times that he's been good. This was one of those instances when he looked really good.
Yeah, this is a win at Churchill Downs when he broke his maiden. He got an 81 buyer that day, and he won impressively. And they liked him so much, they brought him down to Florida. He ran in the Limehouse against Drain the Clock, who's won the Grade 1 Woody Stevens here last year. And he finished a respectable 3rd. Things sort of came apart when they tried to run him long. But then when they got him back last fall, he ran some respectable races. But then the drop down and the sharp drop down. But listen, I get it. The 1 and 8 are the right 2 horses in this race. The 5 was the only horse I would take against him. And how confident am I supposed to be on that horse? I'm not confident at all.
Runway Magic there broke away from the pony under Julian Leproux for a solo warm-up. Paula Duca is trackside.
Good to see you, Michelle, as well. Yeah, I'm kind of with Andy on the 8 horse in here, Runway Magic. It's the kind of horse that I call him the Ricky Bobby horses. I think this horse is either going to be first or last. Tommy Drury is such a good conditioner. I think he's one of the more underrated conditioners, and he does go to Julian Leproux. Sometimes he'll use Brian Hernandez, but he does have races on his form that would crush this field. Now, Andy did say, when you look at the 1 full impact, who's going to be complete on the send, this horse is going to be the horse to catch. And if you can reach back to his 2-year-old form or 3-year-old form in 2020, he buries this field. But, when you have 2 races under a good conditioner by Brad Cox and you really don't run well, some course. The 3 Ridge Point off the claim for Don Habib. I thought the horse ran well, but this is a bigger step up to win a 20,000 non-beat. This is basically a non-winners of 3, except for Attaboy Anthony, which I think is the other horse. I'm kind of with Andy completely on this whole race. I even think Catapari, but this race goes between the 1 and the 8. If the 1 wants to fire and gets to the front end, they might be hard to catch. And also with the 8, I think whoever is up close and in a good position wins this race between the 1 and 8. I just don't see anybody else.
Thanks so much, Polly. Talking about the 1 and the 8 to the current betting choices right now. It is interesting to me, Andy, they kept the 1 Full Impact, a full horse, after that extended 2-year layoff.
Yeah, that is interesting. I doubt he has a big stud career ahead of him. But when he burst in the scene, I remember his debut was very good, and he came to Hancock that day and ran the slop, and really thought this horse could be a stakes horse. You run a 94 buyer in your second start. Very impressive win, and obviously he had serious issues being off for over a year, and now dropping him in this situation. He is the controlling speed. I think when I look at the drop downs, I'd rather take the one that I feel confident is going to be lower in the lead.
Well, what about the 5, Attaboy Anthony? I mean, I feel like he can be forwardly placed. I know he's coming out of races at second-tier racetracks, but he's shown enough pace. He's won at the 30,000 level, although against straight 3-year-olds. I just thought for the price, he's super interesting.
Oh, I agree. He is my other horse besides the 1 and 8. I agree. I wasn't a big fan of Space Odyssey. Not that he's impossible in here. I'm not exactly sure why is the 3 Ridge Point 3-1. I don't get that horse at all. By the way, that trainer's 0 for 17 off the claim for whatever it's worth.
And 1 for 19 on the year.
Right.
So
That horse seems like a terrible third choice. I agree. I think the horse that I would try to use to make money in this race with the favorites is get the 5 into the number.
All right, horses loading in here for Churchill Downs race number 6. They're going to be going that challenging 7 furlong distance. Co-favorites on the 1 and the 8, the bookends here. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Attaboy Anthony, mid-pack, bounces out near the top as they race up the chute and come for the main track. Full Impact for that inside draw comes on through 2. And so these 2 hook up early. Attaboy Anthony, short lead. Full Impact keeping pace in second. Space Odyssey comes away third in the outside. Ridge Point advancing toward the rail from 4th. Runway Magic is away 5th. 6 lengths from there back to Catapari. Zaffa the trailer down the backstretch run. A manageable opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. They head for the far turn. Attaboy Anthony and Full Impact continue to grapple onto the far turn together. Space Odyssey as a stalking third coaxed along while there. Ridge Point is down inside, moving up just a bit. Runway Magic is 3 or 4 wide in 5th, but starting to muster up a late rally. Farther back, Catapari and Zaffa. At the quarter pole, Attaboy Anthony and Full Impact continue together off the turn. Full Impact down inside. Attaboy Anthony in the center. Runway Magic's now 3rd and struggling. Ridge Point is 4th, 1 furlong to go. Full Impact continues to pester Attaboy Anthony. Attaboy Anthony's got a short lead. Attaboy Anthony takes the lead. Full Impact fights on. Runway Magic. Here's the wire. Attaboy Anthony. 17-1 over Full Impact, Runway Magic, and Ridge Point.
The price horse gets it done. Attaboy Anthony stepping up back into Churchill Downs. Looked really good here. Valiant.
I feel like an idiot that I actually didn't bet this race. How is this horse 17-1 in here? And a good aggressive ride, lapped on the favorite, Full Impact, and just outgamed to the wire. The 8 Runaway Magic just couldn't catch him, and it just is such a recurring theme at Churchill. Horses trying to make closes have struggled doing it. The 5, as we said, you want to make money? Use the 5 with the 2 logicals, the 1 and 8. Well, there were a lot of ways to make money as that one played out.
Yeah, and you can see a really good ride there by Ricardo Santana on the 1 Full Impact. He was going left-handed and kind of angling his horse towards Attaboy Anthony, trying to intimidate him a little bit. It didn't work. Those big blinkers helping Attaboy Anthony out, staying nice and clear as they pass the wire at 17-1. Back-to-back prices here on America's Day at the Races.
This one shouldn't have been a big price. This is crazy.
I mean, 8-1 morning line.
Even the two idiots up here like this horse. I mean, how hard could it have been, Michelle?
Here's a look at, this is Cali Magic, going to be going postward in the next here at Belmont. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout, but we'll return very shortly here.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at 50 and 60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Casa Creed looking for a way out here. Casa Creed now moves to the outside as they come for the 16th pole. It is True Valor. Arrest Me Red. Casa Creed on the outside. They're coming on for the finish. Casa Creed wins again.
Very impressive win there from Casa Creed in the 2020 Jaipur Stakes, coming in off a Middle East tour. He ran lights out here.
He's certainly going over to both running in Saudi and in Dubai. No lasting effects from that. He wins his back-to-back Jaipurs. And I got to tell you, he just can't ride a horse any better than Luis Saez rode this horse.
This horse was cool, though. He was on the rail, switched himself out. I mean, not every horse is as easy to handle.
He makes it look
one.
so easy. And you are not here enough, so you don't have the pleasure of knowing his owner, Lee Einseidler, who is one of the world's greatest people.
I actually knew Lee from Big Brown. How many years ago was that? Like around that time. Around that time, because I was out hanging around here.
Oh, yeah, he's been around a lot. We can't get rid of him. I mean, he's like...
Here's a look at Luis Saez's recent stakes wins. Pretty much every day last week taking home a stake. Topped off by that nice win in the Jaipur with Casa Creed.
He's one of the best riders in the game. It's never surprising when Luis Saez gives good rides and wins races.
Other people that have given good rides before include Richie Migliori.
Once.
Thanks, Andy. That at least I got something out of you. Cali Magic looks great, guys. Gets Luis Saez, who we talked about. Casa Creed, what a big run, but what a great ride. It made every right move. On a day like this, you want to see horses sweat a little bit. We've got a breeze, but it's a warm breeze and it's humid. She was actually hosed down when she came into the paddock, so if you still see remnants of her being very wet, it's more from the hose. Something to keep an eye on. Some connections make it a habit. As soon as they come in on warm days, they get completely sprayed down, and she was one of them. She looks great in the paddock. Again, Luis Saez, certainly a major contender. The 5 Big Q really looks good, making a nice impression for trainer Gary Siak, a very sharp-looking. I like what I'm seeing from her. And then the 3-horse Mosienko. I know that Andy's a big fan of his trainer, Dennis Lauman, as I am too. I actually rode races with Dennis. does a good job, always has only a few horses, 1, 2, 3 horses. They get a lot of personal attention. She really looks good. She's stepping up in company. It's a lot tougher than what she faced last time, but from a physical perspective, she looks good. And I like cleverly named horses. She's by Hat Trick. Her name is Mosienko. Bill Mosienko scored the fastest hat trick ever recorded in the NHL, 21 seconds back in 1952 against, of course, my New York Rangers.
Thank you so much, Richie. Here's a fun fact. I'm so glad that you like the name. I actually named Mosienko, believe it or not.
That is pretty impressive.
It was.
Where was she then? Because I'm sure she wasn't with Dennis.
No, she wasn't. This is actually before she even raced, and I'm good friends with her breeder, Tony Gray, and I've named a couple of his horses previously. And he said, I need a name for a horse by Hat Trick. And when Googling hat tricks, I found this guy, Mosienko, who had the 3 fastest hat tricks.
The Mig is like having a coronary listening to this story. You Googled hat trick. Richie, we have to deal with this.
No,
I can't do it
like,
myself. I need you to be on the show for
famous
this.
hat tricks, like stuff like that. I knew what a hat trick was, but I was trying to be clever. And
Well,
I
apparently
was
you were.
clever. Thank you.
Well, clever to Migliori, so we don't know how clever that really was.
Kicking off the post parade here for race 6 at Belmont, the one Quality Stones. Jose Gomez aboard.
She is the inside speed in this race, but she's facing a significantly tougher group than she beat last time out off the claim.
Pretty clever. This is the hunch play of the day right here. James Begg sends us Philly postward.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with her. She does usually run her better races on wet tracks. She's got races that can win it, but I don't trust her.
Geniusly named the 3, Mosienko.
I can't get over the beat with her last time out, and if she runs that race, though, she can win, and she's an overlay.
The 4 right now, your 4 to 5 favorite is Cali Magic. Luis Saez aboard for Chris Englehart, has been knocking on the door.
And she's absolutely the horse to beat. She's run winning races. She's better at shorter distances, but she shouldn't be 4 to 5, and the 6 Whale and Josie 7 to 1.
The 5 is Big Q. Migliori liked the paddock appearance of this filly.
She's probably going to be the one that's chasing the 1 Quality Stones, but she has that 1 win against Lesser.
And rounding it out is the 6, Waylon Josie, like you mentioned, a big price discrepancy here with the cutback in distance for the 6-year-old daughter of Central Banker.
For a 4 for 38 horse, she actually runs well in a lot of her races, and she ran fine last time. She picks up Trevor McCarthy, and I'm a huge fan of Trevor, but I don't think he could ride her any better than Louis Cardenas rode her last time out, but I do think she's an overlay at 7. I think the 4 is the horse to beat. She's over. I picked her. She's over bet at 3 to 5, and I think both the 3 and 6 are overlays.
What about the 2?
We'll get to her.
All right.
First, we have to talk about the Naira Bet Saturday contest. They are back. Show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays featuring racing from Belmont. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today, so you don't have much time left. Visit Naira.com/contest to learn more.
There's a look at your 3 to 5 favorite right now, Cali Magic on the warm-up. Let's take a look back at her last race where her and Waylon Josie coming out of the same event at Belmont on May 20th.
It's a funny race because she actually looked like the faster horse, or at least sort of equivalent to Bank on Anna. They bet Bank on Anna the winner of the race like the race had been run already about an hour earlier. And she did get it done, but just barely. And Waylon Josie ran a good race to finish 3rd. She wasn't really quite good enough to beat Cali Magic, but I don't think she ran that badly in here. And I don't feel there should be that big discrepancy in price. I will say with Cali Magic, she improved dramatically in the winter at Aqueduct, and she's held that form for a while, and she continues to hold it. And if she does, she's the likeliest winner here.
Another nice look at Cali Magic continuing in the solo warm-up. I don't know about you, Andy. I love a horse that gets taken away from the pony with a big lone warm-up like this.
Yeah, that's just way beyond my scope. I 4 legs, a mane, and a tail. Michelle, you're expecting way too much from me. We've got Migliori and Maggie for that stuff, and Acacia. I know numbers.
I love this, then I'll tell you. I love when a rider does this. Takes the horse away, getting her to focus on her job ahead. You can see she's really in the bridle. The reins are pretty taut against her, but she's not being naughty. I love this warm-up right here from your current 1 to 2 favorite. Let's talk some more about Mosienko. We have a race to show from her as well. You talked about that narrow defeat last time out. Gut-wrenching. You want to watch it again?
I picked the videos out, so I like torturing myself. I was on the phone with a friend of mine. And it wasn't one of these jinxes, oh, you're home. But he said, I said I've been sort of on a bad run. He said, I think you finally got one home. I said, until they hit the wire, I'm not going to count, see what's going to happen. I actually thought that she held on, and then we saw the slow-mo, and she got beaten. Omar Moreno, Hernandez, her rider, he went a little too fast early. And that second quarter of under 23 cooked a horse like this in. But she still ran extremely well in there, and I don't know why she's 14-1. I know that these are tougher horses, but still, she ran well enough. And Dennis Lauman is a trainer I've made so much money with in the past that I'm going to have to lose a little more money on this horse, even though she's only my third choice.
I will say, I don't think that she was slowing down in the final stages, but you'll see some horses do. She just wasn't getting any faster.
Yeah, she just went too fast. It's funny because my concern about her and betting her was that she has no speed, and I was afraid the race wouldn't come apart for her. As it turned out, she's the one who created the pace that kind of fell apart at the end. These are better horses, but her effort last time says she's an overlay at 14-1.
Mick, we've had back-to-back double-digit prices here with our last two races. Can you back Mosienko? She's our only double-digit horse right now.
Well, I am going to back Mosienko, and I'll get to all my reasonings. And also, Andy's being a bit modest. I remember Andy always leaving the pony to warm his horses up, so I'm not buying into that whole humble act there. Cali Magic makes a lot of sense, but I also think Cali Magic likes to run with horses. I mean, yes, she's broken through. She's won 3 races. But it looks to me like she's very content at times to run alongside a horse as opposed to imposing her will and dominating a horse. I'm going to go with Mosienko for a number of reasons. She looks great. Dennis Lauman does a great job. She's a huge price, 14-1. And I think all the stars aligned here. I'm on the show with the brilliant human being that came up with the name Mosienko, and I did not know that when I started commenting on that. You also brought up Tony Gray. I've been friends with Tony Gray since I'm 15 years old. Through Steve DeMauro, his father had my contract. He and Tony Gray are best friends to this day. That's another connection. The fact that I'm on the show with you, Michelle, and you name this horse, I think it's Mosienko shoots and scores.
I should leave or something. I feel like the third wheel all of a sudden.
All I know is that price is going to drop down right now because Andy has been on his phone gambling nonstop, I'm pretty sure.
I'm mostly betting exactas and tries.
Can we talk about the 2 now?
We can talk about whatever you want,
I want to
Michelle.
talk about the 2, Andy. Pretty clever in here. Was the favorite last time out and ended up finishing 3rd, but it was in the slop. Getting back on a fast track today, I feel like getting a decent field that she has some speed to run at. Can you tell me she's got a shot here?
Oh, I definitely think she has a chance because she has races that are good enough to get it done. I don't like her last race. That's my biggest problem with her, to be honest with you. I thought her last race left a lot to be desired. So that concerns me a little bit, but I don't think she's impossible in here by any stretch of the imagination.
Do note she's getting a little hot right here in the warm-up. You can see the white lather between her back legs,
Pretty
but it's
warm out.
very humid out here. I just flew in from London and it was hot, but I come here and I get off the plane and it's oppressive.
Really?
Yes. This is a lot different.
Well, this is the way it is here. It gets hot like this. Actually, we have not had a lot. This is the first really hot day we've had, and fortunately for us, it's not gonna stay bad.
All right, the field making their way over towards the gate for this 6-furlong affair. These are going to be New York-bred fillies. Allowance optional claiming event non-winners of 2 other than second-level allowance race. And horses going to be making their way into the gate with favoritism still on the 4. Cali Magic for Chris Englehart has been the favorite or close to the favorite in her last several, but hasn't won since January 13th over at Aqueduct.
She's finding the softest field she's been in, but she's got to deliver. Today's the day. Now or never, kind of.
All right, just a few left to load here. We'll send it upstairs for race 6.
Waiting now for Kali Magic, Big Q, and Waylon Josie. Big Q steps up. And 1 to go. That's number 6, Waylon Josie. Field of 6, going 6 furlongs in race 6. They're all in. And they're off. Quality Stones from that inside post quickly out for the early lead. It's Quality Stones in front by a length with Big Q racing in second. Waylon Josie is on the far outside as Pretty Clever now moves up at the rail. Up the back stretch, Quality Stones is the leader. Big Q second, and on the inside is Pretty Clever. Then comes Waylon Josie. At the back of the pack are Mosienko and Kali Magic. Quality Stones ran the opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. It's Quality Stones by a half length. Big Q is in second. Waylon Josie, Pretty Clever. They're right together, third and fourth. Then Mosienko,
Kali Magic will be widest of all as the field comes for the quarter pole with Quality Stones the one to catch. She's in front here narrowly over Big Q. Pretty Clever is down at the rail. On the far outside is Kali Magic, who's being asked for more now as they come down for the 8th pole. Room on the inside for Pretty Clever. Here she comes. Quality Stones is there. So is Big Q. So is Kali Magic. And Waylon Josie wide open as they come on for the finish here. Quality Stones and Big Q. Pretty Clever. It's a three-way photo finish. That is a Friday photo finish here at Belmont among Big Q, Quality Stones, and Pretty Clever.
Very close here at the wire. I'm going to give the nod to the outside, the 5, Big Q, personally. Do you care to contest?
I agree. I mean, it just felt like she got herself in front. I mean, we always like to see the slow-mo that we show at the track, but I think she's pretty securely in front. Yeah, she gets it done. You know, Pretty Clever had a great trip to the inside and couldn't seal the deal. Quality Stones got away with a slow pace, but I got to tell you something. Kali Magic, she was 4th. She did not run well at all. The others didn't show up. Mosienko not in a great spot, but she had no real kick in there. And I'm going to tell you something. This horse at 7-1 with a heavy favorite like Kali Magic, who I imagine a lot of people leaned on, and you sort of think about the last winner at $50. What has to happen for it to carry from there? Singles lose.
Right.
And Kali Magic might be, I mean, I'd have to look through, but she may be the shortest price, I think, on this entire card. So with her losing and this horse winning at 7-1, I don't know how many more mistakes can be made before we have a double carryover. We had 280 bet today, so we lost about... But the carryover over $200,000 if nobody hits it today and tomorrow.
Here's a look at that nice slow-mo replay.
It's the only good thing that Dan Silver ever did for me.
Perfect bob for the 5. I'm not touching that.
That was Dan's thing. Dan was big on that. It was a great idea. Love that camera.
Big Q galloping back now. Still hasn't been named official. We're going to call it over here at the desk, though, as her the winner. Take a look at them from the top of the stretch. That's the one in front, Quality Stones. On the outside of her in the blue cap is where we're going to possibly see the eventual winner. And yes, it's been posted right now. 5, 1, 2, 4 under the wire.
And Big Q gets it done. And Big Q had started out her career like she was being a good thing. She was 1-2 in a $500,000 stake race for Gary Gullo. I don't think Gary Gullo can say that about any other horse he's ever started.
Look at this. Galloping back here. 7-1 on the winner, Andy. 8-1 for second. 7-1 in third. And then your 1-2 favorite winding up 4th.
And Javier Castellanos very quietly having a very good meet here and making the most of his opportunities.
All right, we'll come back with some horses in just a few more minutes for America's Day at the Races. Here's a look at Tyler Gaffleone. He's riding the 7 there. He's going to be aboard Society tomorrow night as she goes for 3 straight in the first running of the Monomoy Girl over at Churchill Downs, teaming together with Steve Asmussen.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Zalapa. Let's take a look at the winner circle here at Belmont Park, where the theme of this hour, Andy, has certainly been prices, prices, prices. Maybe this one not as juicy as a couple that we've seen, but 16-16, nothing to scoff at.
16-16 in a 6-horse field, not bad. And not only that, you look at the favorite going out. Look at the big show price. A rarity seeing the show price bigger than the place price. And pick 3 paid $1,000 for a dollar, and those are the first 3 legs of this pick 6.
Yeah, the pick 6 with the carryover going into today, looking mighty juicy. Meanwhile, we've got Richie Migliori standing by.
With Gary Siaka that's chomping at the bit. He was ready to break from the gate here. Big Q looked terrific, Gary, in the paddock. Could not look any better. A horse that started her career with Gary Gullo.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. That's when we took her. He said he liked her when he had her and thought, let's take her and take a shot with her. So we took her for GMP, and we took a shot with her. She's been great, I keep trying to run her on the grass. She's out of a forestry mare, but these races came up, so I said, let's take a shot. She ran last time so game, and she ran great today. I mean, she ran gut-wrenching today. She just runs super race.
Gary, so you claimed her 2 starts back. What do you look for when you're looking for a horse to claim?
Kind of train for soundness, what they look like. Great. There's a shot. She's out of a forestry mare. Maybe she could run on the grass. She's never been on the grass. You try to look at, see if she'll fit into the program, and she did so, but she hasn't get to the grass yet, so we'll see what happens.
Gary, you've had an assistant for a long time. Paul Barone does a great job, been with you forever. He was the groom for Gulch. We had a feature on Gulch.
Around forever. He's my right arm. I could do whatever, he's been with me over probably 35 years, which you don't hear on the racetrack. So he knows exactly what I'm thinking, what's going on. He's a great guy, and he does everything. We're a great team.
Well, congratulations here. And I will say this, and Gary's a friend of mine, if Paul could be there for 35 years, certainly going to be a saint.
Well, you were there, man, when you won the race by 15 on my birthday.
Yeah, I'm still hearing about my winning by too many on his birthday. He didn't win that often back then. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much to Richie and Gary there. Here's a look at our pick 6 follow along. We were talking about that almost $60,000 carryover going into today. And this could carry till tomorrow, the way it's playing along.
Yeah, we'll see. And if you're alive, we hope you do well. We're certainly not rooting against anybody, but bringing up the possibility. The parlay's around $1,600, $1,700. So that pick 3 paid $1,000. So long way to go. But it's not an easy sequence from here. I know there's a 5-horse field, but this race is wide open.
Let's flip over to Churchill Downs, race number 7. One of my favorite races, Andy, in case you don't know, are maiden horses, 2-year-olds especially. And we're going to kick off the field with the one Corningstone here, $75,000 purchase for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, this is a half to a horse that was a $4,000 claimer at Puerto Rico going out for Kenny McPeak. They did pay $75,000 as a yearling, though.
Scratch the 2, scratch the 3. Here's the 4, Champagne Calling, $250,000, daughter of Empire Maker.
A very strong second family on the dam side, but Ian Wilkes, not a trainer who's known to win first time out.
Catherine Blaze will come through next, 22-1 for George Leonard, but already a start under the belt.
Yeah, I mean, starts can really help move horses forward, but this horse did no running.
Just Cindy coming through next. She's getting some attention here. A daughter of Justify out of debut winner Jenda's Agenda.
And this is a homebred that is taking a ton of money, so the money has to be considered meaningful first foal.
Scratch the 7 out of this spot, and your current favorite is the 8, Just Like Magic for Tom Amos.
Do we have to root for Tom Amos? I mean, it's bad enough I have to work with the guy.
I won't twist your arm.
He's
okay?
actually had, I think, 2 good-looking 2-year-old firsters so far at Churchill. So I'm afraid he may have some good horses at Saratoga, too.
And number 9, American Apple out of Miss Mary Apples.
This horse got bet first time out. But I watched the race, and the horse didn't do any running whatsoever. But you want to note horses get bet first time out.
And here, coming through next, will be the 10, CC Cruise Control. Kenny McPeak going to draw the bookends here.
Yeah, he does. Now, she's taking a lot less money than the other one for Eversworth. One of the 3 foals from the dam was actually okay.
We're going to return here to Churchill Downs, but first we're going to head over to Paul LaDuca, who is standing trackside. Paul, I don't want to talk about the babies right away, though. I want to flip ahead to tomorrow. Tell me about the Monomoy Girls Stakes that's coming up.
Well, obviously, Society is going to be the favorite in the race. Only 5 horses drawn in here, and she's got the pedigree. Obviously, she's never gone around 2 turns, but we've seen these gun runners just running out of their mind, and she's got Tappet on the bottom side, so I don't think the distance of ground is really going to hurt her at all. I mean, she's very, very talented. In her first start, she was able to wait off of horses, circled the field with Julie Berkerborn. Then she was privately purchased for Steve Asmussen and then got the job done. I would think she's the horse to catch. And, you know, the only filly she really has to beat in here, I thought, was Miss Yearwood, who was very, very impressive in a maiden race. They took her over to the Black-Eyed Susan. When I interviewed Ian Wilkes after that race, that wasn't sort of their plan. I think they strayed away from their plan. I think Miss Yearwood would be the other horse that can give society something to handle maybe late in the race.
Thanks, Paul, for that look ahead to tomorrow. We will have racing action from Churchill Downs right here on America's Day at the Races. Let's talk about the 7th now at Churchill that's up and coming. I love maiden 2-year-olds. This is one of my favorite type of races, and I'm really interested in the daughter of Justify. We saw a very impressive Justify offspring over at Santa Anita. What do you think about the 6, Just Cindy?
Well, that's going to be my selection, Michelle. You hit the nail right on the head. Of all these horses that have warmed up, it looks like the 6 and the 10 were the 2 horses that sort of warmed up against away from the pony. And Rafael Bejarano, when you look at the standings right now, you got, listen, Tyler Gaffalione's got 40 wins. He's almost doubled up the field with Ricardo Santana at 22. Rafael Bejarano just got his 20th win. He is quietly having a very good meet. He got this horse to warm up very, very nicely. I think the horse to beat by far is the 6. Now, you do get Tom Amos. By the way, that 30-to-1 winner, Tom had told me he hadn't had a 30-to-1 winner in over 5 years or so. Could be a little bit longer. You're not going to get 30-to-1 today. Right now, you're getting, I would say, 9-to-5. So both these first-time starters look very, very formidable, Michelle. I will say the one for Kenny McPeak, I thought made a good appearance on the racetrack. You never really know with Kenny's horses as sort of a grab bag. I do think the public has it right with the Cornelia and Amos horse. I'll give a slight edge to the Justify.
Thank you so much, Paul, for the insight there on this daughter of Justify. Also the damn Genda's Agenda I mentioned briefly, a debut winner, working really well coming into this debut, Andy, but from a physical standpoint, I'll tell you 2 things I didn't like.
Okay.
First of all, she was not paying as close attention as I wanted her to. She was more paying attention to the pony, and she keeps swishing her tail. And I am very annoyed by a tail swisher.
Who's the best tail swisher? Wasn't Sharp Cat a tail swisher? Or is that before your time?
That was a little before my time, but there was a horse named the Whammer.
The Whammer?
Yeah,
really?
It was a terrible tail swisher, but he was running when he tail swished.
The Whammer was a nickname of one of the greatest people I ever knew at the racetrack, the great Jack Brown. And his nickname was the Whammer because when he got up to the window, they say he looked like Babe Ruth going to the plate. And Whams was a great guy.
What do you think about the 2-year-olds here? Do you like Just Magic?
I love these races, not for as much for betting because it's hard,
right,
but for watching them and seeing them develop and seeing horses to bet going down the road. I prefer myself when they've started. I kid about Tom. I just root automatically for Tom in these races if I'm not betting. I want to see him do well. Joel Politi, a terrific guy who owns Serengeti Empress. I usually side with horse with experience, but the only one I might have looked at to use was American Apple, who got bet first time, but she didn't do any running, so I'm going to guess one of the 2 firsters will probably win. It's taking money. I'll go for Tom.
You're talking about, too, watching horses down the line. I think Champagne Calling the 4 is going to be one to watch eventually.
Right.
She's actually had a really good but abbreviated work tab. She's probably not fit enough for the debut, and Ian Wilkes is usually a run them more type person.
I agree, and Ian is a better person than he is a trainer, but he's an excellent trainer, and he rarely has him ready to win first time out.
They're almost loaded up. Here's Travis Stone.
And they're off. Catherine Blaze bounces out on top just like magic is there. Corningstone for that inside post, fires up on through, punches through, and grabs the lead. Corningstone opens up, quickly builds a 1.5 advantage, just like magic. Second, American Apple is third. Just Cindy keyed up in tight. Fourth, Catherine Blaze. Fifth, CC Cruise Control is running in sixth, and Champagne Calling is at the back, 6 lengths off the lead. Rounding the far turn, 3 furlongs from the wire. Here comes American Apple, looking for the lead and grabbing it midway round the far turn. The opening quarter goes in 22-4. American Apple, the leader at the quarter pole. Corningstone right back at it at the inside. And Just Cindy comes off the turn 3 wide. These 3 across the track. Top of the stretch, Corningstone fights on American Apple. Here's Just Cindy striking the lead right outside the 8th pole. Just Cindy's in front. Corningstone's going to fight that one. American Apple gives way late, 100 yards to go. Just Cindy in front and opening up. Just Cindy under the wire to win it by 2.5 in the end. Corningstone was second, is tight for third. Champagne calling her Just Like Magic.
Very professional debut there from Just Cindy. By a debut winner, out of a debut winner, well backed here. Andy, not a lot to dislike about Just Cindy.
I don't know about you. I'm always more impressed by horses that win like this first time out.
Yes.
So many firsters you see are brilliant. They're fast. They've been working fast in the morning, and they go out and wire a bunch of horses, just can't really keep up with them. When a horse like this rates comfortably, sits behind horses, I mean, worked out a good trip, but a lot of first-time starters aren't that comfortable racing like that. Very, very professional win for her. The 8 Just Like Magic. The rider, I thought, was a little overconfident, but she really didn't have anything, and you were commenting to me, and I agree. Champagne calling, a typical Ian Wilkes first-time starter.
Watch for her 2-3 races down the road now, especially when they stretch out a little bit. But can't take anything away from Just Cindy right here for Eddie Keneally. Rafael Bejarano was aboard. And here's to take a look at her jogging back. She looks very pleased with herself. Like you mentioned, a very professional effort.
So you had a Justify winner in California.
Yes.
I know there was one that ran in Europe earlier that didn't do well. I don't think we've seen one here in New York.
Well, then his first California starter was a winner. His first New York starter was a winner.
Oh, he had a New York starter.
No, this is it. This is it, right?
No, this is
Churchill.
that's
Sorry.
Kentucky.
So you haven't had one in New York.
There's nobody out on the track, Michelle. I know.
I'm jet lagged.
Yes, I know. If you want to use that jet lag, go for it.
I am. All right. Either way, he is off to a flying start at stud, right?
No, he is. He really is.
We can certainly agree on that for Justify. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout, and when we come back, we're going to take a look back to last week where we honored an ambassador for the sport.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne.
Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Mossberg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 18th. Wager on the TVG.com Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 23rd. Win early and often by playing our 50-cent Win Early Pick 5. First post, 12:15 Eastern. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. The Hancock name is certainly one that is well-versed out here on the racetrack. And just last week, we had a prestigious award given away to Dell Hancock. It was the Denny Phipps Award in honor of her dedication to equine health. But one of her other passions is photography.
I guess I was in my 20s, early 20s, when I really started pursuing photography seriously. The reason I got into photography was when my father died. I'd done some work when I was in high school on the yearbook and all, and everybody else had something to do on the farm, and I thought, well, nobody's doing this, and that'll suit me. And so my passion for photography grew through my love of the farm and the horses. Well, Seabiscuit was raised right there, and when I was a kid, I was learning to read, and we put the names of important horses on the stall, and it's there permanently. And I can remember walking down and going, Seabiscuit, that is the craziest name. And then I started riding competitively when I was a kid, and I had a nice pony, and I went, to horse shows all the time, and my love for horses grew through my love for riding. And then when we were kind of thrust into ownership of the farm, it was just a natural. Oh, sure, I've got some all-time favorites. I've got one picture of Secretariat that he was such a magnificent horse and so important to racing, really. And I love it. And then there's some farm scenes that I really love. I like that one. There's Blame in the Snow. I love that one because I love Blame. A garden. Some wildlife things that you do here and there that I really like. If I was just going around and those foxes were in a barn, I love those foxes. But then I found some of these pictures. There's Julie Crone and Shoemaker, Pink Eye, Stevie Cawthon. That's when he was 16. There's Cordero. There's Shug when he was quite young. I'd say early morning light and late evening light here at the farm are my favorite times. But anytime you're around a good horse, it's fun to try to capture them, no matter if it's here at the farm or if it's at the racetrack.
Del Hancock, quite the person in horse racing. I mean, I didn't know that her passion was photography.
There's probably other things I don't know about her either, but I know about it now, and she's pretty good. I love those old photos. We were really enjoying those.
Yes, the one of Steve Cawthon and Angel Cordero's big smile looked great. Yeah. Back here to Belmont Park, this is going to be race number 7, and we will kick off the post parade with the one here, Kiara.
This race could go a long way to blowing up this pick 6. Ran on the turf once last time. Does get a rider change and was a bit wide in her turf debut.
Going to scratch the 1A. Here's the 2, Mondeuse.
Mondeuse at one time was good enough to win this race, but her recent form is lacking. Gets a rider change.
Number 3, your current favorite, Gracefully Wild. Third start off the layoff.
I think you have to bet against this favorite. That was a woeful field last time. I know on paper nobody looks that good here. Someone's going to pop up, if not someone's, and beat her.
There's the 4, Let Me Get It off the class drop.
And I think she's one of the ones that could do it. She drops down, hasn't run in a while, but she has speed.
I like the 5 in here, Crosstalk for Dave Duggan.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I tried her 2 races back. She can be forwardly placed. I like the next horse, Michelle.
Rent Control. That sounds like something every New Yorker wants to be a part of.
This horse gets a rider change. This horse set an insane pace last time out. With a more judicious ride, I believe she can win this race at a price.
Racing Queen, 20-1.
She has had her share of chances. Most of these have not exposed themselves as much as she has.
The 8, Giggling Ghost, will be taking a class drop down.
Louis Saez from Jackie Davis. I'm a big Jackie fan, and I don't think Jackie did anything wrong last time.
I just can't see the price on this horse. I'm not a fan. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not either. I think people are looking at the rider change.
The 9 is going to be Janie May, first time Lasix here.
Well, she does cut back for her first time back. Not my kind of horse, but in this field, I'm not knocking anybody who takes any shot in here.
Going to be a 12-1 on the 10, Halo Field.
I know Rob Atter's not a trainer thing with first-time stars. There's plenty of turf pedigree in the dam side in this one. I wish it was more of a turfy sire. I'm going to use this one.
Unified is Ofer with his grass runners, by the way. The 11, She's a Dancing Queen.
Thanks for that. And you've also got, I think there's another one of those. Jane's a Dancing Queen. She ran a little bit after breaking slowly last time.
And the 12 horse Bustin' Bullet off the class drop as well.
Dam is 0-3 with her progeny on the turf. She did win a turf race with the 67 buyer. Join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match.
Good job on that one.
Thank you. I'm learning from you. You're helping you're stepping my game up for me.
Here's a look at the 3 right now. Gracefully Wild for Edward Barker, 0 for 5 maiden. And we're going to take a look back at her race from April. She's had 2 seconds, both of them, in the month of April.
Yeah, the thing about her last race, she's going to win this race when nobody in here can run.
Okay.
None of the fuzzies, none of the horses you want to make for whatever reasons you make for them. Because the horse that beat her, Call the Queen, now in fairness to her, was first time on the turf. But she is a horse for Mike Dubb and Rudy Rodriguez that has just been an incredible quitter in her career. She's obviously a little better on the turf, but isn't she supposed to run her down in this race? And I just feel like somebody or somebody's in here is a better horse. There are a lot of potential fuzzies in here.
She did switch leads back to the wrong lead inside the 16th pole. Maybe that had something to do with her not finishing as strongly.
Yeah, she's going to beat me. I want to bet on Rent Control.
Okay.
I look at Rent Control. First time out, ran against much better horses. Last time out off the layoff, Gary Richards, we went earlier, he can be a bit aggressive. And 21-3, 44-2 for these kind of horses is a supersonic. It's fast-paced for decent horses.
Yeah.
For these kind of horses, it's otherworldly. And the race completely collapsed. And I'm hoping with a switch to Mike Luzzi, maybe a more judicious ride, and she can be more effective here. And she's a big price.
Also for her, she went from the extreme outside all the way down to the rail, which is never an easy thing. At least she's in the middle of the field now where her hand isn't forced one way or the other.
Right, and not going to be in such a runoff.
Gracefully Wild is the 3, your current favorite, Acacia Courtney. He's going to be rejoining us now.
Thanks, Michelle. And looking at the number 3 who switched to the turf last time out, the winner Wired, and this horse was coming on pretty strong at the end, closing really, really well. Now, as we've heard Richie talking about throughout the day, it's warm out here today. The breeze has picked up, so she got very hot back in the paddock. But that being said, it wasn't just that she got hot. She was a little bit anxious, a little bit agitated. Overall, I like her. I think that she actually looks like a turf sprinter, but she's pretty sharp. She's by Shackelford, too, so I'm not putting too much credence in that. I just wish that she was a little bit more focused, and it does seem now, after the warm-up under Javier Castellano, she has settled down and been kind of minding her P's and Q's a little bit more out there on the track, especially when it's warm like that. I just don't want to see them expending too much energy and losing focus before the race even begins. But a couple others that I'm intrigued by, as Michelle mentioned, the sire Unified, the sire of the number 10 Halo Fied, is 0 for 43 with all of his turf runners, 0 for 12 with turf sprinters. That said, this filly looks like a turf sprinter. I have no problem with her. One thing is that typically with the Rob Atras barn, especially on the turf and starting in a place like this, I'd maybe want to see a race from them. And I do think that she'll strengthen up after having a start under her belt, but she's been professional. She was a little bit sharp and a little bit kind of high-headed when she first stepped out onto the track with the pony, but Manny Franco getting to her to settle nicely. And once again, Manny is making very few wrong moves. She, at a nice price, is, I think, a pretty interesting alternative maybe to some of the other horses that have run several times. The one, She's a Dancing Queen. These war dancers seem to love these New York turf courses. And this one, at the inside post, broke really slow from that start and was kind of way back, closing then on her left lead, just very green. I would like to see her a little bit stronger just across the top line in her second start, but I just think this is a good spot for her. And Michelle Nevin's barn has been in a good groove, and you would expect some improvement from this one now that she has a race under her belt, and hopefully she gets out of the gate better, and she's sharp and on her toes today, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Acacia Clement.
Much better. Much better.
I think I'm the only person that kept the maiden name.
Maggie. Well, Maggie sort of did.
Yeah.
She did and she didn't. I'd keep mine.
I want to remind you that coming up on Wednesday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern on FS2, it's going to be the Mystic Lake Northern Stars Racing Festival live from Canterbury Park. I was there last year for this day.
Really?
It was tremendous fun. But you want to talk about the heat. Holy guacamole, was it hot and humid.
It's a fun night of racing.
It's so fun. The crowd there is really intense. They love racing. The horses are really good. Everyone's in great spirits. Super competitive races. So highly recommend you tune into that on Wednesday.
There's a movie based on a Bukowski novel, Factotum. And Bukowski, as you probably know, spent a lot of time at Hollywood Park and the racetracks. But it's filmed at Canterbury Park.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Matt Dillon plays him, I think.
Horses on the track right now for this upcoming 7th race. They're going to go week 6 furlongs on the inner turf course here. Maiden $40,000 claimers for New York bred fillies. Still 5-2 on your favorite, Gracefully Wild. I saw that Acacia liked the 11. She's a dancing queen. I feel like that would have been a horse for you, though.
Because I'm a known dancing queen?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm neither a dancer or a queen. You know, she has a little bit of pedigree. What I don't like, the dam is 6 for 9 with the production of the turf. She's a 23-year-old, and as they get older, and she already had that one race in turf, but she did get left that day, and she could improve of that. Listen, there is no, you could go with any horse you want in this race.
I like the 5.
Okay, you like the 5. I like the 6, Rent Control.
All right, Ren Control for Andy. I like the 5. Crosstalk in there, and here's a look at her. She got a little bit warm on the warm-up here. We're going to hand it upstairs. They're going to go sprinting on the grass for the 7th here from Belmont Park.
Waiting now on Boston Bullet to complete the field. Boston Bullet goes in, and we're set for race 7. And they're off. There goes Crosstalk out for the early lead with Giggling Ghost running in second. Gracefully Wild is down on the inside and next in third. Let Me Get It is alongside in fourth. Far outside, Boston Bullet runs in fifth. Then comes Shiara in sixth. It's a break of 2 to Rent Control, who is in 7th position. Then on the outside is Janny May next in 8th. Mondoose down on the inside in 9th, followed by Racing Queen. And at the back of the pack is the first-time starter, Halofied. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Crosstalk leads by 2. Giggling Ghost, the gray, runs in second. Boston Bullet is on the outside in third. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Gracefully Wild down on the inside. Then Chiara, followed by Let Me Get It as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. And it is Gracefully Wild. Here's Boston Bullet on the outside. Crosstalk is now back running in third. Shiara is kicking in on the outside. It is Boston Bullet and Gracefully Wild, and the two of them will come on to the finish together. Boston Bullet has won it. Boston Bullet had a nice price. She was 13-1.
The trend continues here on this show with big prices blowing up the tote board. Boston Bullet. This was just an oversight here, Andy, I feel like. We're talking about a daughter of Buston Stones out of a Freud mare taking a class drop and trying grass for the first time.
Yeah, you know, the dam did win in the turf. She's had 3 foals to try it, and none of them did any running whatsoever. At a $5,000 yearling, she wasn't for me. If you had her, congratulations. Dylan Davis getting the money in here. The 3 ran better than I thought she would, but somebody came along and beat her in this race. The 1 improved a lot as well. My 6 did, I think, finish 4th, but a distant 4th. And I mean, you think about the parlay, you know, a 13-1 shot and the pick 3 being 1,000. So let's make it like 15,000. Now, let's assume one of the favorite wins next race. So you're in the $30,000 to $35,000 range as a parlay. Last race feels like it's wide, wide open. There will be horses probably live going the last leg, but not all of them, and I think there's a good chance it carries. Good luck if you're alive, though. If you're alive, you've done one heck of a job putting this sequence together.
Agree. There have been some horses that at second, third glance, maybe you can play, but right off the bat, you think, oh, Chuck.
Well, you know, as you know, we can all look back and say, I would have used that horse. The problem is getting them all on the same ticket.
Right.
That's the problem. It's, you know, individually you can look, and I think a lot of people that don't play pick sixes especially, and this one's $1 minimum from the $2, they don't realize how quickly it adds up.
Yes.
You know, and, you know, we used to have a contest on a message board, hit this pick 6 for $5,000. I think a lot of people were surprised how difficult it was.
Certainly is. Certainly can be. It's a specialty wager One that I'm not an expert in by any means, so I'm glad to have Andy here with me.
It's a great bet, and I'm really proud that we have gone back to the old pick six. The old pick sixes with carryovers was some of the best excitement at the racetrack.
Coming up after this short timeout, we're going to have a sprint showdown in today's feature race, a 6-furlong allowance. It'll go as race number 8 here at Belmont Park.
Idle perfectly timed. Idle gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race at the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion. Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races.
Brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com and check out the bonuses available to all members.
Meanwhile, here's a look at the winner circle right here. Race number 7 is in the books, and yet again, we had a price play come up in this particular spot. Bustin' Bullet, 3-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Freud mare, ready for therapy. A $5,000 yearling purchase gets the job done in this $40,000 maiden claimer.
And I don't think Dylan Davis is obsessed by it, but he does, I believe, still have the lead over Irad Ortiz. He's probably happy to hear Irad went over to Ascot for the week. I'm sure he's not celebrating, but he doesn't mind. He got a little suspension over there. So he may have a chance to hold on. He won the Aqueduct riding title this winter. Winning a Belmont title as well, that is a huge deal.
13-1, he got it Oma winner here. Bustin' Bullet over the 9-5 favorite Gracefully Wild. Kiara finishing out third at 28-1. Look at that pick 3, 6,700 and change, Andy.
Well, if you use that pick 3 into the first winner, you're talking about a parlay that's around $27,000. You got to look at them different ways. It's going to be hard to get them all in the same ticket. The 2 or 4 win here at relatively short prices. I think you'll see a few horses covered, but boy, that last race, I'd love to go in there single to somebody just to have a shot, but it's not the kind of race that you want to have just one horse because it's a tough one.
Heading down to Churchill Downs, we've got an allowance affair here. First level going 5.5 furlongs on the main track, and horses are just stepping on to the course. Here's the one Comedy Act for Randy Morse. First time versus winners for this daughter of Practical Joke.
The last race came up surprisingly fast, especially considering her form and some others' form, and I sometimes wonder if 6.5 furlong races aren't a little bit tough to trust going forward.
Here's my sweet cat. She will add front bandages back on today.
She figures, you'd like to think she'd be forward, but even looking at the pace figures, she's probably not fast enough.
Your current favorite is the 3 Pathetique.
Something I've been called before in my life several times. She's probably got some of the better race of these. I don't choose a player. She doesn't have any speed, though. A favorite in a 5.5 furlong race at Churchill with no speed? Not for me.
The 4 is Giverny. This could be your pace presence here.
Yeah, isn't that where Monet did all his painting? Isn't that where he did the water lilies at Giverny?
Oh, I don't know.
I believe so.
That's way too hoity-toity for me.
The water lilies?
Agnitude next for Brad Cox with the blinkers coming off today.
I think she's the worst beat for Brad. You have to think there's a possibility she just didn't handle that sloppy seal track last time. Her debut was strong.
Earlier, we were watching a debut effort from a daughter of Munnings. Here's another one, My Money.
Yeah, we were looking at Money's Gold in the 3rd race at Monmouth. Take a look at her. This one would have to improve to be good as that 2-year-old firster.
Wings of an Angel will come through next. Ooh, that's a long back right there. Looks like 4 or 5 riders could fit on that filly.
Yeah, what's interesting about her, she's never taken that much money in her races, and she actually runs well enough that she's not impossible.
261 away from the pony here. 3rd start off a layoff.
She's another horse that shows you look at her, you think she's a speed, but she's not really that fast cutting back. And is she really a dirt horse?
She doesn't look like it right here. You want my honest opinion?
No,
she does not move like a dirt horse at all. And Train to Artemis will wind us out. Coming off the extended layoff, we haven't seen this daughter of Tapazar since November of 2020.
Wesley Ward to Safi Joseph. I looked up Safi Joseph. He's 0 for 7 on year-plus layoffs with 2 hitting the board. And believe it or not, 4 of them were pretty short prices, so it's not something he's done well with. But she's a big price if you like her.
There's a look at the One Comedy Act. Let's take a look back at her maiden breaker last time out at Churchill Downs, going 6.5. So she's going to take a pretty significant cutback in distance here.
She ran last time. And from the rail, her hand is forced. She's got to go from the inside, and she has speed. She really ran. But whenever I see a horse like this, and I think, boy, she really ran aberrationally fast. I looked up the other horses in the race. Seems like a number that I wouldn't want to rely on going forward to be predictive. You know, it was an interesting horse that we mentioned in the post parade, Giverny, the 4. Are we sure that she's really a turf horse? Look at her debut. You might remember the horse who finished second to her, a horse named Goodnight Olive that goes for Chad Brown. She broke her maiden by a city block at Keeneland. She came to Aqueduct in the fall, and she also won impressively at a short price. She's been laid up since. She's obviously got some issues. I think Giverny's a horse that might look like a turf horse that might actually be going back the right distance, right surface, I mean.
She's by tapping out of a Dixie Union mare. That just means run me on anything you want,
Dixie Union is not much of a turf influence. And she ran well on the turf. I just wonder if she might actually be a better dirt horse, and I wonder if that's what Mott is thinking.
All right, let's head back down to Paula Duca, who's trackside at Churchill Downs, talking about, Andy says his namesake, Pathetic?
Yeah, Pathetic.
Yeah, the 3 horse in here. I actually like the 3 a little bit. Rafael Bejarano on a little bit of a roll, up to 21 wins. And, when you look at the body of this field, it looks like none of these fillies and mares really want to pass anybody. Now, the racetrack is not playing towards that, except that the first-time starter in the last race was just much the best for Eddie Keneally to go buy horses. But especially with these type of horses that don't really have the winning punch, a lot of horses in here do have speed. Who's going to be able to pass horses? Or is the horse with the most speed just going to get to the front end? Now, when you look at the One Comedy Act, the blinkers have gone on. That's obviously improved her a lot. Pathetic, I liked her last time out against Bomb Diggity. She was 4 wide the whole way around the racetrack. Rafael Bejarano was kind of trying to rate her a little bit. I wonder if he's going to push a little bit more from the gate. I'm in agreement with Andy. The 4 Giverny is the X factor in here because this is a horse that's run 1 race as a 3-year-old in her first start on the dirt. And that was an 11-horse field, and she broke a little flat-footed. She showed some speed. So I think Giverny's got a good spot in here. There's so many ways you can go. And, like you guys said, Brad Cox in the 5 with the blinkers going off is the horse to beat. If I had one long shot, it would be the 8. And I understand the 8 has run pathetic so far in her career on the dirt. But she put blinkers on last time going a mile on the turf, and she blitzed the field. If there's somebody that comes from way, way back and this race heats up early, look for the 8 way off the pace. But I'll go tepid little win wager on the 3, Pathetic.
Thanks so much, Paulie, there. 261. I don't know. I can't get on board with that horse personally.
No, but Paulie does have a 40-1 winner, is to his credit. So he's got a lot of an account right now. So he's actually Paul's opinion, all kidding aside, has been very strong at Churchill. He's really been on top of it.
I should have asked him then about the 7, Wings of an Angel. That's the horse I like. He mentioned some speed. I think that this is the filly that's going to go to the front. She gets a cutback in distance, that 5.5. I know she wants to sprint. There's been a couple instances that she's been in front and then settled for a minor award. And she's coming in here with some very rapid workouts in the morning. She consistently works quick, but you see that 3-furlong bullet blowout. To me, that's Larry Jones just cranking it down on her, wanting her to send for this.
I have no problem with her here. I think she's a contender as well. And I would prefer to have horses more forward, even though there's potentially other speed. She's going to be forward. And a horse like, that's what I worry about Paul's horse, Pathetique. She doesn't have much speed. And I feel like horses like the 4, the 5, the 1, the 7, they can all be much closer.
What about the 9, Trained to Artemis? What do you do with her? First time out of Saffie Joseph's barn, gets Lasix here for the return to the races, and a steady workout tab.
Yeah, the problem is I don't bet horses off of 19-month layoffs.
Okay.
And looking at the stats, it's not something that Saffie has done particularly well with.
Horses loading into the gate right now. They're going to be going a quick 5.5 furlongs here. First level allowance for fillies and mares. Your current favorite is the 5, 3-2 Agnitude for Brad Cox. Blinker's coming off here, and she gets second time Lasix, also returns to a fast main track. Travis Stone will have the call for Churchill, race number 8.
For 261 and Trained to Artemis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Comedy Act comes out running. Agnitude is there. My Money, Pathetique, Wings of an Angel, and Trained to Artemis on the far outside. Comedy Act on through to grab a narrow lead. Agnitude is prompting from second. My Money 3 wide, right up and on the pace, while third. Pathetique in behind with Governey. On the far outside, Trained to Artemis is racing up into 6th. Wings of an Angel's back in 7th to 61, and My Sweet Cat the trailer. 22-1 was the opening quarter mile. Comedy Act narrow lead. Agnitude is ratcheting up the pressure. Trained to Artemis comes on 3 wide. Pathetique right there in behind. Wings of an Angel comes wide off the turn with My Money. Top of the stretch. Agnitude grabs the lead at the 3/16. Agnitude in front and now opening up by 2. Comedy Act fights on. Pathetique putting in a late run. Wings of an Angel down the center. 16th to go. Agnitude has kicked clear. Agnitude by 3 down to the wire. Agnitude does it. Pathetique second. Comedy Act was third. And Wings of an Angel finished 4th.
We all tried to get way too smart there. It was just Agnitude, as easy as the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, she made a lot of sense. I'm not big on the wet track, dry track thing, but when you run as well as she did in her debut, and you come back and run as poorly as she did in a sloppy sealed track, I think sealed tracks and wet tracks are different things.
Yes.
Horses usually handle some moisture, but often sealed tracks, some horses will just hate it. She didn't run. Today she got a fast track, and she was impressive getting it done. I thought Bayron did a good job with Pathetique, getting her into position, so at least she could make her run. She just was second best.
Second best there. So they're going to cross the wire. 5, 3, 1, 7. Hey, the 4 of us would have hit the super.
My 4 was not a good selection on my part.
Well,
I've had worse.
She's right there on the rail. I don't know where she
Yeah,
finishes,
no,
but we can still see her, Andy.
She broke a little slow. Jimmy Graham did a good job of getting her into position the backstretch, and she just wanted none of it. Maybe she didn't have the kick back, but I just don't think she's much worse, turf or dirt.
I think the good news is we learned something. Governey.
It's Governey, right? It's good we got the right pronunciation. Never gone to like this. You're probably never go to MoMA in the city, right?
No.
Yeah.
I've been to the Louvre.
Have you?
Yeah.
I think the Monets are in the lingerie. Is that what it's called?
Why do you make me look silly with pronunciations
You're the one who said you were
of
the
things?
Louvre.
All right. There's a look at Chateau. That's another French word. We're very multilingual here on this, and they'll be coming up in the feature at Belmont Park after this break.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on?
about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That's a great look there at Belmont Park. We're somewhere in the middle of that big grandstand.
There's usually a glow.
There's a glow where we are?
Out from the studio.
I like it. Meanwhile, though, Acacia is in the paddock right here, and she wants to talk about the 2-3-2 zone.
A horse that ran so big last time out, and if you watch back, it was kind of when he started riding in that Dylan Davis did actually drop his crop in the stretch, but it didn't matter. This horse was just so much the best in making his first start for Ray. And looking at him, to my eye, it actually looks like he's put on a little bit of weight, a little bit of muscle mass perhaps since that last start. He's very sharp once again once they got the tack on him, and a horse that looks like he's just doing really well. If I'm nitpicking, he's a long, stretchy type of horse. I think the 6.5 furlongs, maybe even 7, might suit him better. But going off of that last race, he was impressive, and a horse that I have no qualms with coming off of that big effort. A horse that has a lot of speed and is a graded stakes winner is the 4 Chateau. He's one that isn't kind of a bulkier type of sprinter, but he handles himself just so beautifully, so professionally from race to race. His coat is that rich, hydrated, luxurious type of color that you love to see. Very well muscled, very fit for him, and very relaxed here in the paddock. The question is he going to be able to sustain that speed as he got run down by Drafted, who did come back to win the Mr. Prospector at Monmouth in his subsequent start. The 5 New Bomb is making his first start of the year. He hasn't run since December, and he is a horse that has, at times, run some good races. I've noticed in watching him over the years that he runs better when he's more calm and relaxed in the paddock. That's what he is today. He's not revved up, not keyed up, but he does look a little bit soft off the bench. He's one that I just think will tuck up after having this race off of the layoff. Michelle?
Thanks so much, Acacia. I want to remind you that you can win more when you bet with Naira Bets. Play the popular late pick 5 at my home track, Santa Anita, with Naira Bets, and get a share of $2,000 when you win. Available to new and existing customers. Just opt in at nairabets.com.
I'm kind of touched that you're missing closing weekend at Santa Anita to spend it with us.
Not the whole weekend. I'm going to be there. I'm going home closing day.
So you're going to leave here on Sunday
morning
at 6 in the morning, and you're going to be at Santa Anita.
Yeah, I land there at like 9:30.
You're a rock star. You've made what? Ascot, Belmont, and Santa Anita in like a 4-day period. You're a legend.
Well, it's time for our post sprint here. Speaking of Southern California people, Flavia and Pratt aboard the 1.
This is a 5-horse field. We get 5-horse sprints with no speed. Every horse in this race has early speed,
including
Happy
Farm.
Yeah.
Number 2 will be 3-2 Zone. Going to be in the barn of Raymond Handel.
In some fields, this horse will be in front by 2. In this field, he'll probably last early. If he runs back to his last race, this field's in trouble. But where did it come from, and can he duplicate it for Ray, who's having a great meet?
Fire Sword going to be coming through next for Wesley Ward in here for the $80,000 tag.
And coming off of a 7th-month layoff, find himself in a tough spot. But with Wesley Ward, you never know, and does have some efforts good enough to be a competitor.
The 4 is Chateau for Rob Atras, also in here for the $40,000 tag and has been running in graded stakes his last couple of outs.
It's unusual to look at a horse like this that always has the lead. It's like Ruffy, she had all those ones, never got past, and he's very fast, but stamina is a massive issue.
And here is the 5 Newbaum in here, a class dropper for Kelly Breen.
He did have that one good race, 3 races back. This form sort of fell apart, draws well on the outside, but is he really good enough even on his best?
All right, let's take a look at the 2-3-2 zone coming off that 8-length victory last time out with a 101 buyer. I mean, that's a head and shoulders number above this group.
And I mean, it is really fair to say. I mean, it was a trainer switch away from a trainer that was 0 for 29 so far this year to Ray, whose horses, I mean, he has 20 starts, 6 wins in 4 seconds. His horses are running great. But you always ask yourself that question, right? First of all, you didn't have the horse last time at 970 against a softer bunch. Will he run back to that race? And how much can he regress to still win it, right? He still might regress 3 lengths. He still might win it.
Here's a look at him in that effort. Pretty tremendous here. Again, a compact field. The race, though, sets up for him from a pace standpoint. He comes from just off of it. There's going to be pace to run at.
I don't disagree. I mean, I picked him in here, and not surprised he's the favorite, and it wasn't practically a brilliant pick on my part, win or lose. It's a bad pick if he loses, and not a particularly good one if he wins. But
is there a bounce factor with a number that big?
I'm not a bounce guy. I'm more what were the circumstances that led to it.
Okay.
And I think, I mean, I always felt like good horses are supposed to run back to it. But then again, with this horse, do we have any guarantee that he's a good horse, right? He ran one big race, but one big race doesn't a good horse make.
That's true. Very true. Meanwhile, Acacia standing by with his trainer, Raymond Handel.
I am indeed, and Ray, 3-2 zone, I should say, ran such a big race as my hair attacks me here last time out. What did you take away from that start, and what have you learned from him since then?
Well, he's always been a horse that was really, trained well and did everything the right way in the morning. He was a little bit on the nervous side and the mental side of things. I was just trying to work with him because he would be really funny in the shed row, like you couldn't get on him, and you'd have to take him with the pony, and just when you'd train him out here on the main track, you'd want to kind of lug in, and if you'd correct him, he'd get ticked off and like start lunging and stuff. So just really working on the mental side of things with him. But he's always looked and acted like a good horse in the morning, and I couldn't say that I was expecting a 101 buyer performance and win by 8 last time, but it was a little bit of an easier 2X if I'm being honest. And but he dominated them, and he's come out of it in great shape and doing well coming into here.
How excited were you by that performance as he was making his first start for you? It was a huge effort. Does it kind of get you thinking about some of the bigger races down the road?
Yeah, you can't help it, but always wonder when they do stuff like that. If you can bring it back and repeat against a legit group here, Chateau's nothing to slouch at, and a couple other good horses. Of course you think about some graded stakes races at Saratoga down the line and just hope, but he's got to do it in this kind of competition first.
You get aboard a lot of your horses. Have you been aboard this guy? As your barn has really been in such a good groove here this spring at Belmont.
I try not to ride as much as I can, but this horse he's an absolute gorilla to gallop, and I use a lot of ace in the barn to kind of keep him chill and maintain. But there, you have thresholds. So when he came off ace going into the last race, I got on him myself because I really wanted to put the anchor on him because I knew he was going to be a handful, and he toted me around there. I tell you, the few days going into it, and same thing coming into this one. So yeah, he's a tough cookie.
Well, he looks terrific, Ray. Best of luck, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Trainer Ray Handel, who has a horse at 6-5 right now, Michelle, and as I know you can attest to as well, Ace Promazine, which does help horses to relax in training. Of course, you have to back off of that in preparation for their race, and that's when horses can get really, really fresh in their final preparations.
Very popular tool for several trainers to use. You'll see them use it in the mornings to keep those horses very quiet, and you can tell those ones because, like Raymond said, when they start to get close to the race and they have to come off because of the mandatory withdrawal time, they can become quite a handful.
Interesting.
There's a look right now at Chateau. Now, Andy, you got to tell me, in for the $80,000 tag here, 7 years old, but has some good stakes efforts this year. Is this a claimable horse?
You got a 7-year-old gelding. I don't know, because, I mean, one of the only trainers that claims horses at this level with some regularity seems to be Mike Baker.
Yes.
They're usually turf horses. I mean, I guess he is. How confident are you can keep him going? I mean, the reality is you look at him, he's held his form for a long time, and he's run competitively in some good races, and if you're sort of judicious with him, but as a 7-year-old, how much more does he have in him? I mean, I'll put it this way. We all see worse claims on a daily basis for less money.
That's true. But $80,000 for a 7-year-old seems to be a lot. I mean, no shame in finishing second to drafted. This Globetrotter is just awesome.
If I had a closing sprinter that was a stakes horse, I would seriously consider claiming this horse as a rabbit. I don't understand why people don't use rabbits more in this country.
Because it's unsportsmanlike.
First of all, it's not. They use them in Europe all the time. You know,
yes.
One of the most famous rabbits, most famous one obviously is Dr. Fager with Hedivar, and another one in the Great Woodward. But after Commentator won the Whitney and beat St. Liam, Rick Dutcher said I'm going to use rabbits. And I got 2 of them. I watched that race with Nick Zito. He never complained. He knew it was coming. He understood the game. It's part of the game. Anyone can use them. People just don't use them.
Grab motion to Better Talk Now. He had a rabbit.
That's right. Shake
the bank.
Shake the bank.
Yeah, didn't Icy Atlantic? Was it?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Icy Atlantic was
English,
for Bob,
was it English Channel?
for Todd Bletcher. That's a good one. Yeah.
So they have been used.
Chad Brown's used some a little bit recently. Christophe Clement's talked to me about using them, but he's all talk, that guy. And I don't know why they don't use them more. And the thing about rabbits is they don't just help your horse. You might use a rabbit. It might inadvertently helps. They may. I'm almost won in New York.
Like Chad Brown with Tribhuvan.
Right. Well, my favorite, Tribhuvan's not a rabbit. My favorite one was Maker had a horse and he was entered as a rabbit for Stephanie's kitten, the Diana. And I watched the race with Chad. And I said to him, Maker's rabbit almost won. And Chad turned to me and said, she's my rabbit, you idiot.
Acacia Courtney standing by.
Yeah, I mean, you think of a horse like Shining Copper, who sometimes would just forget to stop, and horses that just have that early speed can really be the key. And I think just quickly wrapping up thoughts on Chateau and his early speed and why he's in for the 80,000 is that given his last couple races, he runs well, but he's not able to compete at that graded stakes level as far as winning. And he just doesn't have any conditions left, given his age and where he is right now. As far as the number 3 Fire Sword does go for Wesley Ward, this is a horse that late equipment change, the blinkers are coming off. Sometimes that equipment change that we will see with Wesley's runners as they start to get a little bit up there in age. This is a 4-year-old. Of course, virtually all of them start with the blinkers on. He hasn't really gone on as a 4-year-old. I haven't seen him back since Preakness weekend last May, this horse, when he won going wire to wire in Allowance Company. But he looks fit in that he's not carrying any excess weight. I just wish that he had a little bit more strength, a little bit more intensity out on the track. A horse that's on the smaller side, that you would have liked to see that kind of natural progression from 3 to 4 at this stage. I think with the presence of 3-2 Zone and Chateau in here, you've got 2 really, really talented horses. Should be a fun race coming up, Michelle.
Acacia and Andy both trying to buck the trend there and go with 3-2 Zone, but ends up the attention's too much. Sitting here even money.
You know, we were talking off camera. I don't think there should be this big a price difference between these 2 horses because 3-2 Zone, and I picked him, but he's got 1 race. He's got other races aren't going to win. As the thing about Chateau, he seems to fall apart sometimes a little bit late in races, but he's competitive race after race. So I thought they'd be a little closer in odds, to be honest. 7-5, 8-5, you know, something like that.
1 left to load here for our feature on this Belmont Park card. Race number 8. John Embryo with the call.
In the gate for the 8th. And they're off. Happy Farm from the rail. Chateau away well. Chateau and Happy Farm right together in the early going with New Bomb on the outside in 3rd. It's a 1.5 lengths. Back to Fire Sword and another 3 to 3-2 Zone, who trails the field in 5th. The favorite is at the back of the pack as Chateau has the lead here. It's Chateau by a 1.5 lengths. New Bomb on the outside running in 2nd, the quarter 22 1/5 seconds. Fire Sword advances in between horses. Happy Farm is down at the rail, 4 lengths to 3-2 Zone. Chateau leads by a length. Fire Sword second by a neck, with Happy Farm on the inside running in 3rd. New Bomb is tailed off, about to be passed by 3-2 Zone as they come for the quarter pole. It is Chateau who has the lead here. Happy Farm and Fire Sword right together, 2nd and 3rd. 3-2 Zone is on the outside. It is Chateau trying to hold off 3-2 Zone and trying to hold off Happy Farm down at the rail. On the outside 3-2 zone. Down at the rail it is Happy Farm. Chateau is in between. Here is Happy Farm up the inside to win it here. Happy Farm by a half length. 3-2 zone was second. Chateau finished third in 1:10-1.
And under the wire there, Happy Farm with a late charge, the 8-year-old getting the job done.
Coming up the rail with Flavien Prat, getting it done. And I got to tell you something. 3-2 zone really regressed. This is nowhere close to the effort last time. He got a great ride, a perfect trip under Dillon. He's supposed to win this race easily. Happy Farm just stayed in there and got it done. Chateau didn't run that badly, just couldn't quite get it done at the end. And I'm going to be surprised if anybody's covered in this race, Michelle. I mean, you look at it, you think about the parlay. What were we talking about? It like 27,000, about almost 30,000. So now you're talking about $250,000 for $2, 125,000. Maybe the favorites covered, maybe some random horses covered. I think we're going to be looking at carryover of just under $240,000 tomorrow.
Two was stuck on his wrong lead for a significant amount of time down the lane there, letting Happy Farm dodge ahead. I mean, this horse is coming out of, couldn't even win for 32, coming out of back-to-back 40s in here for a third-level allowance?
He's absolutely impossible to make on paper, to be honest with you. He just doesn't, he's not competitive. I'm sorry, he's just not. I think this race is going to come up a bit of a stinker, you know, because it felt like Chateau was sort of done at the 8th pole, and he hold on, got beaten a length in here. So I think that the two really did not come close to running back to that last race, even though he finished second.
Happy Farm going to be notching his 11th lifetime win here under Flavien Prat. Third start off of the break as well for Antonio Araga. We're going to step aside for a quick timeout here. But still to come, when we return, we're going to talk a little bit about Hot Rod Charlie, who is set for his stateside return. He is Monmouth Park bound.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Our feature race of the day, we had another upset. It was Happy Farm, who had been knocking on the door, piloted to victory by Flavien Prat, who joins me now in the winner's circle, a place he's accustomed to finding quite frequently here at Belmont. And Flavien, this horse, you came back to me in the winner's circle today. You said he really ran today. What did you feel underneath of you when he came up the inside?
Yeah, no, I had a great trip. He broke really sharp out of there. Then I got myself right in the pocket, and when I asked him to squeeze inside. He really responded well for me, so it was a nice win.
You had some horses with some back class, and your horse actually had quite a bit of back class as well that you were facing today. Was there anything trainer Antonio Arriaga had told you about this horse and maybe how he was doing coming into today?
Not really, just that he was pretty straightforward. As I said, he broke really well. I mean, going 6 furlong, it's usually a big weapon. So, no, it was a good effort today.
What's that feeling like when you're able to get through that space on the inside and you feel like you have enough to get through? Because it's enough to have the horse, but you also have to have the trip.
Absolutely, but it's you definitely need the horse and to get you there, and that's what he did today.
Congratulations, Flavien.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat on Happy Farm. As we often say, Michelle, this winner's circle at Belmont, a place he's gotten very comfortable visiting.
Well, he had a bed and a chair in the Santa Anita winner's circle, so glad to see he's moved right in here.
Really? Well, he pretty much lived there, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's a fabulous rider and a welcome addition to the colony for sure.
Happy Farm, $16.20 for that victory, 7-1. I'll tell you one thing you wouldn't get on Flavien Prat at home, 7-1.
Well, this horse may have been an underlay at 7-1.
Let's take a look now at the pick six as we follow along with one race to go. We have not had a single-digit winner since the first leg, Andy.
Right. There was $280,000 bet in today's card. So with a 24% takeout, it's like about 67,000 comes out. So 213,000, a quarter of that goes in. So you're talking about I don't know, 160. So I think we're talking about something like 220 to 240. I'm not exactly sure the number, that carryover. And who's covered? The 6, 9, 10, 11, and 15 are covered in the pick 5. Anybody else wins, we'll have a late pick 5 carryover, 291. So it could well be carryover central here tomorrow, depending on the results of the last.
Making it exciting for a Saturday.
And
We're going to
you're
step
here for
aside. I am here for it.
Maybe you've brought us this. But if
I
you're
just
alive,
carry it on my carry-ons, money.
Not rooting against those alive. Whoever's alive in that pick 5, we wish you the best of luck.
When we come back, we're going to take a look back at Royal Ascot. Christophe Clement did send out Pizza Bianca. We'll see how she finished right after this.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
These folks, they aren't the unsung heroes, they are the heroes of our industry, and it's great to be part of an event that recognizes them for all they do for our game. Without them, we really wouldn't have the sport or the industry that we have.
So many of these people that are receiving these awards today have worked so hard, and I think they should all be very pleased to even be a nominee to this thing because they're chosen by their peers.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races. We're going to pop over to Churchill Downs where horses are coming onto the track for the finale here. Going to be maidens going that 1-turn mile here, 3-year-olds and upwards. Do note the scratch of the 6 Sailors return. Also the 2 horses to the outside. And the post parade will kick off with, what's up, Doc?
One of my all-time favorite movies.
Bugs Bunny?
No. What's up, Doc? Barbara Streisand, Ryan O'Neal. Madeline Kahn's Peter Bogdanovich.
Wait,
just
do you
passed
think
away.
this is named after the movie or Bugs Bunny?
No, but it should be.
It might be.
If you've never seen the movie, it's a great movie.
G flat coming through next with Rylu Gutierrez aboard.
He cuts back from a mile 16 to a mile, so 2 turns to 1 turn. Did run a big number last time out.
Number 3 is Hippodrome, 7-2 right now, showing some improvement.
Ran very well last time out. Has really never been a short price in any of his races, so it's not as though he's lost races he should have won.
Big price here on the 4, Arch Ego.
Tough race for a first-time starter, and this one, half to 3 horse didn't do much running.
Also, 3-year-old first-time starter is the 5, Heir to Greatness.
Second dam was Changing World. It was a turf stakes horse for Barclay Tagg that I made a gigantic score on once.
Looks a little green here in the post bridge. You see resistant to go with the pony. Might not be accustomed to what they're being asked to do right now, so keep an eye on the warm-up. Here's the 7, American Mayhem.
Stretches out after the debut in the second start, and trainer Jimmy DeVito has pretty good numbers stretching out his maidens.
8 is paid twice for Vicky Oliver.
Would have to improve a little bit, but the first 2 races were better. Maybe needed a race off a layoff last time.
I kind of like the 9 in here, Silver Blur for Brett Calhoun.
I just hate horses coming out of off the turf races. That's
Okay.
my biggest problem. But the race, I'm going to tap it, stretching out. You would think the horse will appreciate more ground.
And scratch the 2 horses to the outside. The 10 and 11 will not go, but there's another look at Silver Blur, aptly named. Also being a little resistant to go with the pony. You see Alex kind of tap that horse on the shoulder. He wants to keep that horse moving forward. You don't want to have a horse going backwards. That can lead to an accident. So that was a safety move there. Horses are warming up, and meanwhile, Paul LaDuca is standing by trackside.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. And it seems like all the money has gone to the 7 horse in here, American Mayhem. Now, the Jimmy DeVito colt got bet first time out like a good thing. It was around the racetrack that he could run. He was 3-1. When the betting opened for this race, he opened at 6-5, and he's the lowest payoffs in most of the will pays. But I have a feeling that I just don't really love his pattern. You know, I mean, I understand he ran okay first time, sort of an even race, but he was hard to load that day, and he was a little rambunctious behind the gate. Second time, that usually sometimes repeats itself, so I don't want to take a chance at 9-5. When I look at some of the other runners in here, I thought the 4, Arch Ego, the 5, Heir to Greatness, those are the 2 first-time starters. He was acting up a tiny bit. And then What's Up, Doc, taking a ton of money. I actually like the 2 in here, G flat, to try to get out in here at 7-1, turning back in distance for Johnny Ortiz. I think this horse has got a big shot at 7-1. And obviously the Brad Cox runner, What's Up, Doc, with Florent Giroux. 3-1, you really don't know how to take that with Brad's horses. They either get bet really heavy down, or when they're at 3-1, it's really hard to tell. And Andy, What's Up, Doc? You can't forget Madeline Kahn, a.k.a. Lily Von Schnupp in Blazing Saddles.
I'm glad that Paul mentioned her. Actually, a friend of my family's was Madeline Kahn's dentist. I've got all sorts of ridiculous things.
This is the 8 Degrees of Kevin Bacon show.
I'm very impressed, by the way, Paul, that Paul knew that Madeline Kahn was in that movie. And he knows it's a great movie.
Talking about What's Up, Doc, for Brad Cox, who, by the way, is connecting at 31% over at Churchill. This horse has been training in Indiana, so maybe some of the more savvy bettors just thinking, oh, well, you know, he's got multiple strings, and this horse based somewhere else, and they like him.
He had some bad horse a few years ago that began her career at Indiana, right? I think there's a race name for her tomorrow. Or was it Ellis or Indiana? That
I think it was Ellis.
Ellis, Monterey girl. Yeah. You know, people would say that about Chad Brown, especially. I remember Reinvestment Risk, Roast Bacon, impressively first time in Saratoga. Oh, he's training at Monmouth.
Mm-hmm. The training, or the ones that start, or the ones that train at Tampa. I mean, they're all over the place.
If you like the horse, this horse is a big pedigree. I have to owe Bezos. 3 of the 4 runners from the dam ran Buyer figures in the 90s. She was a solid runner. So there is pedigree, and I know you're rooting for a California Chrome.
I know you want to talk about 3, but I want to go to the 2 first. G
Go
flat,
ahead.
just because the price is a little bit better here. 8-1 for this John Ortiz trainee.
I mean, I know this horse has been a huge price in her races, but Michelle, mile 16th last time, 2 turns. Now goes back to 1 turn. I think this horse makes a ton of sense in this race.
I love a horse on a turn back in distance. This is actually my top selection in here. I love the fact that he hit the front and then got a little bit tired. But like you said, the return to 1 turn, the 1 turn mile at Churchill, really key for some horses to be able to excel.
I would use him with the 3 Hippodrome and the 1 What's Up, Doc, and try to get him in the number.
Hippodrome actually ran 7 furlongs last time, finishing second, but we've seen marked improvement from this son of Go Sapper.
Yeah, that's the way I felt. You look at his races, and his last race was his best yet. I just think he's very logical.
Interesting to note, by the way, if you are playing along, you want to make a note on your program. This is a 3-year-old and up race. Every horse that's running is actually 3, so that could mean something once one of these is a winner. Travis Stone with the call.
And they're off. G-flat, good beginning. Hippodrome is there. Archigo, Heir to Greatness. American Mayhem on the far outside. Up the chute they go. And Hippodrome and Archigo and American Mayhem, the 3 of them to do battle in the early stages. Backing off in behind them is Heir to Greatness away 4th. Paid Twice is 5th. G-flat 6th. What's Up Doc comes away 7th. And Silver Blur's at the back in 8th, but only 5 lengths off the lead. It's a pretty tight pack heading down the backstretch run. Hippodrome comes on through. Hippodrome takes over the lead. American Mayhem backs off to track the pace from 2nd. Archigo's in behind them while 3rd. The opening quarter goes in 22-4, and they are halfway home in 45-4. Hippodrome onto the far turn, prompted by American Mayhem, who's cranking up the pressure now. American Mayhem putting in a bid for the lead and grabs it with 3 furlongs to go. Hippodrome keeping pace in 2nd, 4 lengths back. Archigo's under pressure while 3rd. Paid Twice 4th. What's Up Doc is on the move from 5th. G-flat, Silver Blur. Heir to Greatness has tailed off to trail the field. Off the turn, Hippodrome cut the corner, short lead. American Mayhem draws alongside, and these two are head-to-head with 1 furlong to go. American Mayhem and Hippodrome. Hippodrome fighting right back toward the rail and has reclaimed the lead. Hippodrome back in front and the winner. 2.5 in the end. American Mayhem has to settle for 2nd. What's Up Doc was 3rd. Archigo was 4th, and Heir to Greatness finished 5th.
Hippodrome there with a gutty win.
It's amazing how many horses fight back. Churchill Downs are in front, because it did feel like the number 7 American Mayhem stretching out, but the stretch out kind of caught up to him a little bit late. And Hippodrome, he's just improving, a logical horse. I think What's Up Doc is a horse that people will be following going forward. I didn't catch exactly the break, and it's hard to see these breaks at a mile at Churchill, but found herself pretty far back and kind of caught between horses, behind horses, made a decent trip for himself, but I thought was kind of professional, and for people like gallop outs, he was galloping out well at the finish.
Oh, and Andy, I did look it up on the break here while we were watching the race. Monomoy Girl did debut and win at Indiana.
There you go.
Horseshoe, Indianapolis.
There you go, Indiana. Be anywhere.
I swear it was grass at Ellis, but
I actually know the guy who said it, one who's involved with the horse that said, run that horse in the dirt.
Genius move.
It's kind of like when Julie Crone takes credit for telling Bill Mott to run Cigar in the dirt. All you do is look at his PPs to know that.
Let's talk a little bit about Ascot now. It's been going on all week, and today we had a fantastic day of racing over there. And we're going to kick it off with the Commonwealth Cup. Perfect Power was the winner here.
Yeah, this horse was impressive getting it done in this race. I was rooting for my friend Christophe Clement's horse in this race. Did not run well, slipstream at all. They took a shot, and sprinters sometimes okay, but this was an impressive win. This horse really powers away at the end.
Richard Fahey with Christophe Soumillon in the irons, last to first. This is actually back-to-back Ascot wins for Perfect Power. He won the Norfolk last year, and then obviously the Commonwealth here, so that was impressive.
Yeah.
A very popular winner, too. I saw a post-race interview with the trainer, and he was shaking and almost in tears about how excited. Yeah, I love when people get choked up about a win. So that was great. Yeah. Also, the Coronation Stakes today at Ascot, and we did have a couple of U.S. horses that we were cheering on, including Pizza Bianca, but she'll be towards the back. Spenderella, the formerly undefeated filly from the Graham Motion barn, right there in the blue and white sleeves. But neither one of those would be your winner.
Yeah, no. So Graham's horse ran very well. I actually think that she's the one between horses.
Yeah.
I think she's too wide now, Spenderella.
Yes, she is.
And she'll run very gamely to finish 2nd in this race. But the winner of this race, in Spiral, oh my gosh. I mean, she crushes this field. And there's some pretty good horses in this field. I got the French Guineas, I want to say, and the English Guineas are getting buried there. And frankly, Graham, who finished 2nd this race with Sharing, Spenderella ran very well in here. I think a lot of people with connections that are pointing towards the Belmont Oaks are very happy that Graham took her over there.
You know, watching her in there, I felt like she was passed a couple times, and she kept coming
Yeah.
back and giving more. Also, that race was redemption for Frankie Dettori, who had been blanked out the entire week at Ascot. That was his first grade win of the week there.
God, his career could be over. Win. He won. It was like 3 wins that race. I mean, I remember when Alpha Centauri won this race a few years ago, and she emerged, and she was a terrific filly. Unfortunately, got hurt as a 3-year-old and retired shortly thereafter. But I don't know how it stacks up that performance, but that was quite a margin.
All right, we look back at some of the action from today. My favorite race was actually Nature's Strip. Acacia, what about you? What was your favorite race from Ascot?
Well, just a race that I think is so important and holds so much weight. It actually wasn't one of the Group 1s that we saw today. It was towards the end of the card in the Group 2, King Edward. As Changing of the Guard became the 80th Ascot winner for trainer Aidan O'Brien. And it is just amazing to think about what Aidan has accomplished over the years. And in particular, 80 wins at Ascot. And this horse, Changing of the Guard, was a heavy favorite, was coming out of a disappointing effort in the Epsom Derby, going 1.5 miles last time out, comes back at the same trip in here today and gets the win. And another one for Ryan Moore as well. And Michelle, as you were talking about emotions and watching post-race interviews, you could see even Aidan O'Brien really kind of astounded and appreciative of the success. Just a trainer who has been so incredibly successful and dominant worldwide. And I think 80 victories at Ascot, certainly something to celebrate, as Changing of the Guard did that today in the King Edward, Michelle.
Oh, I feel like every time we see Aidan O'Brien and check in with him, there's another record falling at his hands, and always has that nice smile on. So congratulations out to Aidan O'Brien with Changing of the Guard. Meanwhile, we're going to return here to Belmont Park. We've got horses making their way out for the nightcap. We're going to be heading back to the turf course for Statebred Maiden 40s. Andy, and here's a look at the field that will be lining up. A couple of scratches in this race, but still a very good betting field. Current favorite will be towards the back. That'll be the 10. And we'll kick off the post parade with the 2, Druid.
Yeah, Gary Richards looking for a riding double on this card. That would be pretty incredible, and this one would blow it up.
Taking a class drop down. The 3 will be Ableton in here. Be stretching out in distance.
His first race is actually good enough to be competitive. His next 2 are disasters.
The 4 is Kong Loves a Fight.
Has no real turf pedigree, but unlike the 10, who's taking more money, I'd actually prefer this one if I was going to stab with one taking the turf for the first time without much pedigree.
And the 5 is Flintshire's Rock, stepping up in class, also first time gelding today.
There was a time when he would bury this field, but since he
There
got
was?
claimed, I would say, not bury, I would say his July 5th effort would make him tough to beat. But the rest of it, at least, I don't, who knows what to expect from Afalev.
Shinsen comes through next, first-time starter for Barclay Tag.
My top choice. The Dam produced one horse that got an 88 buyer. The Sire is a Group 1 turf winner over in Japan, I believe. I'm betting Shinsen.
The 7 is Act Accordingly for Michelle Nevin.
Dam did win in the turf, but she's produced 4 horses to try the turf, did no running.
Scratch in the 8, Southern Civility. 9, Addicted to You, but that's Y-O-U, not Y-U.
Well, for this case, we'll call it Addicted to You. I just wonder if this horse is a little better going shorter.
The 10 is Ria's Angel coming through next. I feel like his maiden 40s are good enough to be competitive if he handles the grass.
He's a horrifically bad favorite. Upstart's 2 for 61. First time in the grass. There's no turf pedigree, and they're betting this horse off of dirt form. Always a mistake.
Boy in the Back coming through next.
Stretches out off a couple of okay turf races going shorter. Can he be effective longer?
35-1 right now on Red Jet with the blinkers coming off.
Yeah, not much to recommend on this horse based on any of the efforts.
Now, do note, scratch 2 of the also eligibles. The 13, the 14 are out, but the 15 does draw in. I love to play and also that draws in.
Yeah, this horse now just went to favoritism. I was going to say this horse should be favored. Ran very, very well 2 back with a big trip. Last time was a bit of a disappointment, but the winner did run off the screen. Lucky Mucho Man is the horse to beat.
We're still looking for the 15 out there. Not sure if he broke out a post parade. Oh, there he is, galloping off by himself.
And love to see those silks of Patricia Generazio. Of course, Patricia Generazio and her late husband, Frank Generazio, such huge parts of the New York bred program, but have had a lot of famous horses. Want to let people know that if you join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match.
Let's take a look at the will pays for the pick 5, which obviously ends in this race.
They're fairly consistent. You're going to roughly get $291,108.25. Michelle, after the favor you've done us to come here working, you deserve it. I assume we're paying you the usual day rate around here.
Yes,
around
291,000.
Yeah, I'm up to 292 now. We've rounded it up, so I'm assuming you're close to that. And whoever, if it's one person that's alive, but whoever's alive, we wish you the best of luck. If those horses don't win, we will have not only a pick 6 carryover that's guaranteed at $219,000 in the pick 6, but we'll have a pick 5 in the late pick 5 as well tomorrow.
There's another look right now at the 12 horse, but let's pop over to the 5, Flintshire's Rock. First time gelding, so I can say something nice about it, but the form certainly leaves a lot to be desired as of late if you ignore your July race.
Hey, what happened to this horse? This is the race back on July 5th. This race would make him the favorite, the horse to beat in here, but Bob Glaceres claimed his horse, and Bob's a winning trainer. It's not like he's some bad trainer that claimed the horse just completely fell apart on him. But as you know, sometimes you give him a little bit of rest, they come back and run better.
What if that was the only race he had good ground? What if he just likes some cut in the turf? I mean, could it be as simple as that? Is it too big of a
I mean, his first go races are good enough, but that's a fair point. Maybe a little bit of give in the ground. That list turf was listed as good. It was every bit as good. It was on the yielding side of good, not the firm side of good.
I mean, I could also make a case that maybe because he got brave on the front end that day, he hasn't been able to really find the lead since, with the exception of the next race, and he got tired.
Hard to see him find the front here with a 7 Act Accordingly, who's supposed to be in front.
Acacia Courtney. Acacia Clement is standing by. I got it right. Half right.
I can't get it right.
Half right? I'm sorry, Acacia. Please don't hate me.
It's fine. We basically, Jonathan Kinchin just adopted ACC to keep it easy, and that's totally fine. Courtney is still my legal middle name, so we're still correct. But as far as Flintshire's Rock does go, I actually landed on him today, and I was really kind of stressing about who to pick. It's just I was really kind of all over the place about horses that I potentially liked in this field. And Flintshire's Rock has been gelded. And this is a horse that I think the gelding will actually help him, to potentially focus a little bit more and maybe just to move a little bit smoother behind. He had a great warm-up out there under Javier Castellano. He's very fit. He's dappled from head to toe. I don't trust him at all, but at a price, I really liked what I saw, an improvement from him today. Looking at a couple of others, though, the first-time starter, Shinsen, Asian Forward, as Andy and I have discussed, this is actually a New York bred who went over and won a Group 1 over in Japan and back here standing in New York now. So kind of exciting to see his progeny, as he was a good turf horse. And this one was half to grade 3 place KP All Systems Go, who was pretty good on the grass as well. Looks well met for the turf. And he does debut for a maiden claiming race, but he's got a lot of equipment on. Wears a shadow roll, as a lot of Barkley tag runners do. Kind of medium cup linkers on too. He's been pretty sharp. He's not overly big, but he looks well suited to this spot and certainly on the right surface. The favorite, or one of the favorites, the number 10, Ria's Angel, I don't see turf at all with him. He's a beautiful horse. He framed up beautifully on the track. Maybe he's just a little bit better. I love what I see from him physically. He just doesn't look like a turf horse. So we'll see if he's able to transfer how he looks onto the grass, but pedigree and physicality wouldn't say that this would be his preferred surface that would necessarily move him up. And the 15, Lucky Mucho Man, who they did take right out of the post parade, and Jose Lezcano gave him a big gallop out there. This is a horse that just hasn't carried great weight, especially behind in his hindquarters. And while he's not necessarily one that's going to be those big, well-muscled, burly type of hindquarters to him, he looks a lot stronger today. He's continued to improve and develop, as Mrs. Generazio, actually the breeder of a couple of horses in this race, and those iconic pink and green silks, always fun and easy to spot on the racetrack, Michelle.
ACC, I like it. Lucky Mucho Man. Andy, your current favorite right now?
Just a very logical horse in this race. It really improved first time in the grass, just got totally eliminated early and was a city block behind the field and made a huge wide run. And that was at a time period where probably saving ground was beneficial on the turf course at Aqueduct. And he just pointed out, last time out, he did not run particularly well. He did not build on that effort. He wasn't going to beat Bless, but he probably should have been second there. But I think in this field, he's considered the horse to beat. And I believe at the same odds, the 10, he's 1,000 times better bet.
Thank you to the 6 Shinsen for making our transition there really nice. Any concern with Barkley Tag first time out?
No, I mean, I know that he hasn't won with them recently. He's probably run a lot of horses at huge prices. He was second with the New York bred yesterday behind a 1-5 shot, and Barkley can get a firster home. And in a race like this, I don't need a whole lot to take a shot with a firster, and there's plenty of pedigree here because it is not going to take a Herculean effort to win this race.
Ria's Angel, your current favorite now, and has some good races, but will be trying grass for the first time.
In my opinion, making bet on this horse is the worst thing you can do as a horse player.
Okay.
Because you're betting this horse based on dirt races. And as you know, there are horses that are stakes horses on the turf that can't stand up in the dirt, and there are stakes horses in the dirt that can't stand up on the turf. And yes, from a speed figure standpoint, this course is arguably one of the worst to beat based on the last race. There's no turf pedigree to speak of. Upstart, a flatter. Flatter's a great sire. Upstart is turning into a very good sire on the dirt. Neither one of them are, and there's no turf influence in the dam side either. So you're expecting this horse to run as well, or if not better, on the turf, and you're going to take 3-1 on it? Not for me.
What about the 11, Boy in the Back for Greg DePrima? Last 2 outs on the grass, both were very good. Can we trust on the stretch out?
That's the concern. The concern is the distance. You look at the pedigree, and the pedigree is not screaming more distance.
Yeah, well, definitely not being by Majestic City. But you got AP Indy on the bottom side.
Yeah, AP Indy, though, do you consider him a good turf influence?
No, no, I don't. But at least I feel like you get some stamina.
Oh, you do?
From that side.
Do.
Just a little bit.
He won the Belmont, you know. It's a long race.
It's going to be longer than the mile and 16 that they'll travel here. A couple horses acting a little bit unruly in the gate. We've got 1 or 2 left to load, and we'll be sending him off for the nightcap here at Belmont Park.
We are set for the finale. And they're off. And it is Flincher's Rock who goes out for the early lead. On the outside is a Bow in the Back. As Act Accordingly, it now moves up. Lucky Mucho Man and Ableton there right together, 4th and 5th. Addicted to You is next in 6th, followed by Ria's Angel in 7th. Druid is down on the inside and in 8th. And then comes Shin Sun in a 9th, followed by Kong Loves a Fight. Red Jet is the trailer in 11th as Flincher's Rock steps away here to open up by 3.5 lengths. Ableton's in 2nd, the opening quarter mile, 23 and 4/5 seconds. As they race up the backstretch, it is Flincher's Rock, the leader, by almost 4. Ableton next in 2nd. And then it is Addicted to You, and the yellow blinkers running in 3rd. Act Accordingly is in between horses with Bow in the Back on the outside. Then a Lucky Mucho Man. To his inside is Druid, followed next by Ria's Angel and Kong Loves a Fight, and the first-time starter Shin Sun. The half in 48 and 2/5 seconds, and it's still Flincher's Rock. Ableton now getting closer in 2nd. Flincher's Rock by a length. Ableton is next in 2nd. Addicted to You runs in 3rd as Bow in the Back tails off. Down on the inside is Druid. On the outside is Ria's Angel along with Shin Sun, and then Lucky Mucho Man. 3/4 in 1:13 and 1 as they head for home. Here is Ableton. Here is Addicted to You on the outside. Ableton and Addicted to You. Shin Sun has come on now to take 3rd. Here comes Addicted to You on the outside. Shin Sun continues to gain. Here is Shin Sun kicking in late, and the first-time starter is going to graduate at first asking. Shin Sun from off the pace under Luis Saez.
That was a nice debut right there. Barkley Tag, Ophir, no worries about it at all. Andy Serling gets it done.
You know, it's interesting. We've had 2 of these sort of mediocre-looking maiden claiming fields the last day. Yesterday, Christophe Clement won with a firster at 7-1, and today Barkley Tag wins at 5 or 6-1. This horse actually ran very well in a context of race. Didn't break, steadied a little bit early, and circled the field 5 or 6 wide and kicked in.
Actually, if we go back to the top of the stretch right there, when he came around the turn, it looked almost like he stumbled a touch too. Did not get into stride until right before this right here and really finds a gear late.
It's like the light bulb just sort of went off in mid-stretch because we were watching and I kind of given up on him, like you were saying, coming the stretch. You know, the horses, they take a turn, and sometimes they take the turn well, and sometimes they don't. It kind of looked like he didn't. And you'll see him, he's in the far outside, sort of 3 from the back in those pink silks. He's about 4 or 5 wide here. And let's watch, because when they come in the stretch, he doesn't look like he's going to move. Right here, he's not even getting the horse in front of him, right?
Yeah. So he's right there. He's going to be on the far left.
Kind of ducks in a little.
Right there. See right there where he tried to switch leads? He's just really green right there.
And not right here. We knew he was going to win.
And right here really puts on the afterburner. He's going to get some left-handed urging, which I think he needs. He's running, but he's still lugging in and out a touch. Super strong rider to get him to finish up. He wants to stop right there. He throws his ears up, and rider's going to keep him going. There's something left in the tank right there for you, Andy.
Gets it done, and I'll tell you once again, and the 10, who took money, did no running in there. And the 15, I saw him steady on the turn. The 10 did run 4th. And we not only have a pick 6 carryover of $291,000, but we have a pick 5 carryover. The late pick 5, $291,000. So making a fun Saturday even more exciting. And there's Barkley, looking sharp as ever.
This horse, a nice chestnut color, like Barkley's famous runner, Funny Side.
Funny Side. He won his debut by, I think, 19 lengths or something, 22 lengths.
His Derby was my first Derby I ever attended in person.
Really? He was such a cool horse. The Mig rode him a few times, quite a few times. Lasted a long time.
All right, we're going to step aside for a quick break and revel in the glory that is Andy Serling as he picks a winner here in the nightcap. When we return, we're going to talk about tomorrow's stakes action. We've got the poker on hand, and Chad Brown's got a couple in his pocket.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, and we're closing out this Friday program at Belmont Park. And here's a look at the winner's circle. I'm surprised Andy didn't run downstairs as his top pick delivers on debut.
It is more exciting when you bet horses that make big closes. And I think that's one of the reasons why a horse like Zenyatta, aside from her incredible talent, she was exciting because when horses make those big runs, you know, you think you're not going to win. Speed horses don't always generate the same kind of excitement. They're more brilliant.
Yes.
But horses that make big runs, because the other thing is you don't really think you're going to win. So when they start running, you're almost surprised, and it's
exciting.
exciting.
At this point, I thought, no shot for you.
I didn't think I had a chance. I thought for a chance around the 3/8 pole, but they turned the stretch and they went, he's not really going forward. But here he kind of picked it up and got it done. And prevented Gary Siaka from having a training double, actually, as his horse, the second-place finisher, did a nice job to be second, but only second best.
3-year-old colt here making his first start for Barclay Tag, a son of a Shin Forward out of Saluson, paying $13.40 for that victory. Addicted to You was up there for second for Flavien Pratt, and Ableton 46-1 going to finish out our top 3 there.
We've had
some prices today.
2 days in a row of terrific prices here, and we'll see how things play out. I mean, you look at the winner of the last race was the second lowest price in the entire sequence. I've gone through the card tomorrow. I have it near me, but I'll have to re-look at it. But got a lot more interesting with these carryovers.
Are you going to let me in on your pick 6 now for tomorrow?
We can discuss it. Should I get my paper out and look at it now? Or do we have other unimportant things to talk about?
We have very important things to talk about. How about the poker tomorrow?
Oh, the poker.
Don't you like the poker?
I love the poker.
Here's why it makes it good, right? Because you got a couple of Chad Brown horses, but you told me Chad Brown's never won the poker.
It's pretty amazing. I think it's over 15 over 7 runnings. Masson won't be 6-5, by the way. He will be closer to 2-5.
All right, here's a look at Masson winning the Seek again. You can see Wolfie's Dynaghost also in here. Very compact field of 3 in this. I mean, it's a compact field of 3. He wins by 5. And it looks impressive at the end, but it was only 3 horses.
That's the thing. It was a fast race. He got a big figure. And you're talking about a horse that lost a tough nose in his first race in this country in a Grade 1. Why the horse that beat him is running on the dirt at Monmouth when he could be running in this race, I don't know. But I wouldn't completely dismiss Public Sector. Chad Brown's another runner. Obviously, he's got to get faster as a 3-year-old. But he was entered in that race at Keeneland Scratch because he drew an outside post that wasn't good. But I'll throw his race out at Churchill. Those horses don't handle the turf. But Mason's really much the horse to beat.
I love the way he looks here just in the final stages.
He's just cruising.
Just cruising.
Yeah.
Beautiful stride, super happy, ears up. Plenty left in the tank there. Going to flip over to looking at Public Sector as well.
And Public Sector didn't get the best of trips behind the slow pace in the Hollywood Derby last year. His Hill Prince, he ran very well, and he's just another one of these Kingmans that Chad Brown and Clarvis Stables bought over at Tattersall's that had a lot of success. I remember after he won one of the races at, I think the Hall of Fame or one of the races at Saratoga, Chad joked to Seth Klarman and I, he said, maybe this what we should just do is buy Kingman.
Okay, but now watching this race, he comes with a late charge. This is 1 1/8 miles. We're turning back to a mile. Is he going to be as effective?
I think better.
Better.
And I think Chad Brown thinks he's probably better to a mile.
Okay.
I mean, those are the races, those 1 1/8 races, they're the races you're going to run in, right? It's a $500,000 race. The Hollywood Derby, a very big race as well. I think he's good at a mile. Now, listen, he's got to get a lot faster to beat Mason if Mason shows up with the kind of efforts he's put forth in this country. But I don't think he should be discounted. I'm pitching almost every horse coming out of those races at Churchill because almost nobody handled that turf on Derby Day.
Taking a look at him crossing the wire there in front again, under a hand ride, by the way. I read Ortiz never go into the stick there for Public Sector. 4 wins in his 7 starts of 2021. But this year, lone start, we're chucking it out, according to Andy. Let's take a look at Sanctuary City now, the 2 horse that will go forward tomorrow in the poker. Speaking of 2, he's run 3 straight second-place finishes.
He is a really cool horse. A New York bred that seems to be effective closing at longer distance, but he's better shorter. And the other thing I'll say about him is the Widener turf is a better course for him.
Okay.
Because the inner turf, because of the 1 1/16, the weird run to it, 1 1/8 races, they feature much slower paces. So they're much better for horses that are forwardly placed. As a closer, on the Widener, which is more like our dirt track with an elongated sort of backstretch, they'll often feature much faster paces. So I think the mile on the Widener suits him better than any of the races he's been in. He's going to have to get better also to beat Mason, but he's a very cool New York bred.
All right, we're looking there at the poker for tomorrow on the Saturday card. We also want to take a look at the Salvador Mile. This is going to be Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park. And, of course, the name to look at in here is Hot Rod Charlie.
I love Hot Rod Charlie. I know there's a lot of people who think I have an East Coast bias. I think, if anything, I have a West Coast bias.
You
I
do?
love the good West Coast horses. I do. Well, you know, the first horse I saw win a big race was Ancient Title when he won the Whitney when I was a kid.
Okay.
First Whitney I ever saw, and I sort of fell in love with him. So I was always fascinated by California racing. I love this horse, and I think he ran very well in the Dubai World Cup. I know the race collapsed at the end. But he's always been a horse that ran his best races on the front end.
Yes.
And I think the fact that
I
at
thought
least
the ride here was crazy.
it was sort of weird, but I wonder if they were just sort of scared of Life is Good. You know, and who wouldn't be?
I mean, I don't know about the ride on Hot Rod Charlie there. He ran very valiantly late. We've already seen that horses like Casa Creed have come out of their Middle East efforts solidly. I feel like there used to be, we used to call it the Dubai bounce, where horses would come out of Dubai and not run good until the end of the year. And now we're seeing horses turn around so quickly. Look at, he's got the look of Eagles there, old Charlie. Chuck.
Don't you feel as though that was something that maybe was relevant in the first 5 or 6 years?
And now
but
we
I
know
think
how to do
people
it.
just figured out how to do it, you know? And I just don't think it's been that random. The other thing is, with Cigar had already peaked. And I think when he won the Dubai World Cup, he was probably a little bit on the downward slide. So the fact that he may not have run his very best races after the Dubai World Cup might have had more to do with the fact he was getting older and he'd run so many good races. He still ran pretty effectively. And the other thing was, when he lost to Skipaway was a tremendous racehorse, better than really any horse that Cigar had beaten in his prior races. Maybe he was just running into a fresher, younger monster.
Interesting to note, so we'll pay attention to that. I want to mention also, we've got the cross-country Pick 5 sequence coming up. That's a look at the races that it will entail. Saturday beginning at 4:06 p.m. Eastern. Allowance, the Eatontown, another allowance, the Monmouth Stakes, and of course culminating in the Salvador Mile.
Credit Event's going to win the 7th at Belmont, so that's the one on the rail.
So already writing down what we know.
Trying to help a little bit. Ooh, the poker's in the Pick 5 and Pick 6, so a lot of people may lean on Mason.
Going to be looking forward to it. We had a great day today with some prices, double carryover going into tomorrow, and we hope to see you right here on America's Day at the Races. For Michelle Yu, for Andy Serling, for ACC and the team, we'll see you tomorrow.
The momentum continues for War Dancer. Following a triumphant Saratoga meet as the #1 second crop sire, his progeny have posted 14 more wins in 2022, like Pop the Bubbly.
And it's going to be Pop the Bubbly.
You Should Be Dancing.
On the outside, You Should Be Dancing, the winner.
And Fun While It Lasted in an 8-length blowout.
Final furlong, it's Fun While It Lasted until the 16th lap has 8 lengths on them.
Now with $3 million in progeny earnings on dirt and turf going long and short, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Truck Champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.